a lot of people are very insulted. A lot of people are very insulted at the moment. I'm sure the next time we go see Elements, he's going to put you in a headlock for that one. I don't know.
Or offer me a drink, one of the two.
Or both.
Or both.
Or both. There you go. Champ Select is going down. GameHopper's first ban, first pick on blue side, Shen and Corky being banned out immediately.
Yeah, let me drop that for a second.
Yeah,
so it's...
like, who has some code?
Yeah. I'm definitely excited to see how this will work out. I'm really curious what kind of teams they'll be running, because I honestly haven't been able to watch a lot of their matches recently. So this is a nice, fun little experience. xPeke, he does go with usually extremely aggressive mid laners. He used to play a lot of Brand, but not as much anymore. So champions like Orianna, I don't know, we'll have to see.
Yep, Corky and Ari are, it's just stuff Fnatic really doesn't want to deal with. Not a whole bunch of, so sometimes you see teams go with the preferred bans, with champs they just don't want to have to deal with. Sometimes you go for the top tier bans. Champs are just really popular at the moment. Things like Malphite, Karthus is one of them, especially in the EU scene. So Maokai there, looking for the target. So I think they just want to make sure that GameHopper's is not mobile, that they don't have AoE protection. So I think just from the Maokai ban on its own, Fnatic may be going for some kind of AoE comp here.
Yeah, no, we'll have to see. I mean, that would definitely be strong. There's a lot of strong AoE champions that are still available. I think they'll probably pick their bottom lane, though. I don't know what kind of supports Pheilox likes playing, switching over from Melisande. But we'll see. Everyone's been kind of playing Nunu recently. He's just incredibly popular. Did you get a chance to see the CLG NA versus CLG EU game?
I did not, unfortunately. I saw the I read up the recap, but it's good. It's good to see them. Well, I don't want to be too spoiled here, but I'm guessing there was a
Nunu support.
There was a Nunu
Hotshot
support.
was playing Nunu support.
Hotshot was playing it.
Yeah. It was funny. Well, I was telling Nick, I haven't watched the whole game yet. I'm in the middle of it, to catch up and watch it. It's a really interesting game. But Chowster, he always used to play support, or he always used to swap in for jungle for CLG, because they were always like, oh, Chowster plays Lee Sin. He's so good at Lee Sin, and no one knows how to play him. And it was always kind of weird, because he was just okay. But yeah, so he went into the jungle, played Lee Sin, because I'm assuming that Hotshot wasn't comfortable with it, and they were comfortable with swapping up. So they had interesting roles for that match. It was kind of cool.
Sweet. So you do have the Soraka first pick for GameHoppers. That's pretty clear. They just want bot lane to sustain. They just want to get them farmed. You can see if you can't get a nice AD to pair up with that. Ezreal been really popular lately with that, so we'll see what they go. But first two picks for Fnatic, you have the Urgot and you have the Malphite. Very, very top tier at the moment. There goes the Ezreal here for GameHoppers with the Vlad.
Yeah, they're incredibly tanky, and as a result, that Vlad is a really nice pick, because Vlad can safely go in the top lane. They really probably want to run a double AP, so against that kind of a tanky team that Fnatic has, you usually want to run a double AP. There's a couple of champions like Morgana available mid that would work very well with that. They could run a Kennen Vlad. We'll see how they kind of work that out. And then Ezreal is very survivable, so Ezreal's definitely a pick that you want to make against both Urgot and Malphite to keep out of their kill zone. When they try and come in after you, you can just get out of there. But continuing with that tanky theme, they're going to go ahead and go for Ryze, and then Sona gives them initiation potential. So a big issue with having a short-range team is whether or not you can get the initiation that you like. Ryze doesn't provide you any initiation. Malphite does, but having that little speed boost, that built-in MrRallez from Sona, it's a really nice thing to couple with that. So you don't have an issue where you just can't engage the enemy and they're able to kite you permanently.
A lot of people underestimate that movement speed from Sona. It is definitely a huge boon to any team that has it. And I personally just put the one level into it, and it's kind of like it's no big of a deal, which I just should not be doing actually these days, because it's that speed buff can be huge things that can get you out of the team fight in a pinch. You get that little tick of an engage. It's just those few extra inches you need to go ahead and get that ult, to get that wall, to get something. And Nivea being picked up as well here for Fnatic. And it's just a matter of what the other two remaining champs for GameHoppers is going to be. You have Vlad, he can go top or he can go mid. It's just a matter of that. And there's still a jungler to be decided here as well.
Yeah, and because of that Anivia pick, they could decide to go with the Morgana and force a hard engage. It just might be kind of difficult. The shield would definitely be nice, but they probably just don't want to go with the Morgana cannon. So we'll see how they go. Gragas definitely works out. Gragas can split the enemy team. It gives them that double AP that they want. We'll see. There's a lot of options. I think it's kind of interesting running the Anivia, though, because Anivia is just such a strong all-around champion. She works with almost any comp, but usually with Anivia, your idea is you have all this CC to control the front line, and you want some high damage dealers behind you. So you want champions behind you that can just easily win fights if they're safe, and Anivia provides that protection. So that's not what's happening here. Urgot, clearly isn't someone that you're like, oh, let's keep Urgot safe, and he's going to single-handedly win us the game. But they will have lots of single-target bursts, and then if they run Yorick, that would be kind of interesting as well, because they will still be extremely tanky, but they will have that single-target burst potential and kiting potential. So the Sona and Yorick combo is always a pretty common combo to have, both that forward momentum and backwards momentum.
Not to mention, too, with going up against a Vladimir in top lane, Yorick can do quite a bit. That ranged harass, more like got to be trading away with the Vlad, going to keep him at bay, just try and out-muscle him in lane, try and reduce the farm. But also Yorick pick also gives the option to FNATIC if they ever want to do a lane switch situation. Doubt is going to happen here, though, because you're going up against an Ezreal Sirach. You're going to be relatively safe there in the bot lane if you have your ranges right, if you play it safe, if you play defensively. So, and that too, if you go bot lane with Urgot against this kind of comp, you're just going to be sitting back and farming, which is something you don't really want an Urgot to do, but it's kind of established already.
Yeah, and that would be fine for them, but there is the possibility that they send Yorick bottom.
Yes.
So, Ezreal and Soraka, it's such a passive lane. It's a very safe lane. You can get some auto tech harass. Ezreal, you can just constantly spam out abilities. But generally speaking, you sit behind the minion wave, no big deal. Ezreal just can't touch you, so it's a very passive lane. Yorick can farm against passive lanes very easily in the 1v2 situation, and then they can try and shut down Vladimir top, which can take GameHoppers out of their game plan. And I'm not sure whether or not Malphite was originally intended to be jungle or top lane. Vladimir does very well against Malphite, running a double AP, does very well against Malphite, with that range harass and just burst and whatnot. So sending him in the jungle definitely works. He can be extremely aggressive once he hits 6. The combo of Urgot into the Malphite ultimate is just like so painful.
Oh yeah.
So we'll have to see if that works out. But it would be really interesting to see whether or not they swap their bot and top lane.
We'll have to see, but Anivia in the mid going up against Gragas. How does that matchup actually look?
Anivia has the slight advantage, but it's generally a farm lane because Gragas turns everything into a farm lane. He's perfectly fine with just sitting back, tossing out barrels, and so he's going to be fine there. The melee versus the ranged, early on when he can't, quite kill the minions, he can't quite just throw out barrels to farm, he's going to fall behind, and Anivia is going to be able to get some nice auto attack harass, and then every time that Gragas goes in for a last hit, you're mid-animation, and that's when you want to throw off the Flash Frost as Anivia. You try and catch people when they're mid-animation, or, distracted in some way. Last hitting's the perfect example. So Anivia could, try and get some burst and try and wear Gragas down in the early levels. So Anivia has the early advantage. After a while, though, it'll just turn into a farm lane. Both of them, Gragas actually has a slight advantage as the game progresses because he can throw Anivia into the tower a little bit more easily than Anivia can clear. Anivia can clear with blue buff fine. However, if they take Anivia's blue buff and she constantly has to spam her ultimate in order to clear these minion waves that Gragas is throwing into her tower, she's going to be very low on mana, and as a result, their mid-game team fights could suffer because of it, because she's not going to be completely prepared. So we'll see whether or not they can force out that blue buff. It would be kind of difficult. Urgot is, strong enough to control that, and Anivia as well, that they should be okay.
Not to mention, Anivia does have the egg in mid.
Yeah.
And you see a lot of AP mids, they can connect with enough damage to get Anivia egged, but they can't really finish the job because sometimes and very often you'll see the Anivia actually get to safety behind a tower while still egged. But, Gragas, you do have the ult. Once he hits 6, it's a lot of displacement in the right place. So that may actually negate the egg even. Yeah,
no, that's definitely a possibility. Yorick is actually running magic resist. I just thought I'd check real quick. So he's probably going to be going top actually versus Vladimir. So I was kind of wondering if he was running armor, then it would probably be indicative of him heading into that bottom lane. So Gragas, he has plenty of burst to pull Anivia back, and I think he does have enough, with the attack damage. It's funny that Gragas, you look at his champion profile, and you can't look at champions. How do I look at Gragas? You look at his champion. There we go. Hey. You look at his champion profile, and they have him listed as high attack power because his W, it does give him a lot of attack power, and so body slam in, you have that attack damage to follow up. Yeah, it's going to be kind of interesting. I think, Nautilus, his early jungle aggression, he easily outganks Malphite, so they have a serious advantage there. That's definitely something that GameHoppers is going to want to try and press over FNATIC. But we'll have to see. Once Malphite hits 6, the gank should be pretty devastating.
Yeah, that's usually what Malphite and a lot of other junglers actually they wait till 6. Champs like Warwick, champs like Skarner, they have that huge advantage once they hit 6. But yeah, it's the 6. The ultimate on Nautilus is also something not to laugh at really at all. Mm-hmm. So for counter ganks, if Malphite does decide to get in, Nautilus is there for an equally as effective counter, if not better, since it is targeted.
Yeah, no, that's the target is nice. The delay on it allows champions to get out. A lot of times they can just kind of clear some distance and be okay. But it is kind of interesting that even though Nautilus does have that early ganking potential, like you said, a lot of junglers just sit around to 6 anyway, and a lot of times there's just not a lot of good ganking opportunities in the early levels. Mm-hmm. So you usually just farm and want to keep yourself up. The big thing is, as a jungler, if you gank at level 2 and you're unsuccessful, now all of a sudden you're a level behind the other jungler. Then if you try a gank at level 3, you're not successful again. Now maybe you're 2 levels behind, and for those dragon control fights and stuff like that, you might find yourself behind. You might not have your ultimate fast enough. Both of them, both Malphite and Nautilus, they're fairly decent speed junglers. They're not, the fastest. They're both kind of slow, but they have similar AoE clearing, so they have similar speed. It's not. We probably won't see a lot of counter jungling from either of them. Mm-hmm. I think Malphite has a little bit faster jungling speed, so he could probably, if there's opportunities, counter jungle Nautilus a little bit more, since Nautilus will be spending more time ganking, and Malphite will spend more time in the jungle. But we'll have to see how that'll work because we're in the game. So. Game things are happening.
Game things are happening. I think Malphite does have a little bit of at the very least, he has a better start than Nautilus. He's got a little bit extra speed on him. But you do have both these junglers. They really they rely on getting that. They want that blue buff. They want that thing early. Red buff is not the most ideal thing first for either one of these junglers, but they're both looking to go ahead and secure themselves. FNATIC getting into the tri-brush. Will they beat Ezreal getting in there? This could be really bad right here for Rallies. Walks right into the tri-brush. First easy blood going sOAZ.
Yeah, really nice play from FNATIC there. And what made that possible was they were just, they beelined right for this tri-brush. Yep. They were extremely aggressive getting out of the base. If you saw at the beginning of the game, when we first loaded, everyone was kind of just hanging out in the fountain for a little bit for GameHoppers. They were just sitting there. And because they weren't able to get out fast enough, Ezreal was like, okay, let me come check this bush. And just barely they were able to beat him there. That's definitely huge. Yorick was able to pick it up as well, which is definitely a nice thing for them. Mm-hmm. Yorick beats Vladimir early in the game, but as the game progresses, Vladimir should be pretty safe. Yorick has that spam ability where you can try and get that harass in there even in regen, but Vladimir should be fine early on. However, getting that early damage bonus, we'll see what he gets when he goes back. He could, actually going for that mana spam ability, so Meki Pendant, that'll be nice. So fast tier, he can constantly spam on Vladimir and try and take early advantages. At the very least, Yorick's going to be safe for a while.
Yep. So, and everyone at home watching, that is why you buy as quick as possible, and that is why you get to your position as quick as possible, because if you're a little bit slow, you could fall behind, and you could also give it the first one like that. But there you go, Nautilus right there with the quick root. The damage is going to be too much post-flash. HawkDon going to be grabbing the credit for that one. So now it's going to be, now you got the advantage in mid for GameHoppers, advantage top lane for FNATIC. So now we got a little interesting setup here going on.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. A lot of times it is pretty common to go after this race, particularly against a jungler like Nautilus, that you expect to start at blue. Nautilus, he can work without blue, but he will get kind of low. You see he's already extremely low. Yep. But, having that quick gank on Urgot, Vladimir sitting there taking the point at the race there, they're able to, pressure that. We'll see, what happens, but, we'll be able to, just check out how this game will progress from there.
There you go. Fix the scoreboard. We got it. We're good. So, it was right. It was right.
Oh, it was right. The first time. It just didn't update.
Yeah, it just didn't update. Okay.
There we go.
There we go. Now we got it. FNATIC is right there. He's there on the right side. Yeah, we got it.
Yeah, so I mean, it should be pretty interesting. Yorick, he has the nice advantage there, but Gragas in the mid lane, again, Anivia really won't be that pressured from Gragas, even with that early goal lead, so it's not like they really set themselves that far behind, but it does always stink giving up that kind of a lead. They still have a little bit of an advantage from that first blood and, a slight CS advantage early on in the lane.
So now you got Ezreal and Soraka, and you do have the Infuse. It's going to be a lot of mana. It's going to be a lot of harassment. It's just a matter of can FNATIC go ahead and dissuade that push. So, you got Cyanide up there in the top lane. He's looking to get sneaky. He's getting his position here in the far rush. Has double buff, waiting for his shard. If Muppo does end up pushing out, that could be a very, very mean gank. But here's the thing, though, Vlad can be very comfortable actually farming under tower. But here comes Nautilus as well. So there you go. Malphite is set up pretty counter gank. Muppo getting Ignite. Does force the pull, but sOAZ taking a lot of damage. Flash away, but now you get the Nautilus in a 1v2 situation. Will he be able to get here? Muppo cannot connect with the damage, unfortunately. And that's going to be a double buff onto Yorick up top lane. If the first blood wasn't painful enough, Barrel in mid going down into xPeke. Will he be egged? Flash away to safety.
Yeah, he needed the flash because otherwise he would have gone down to Gragas with that egg. But the big thing is Malphite, he knew that he wasn't going to get a gank off on Vladimir, but he had to expect that Nautilus was making his way up top. And Vladimir can farm very safely under tower, so normally Vladimir wouldn't pressure Yorick. He's just Malphite was just waiting around expecting the Nautilus gank. It worked out for them. Now, not only does he have that mech pendant, not only does he have that first blood, he has the third blood as well, and that double buff, that constant spam ability on Vladimir, and Vladimir very quickly is going to be abused out of that lane.
Yeah, here's the thing too. You see sometimes a lot of Yorks will actually build stuff like Brutalizer for that extra cooldown reduction, but in this case, you got him with the blue buff with the extra 20% CDR already. Not even 6 yet. That's going to be a lot of harassment on Muppo. May actually be able to kill him outright, forcing down the pool. One smack with the Q, flash, ignite going down. There you go. Easy kill for sOAZ.
Yeah, and with that red buff, along with that spam ability, he has plenty of damage. HawkDon coming up in this top lane, though. Cyanide can chase him down. Anivia not actually closing point. I thought that, xPeke would make his way down there, but even so, Gragas taking an awful beating. He's going to have to go back. Yeah. The lane is pushed against him. That's actually going to push back, so he could actually sit back in this lane for a little bit and wait for it to hit his tower. No, he's going to go back. So if xPeke moves quickly, he could actually deny a lot of golden experience underneath that tower to Gragas.
Yep, but you see, HawkDon, he's got enough gold. He picked up both of those Doran's rings. Wants to have the extra regen, the extra sustain there in the mid. You also have the ward too for safety because he's recognized okay, you got Malphite. He's a bit of an issue. He's a bit of a problem at the moment. You might want to see where he's going. Might even throw down at his own race to go ahead for a little bit of safety. Broto right there with the hook. Does get into position. Does not get the hook he wants. There you go. There's the bust over the wall. xPeke may be egged here with the ignite, which is a matter of can they finish up with the rest of the damage. Cyanide is there to try and keep GameHoppers away, but the egg, Anivia, will be revived. She is back.
Yeah, and just using the flash just to get the egg, so urgent, but actually Ezreal coming in trying to get some harass on them. Urgot and Sona, they have really nice single target burst if Sona hits her power cord and Urgot hits his Q and everything. But the armor that Soraka gives and the constant regen does take advantage in that lane. They will be fine there. So we'll see how that kind of progresses. Anivia, pretty low right now, so Gragas wants to just constantly push her into the tower, force her out of this mana, so that she's going to be denied a lot of farm underneath this tower without any mana. She's just going to really struggle, farming there. But we'll see how that's going to kind of progress. But this top lane is just absolutely brutal for Muppo, and it has been for some time. As just the constant spam, chasing him down. Merc treads along with the tier at 6 minutes into the game.
That's nuts.
Yeah, it's just, he has that spam ability, and then he's never going to die. He's just so tanky compared to Vlad.
Every kill on FNATIC right now, every single one has gone straight to sOAZ, and he's taking that advantage all the way to the bank. But you also look at the other lanes, too. You see Lamia down bot lane bought the chain vest on first back to try and reduce some of the harass actually coming in from Ezreal, from rallies.
Yeah, that's really interesting. So, I mean, it just goes to show they're not expecting to pick up any early kills in this lane. They want to sit back and allow the rest of the lanes to work. So that's going to be a defensive lane for them. But rather than, rushing the fast Dorans or the fast Brutalizer like you usually do with Urgot, it's perfectly fine with getting that chain vest. So like you said, we'll have that armor to protect against the Ezreal harass. They don't have to worry about the fact that Sona's heal isn't quite as strong as Soraka's. In the meantime, sOAZ once again just chasing out Muppo. Actually might get him pretty low here. He does have the Ignite if he decides to go for it, but he can just chase him out. And now all of a sudden, Vladimir has no options to farm in this lane.
It's, yeah, top lane is it's pretty much a done deal at this point. You know, Muppo doesn't even have the revolver yet. Already decided to go with the lucky pick, realizing I'm not going to be getting a whole lot of farm. Best I can do is just stick it out, allow my GP10 investment to go ahead and start making me some money. Muppo will be able to get out here. The Vlad ult does go down. The end proc maybe more enough. sOAZ does use the ghoul on himself. Muppo will be able to get away. The Ignite goes down. There you go, connecting with the kill. Granted does go down, but here's an opportunity to try and get the kill down here onto HawkDon. xPeke come up from mid. No wall, not going to be close enough. But there you go. Unfortunately, Yorick will die a second death before getting a second kill. Yeah,
but it's still an even a better exchange for him because he lost a spree. Did he actually have a spree? I'm not sure. I think he did.
It's 3 out. There's 3 out.
Yeah. So he did, and the big thing is that Vladimir's still not able to farm. He's 30 CS behind. Vladimir exchanged there, didn't get the kill, so Vladimir got an assist and then missed out on a lot of golden experience. Yes, you know, it helps for Gragas, and, you know, Gragas is 2-0 right now, but Vladimir is completely shut out of this game, and as a result, because FNATIC has an incredibly tanky team, and GameHoppers, they're going to be really behind on farm for their AP carries, it's just going to be too difficult for them to take them down in the mid-game fights. FNATIC's just going to be incredibly tanky and difficult to deal with. So we'll see how they kind of get around that. You know, Gragas can stall pretty effectively, but in the meantime, Cyanide coming down in this bottom lane for a gank.
Oh, Fluumis almost checked that bush, but Napraen emerging just barely out of the brush, realizes, hey, Soraka, you might want to back off here. You do have a Malphite and you're missed. Looking for, still, Lamia hasn't decided to back just quite yet, but that Chain Vest will very soon be built into a Glacial Shroud. Get that extra cooldown reduction there. Look, at the very least, to spam some abilities. The pressure continues top lane. That top tier 1 is actually almost down, so as with a good chunk of the good huge wave, you can go ahead, swoop on in, and clean it with one fell stroke with the shovel. But, FNATIC, they are doing a pretty good job with the farm by their own tower. It's not as huge of a deficit, I think, most situations like this it normally would be. It's only about 10-15 creeps, but you do have Nautilus getting down into the bot lane. He is 6, does have the death charge. We'll see if he does anything with it.
Yeah, he's actually going to back off. Gragas, in the meantime, can get some harass onto xPeke, actually. The egg is still up, but if he's able to catch him, then that could be huge. And then the body slam actually is really nice for avoiding that flash frost, so really nice job there. I think it's funny. One of the reasons that I honestly am not a big fan of Yorick is he's such a passive champion. You expect Yorick to just not lose the lane, but not really win it either. You just kind of sit around and, farm. And if this is going to be the way that sOAZ plays Yorick and starts the game off 4-1, then that's going to be perfectly fine. I mean, he's in a position of power. He is actually, someone that can now carry this game for them, even as Yorick, which just sounds oxymoronic to me.
He's a steamroller, is what he is. If you get Yorick properly farmed, if you get him properly fed early on, he just becomes a steamroller, really. He has all the harass from a range that you could ever possibly need to take out pretty much nearly every single top laner. The slow is such a crippling ability on him. You also have the sustain on him as well. And if you get up close and personal, it's just a lot of damage. In the meantime, you do have Nautilus looking to try and come up here and make a difference here in the top lane. Vlad ult did actually go down onto the Yorick, but Nautilus with the hook not going to connect. And even if he did make it, Vlad is way too weak to try connecting the damage. But Gragas is nearby, busting over the wall and the barrel. sOAZ is trapped, but there you go, Malphite ult in response.
Yeah, and actually HawkDon has to get out of there. Vladimir walking up, that's a nice little boon for him, able to pick up that kill. Unfortunately, Broto is very close to going down. Yorick's going to be able to chase him out, trying to get the hook, but he will go down. And, again, it's an even exchange for them, but that time it actually works out to their benefit. Getting Muppo, a little bit more farm, it can help him catch up in this game. That's definitely a good thing. And it was a 3v2 situation, though, so it's kind of unfortunate they couldn't pick up a little bit more. But Yorick had just constantly worn down Vladimir coming into that fight. He was just so low as a result. Gragas coming in, they're just a little bit too tanky for them to burst them down without that full help from Vladimir. He only kind of came in at the last second.
Yeah, and even then he's just brought so low previously. It's just kind of like, what can you really possibly do in this fight? So, but so you have sOAZ still very far ahead, getting the Null Magic Mantle and the Kindle Gem. Going to be getting the Soul Shroud a little bit too for the extra sustain, for the extra heal on his E. There you go, xPeke being caught, trying to grab the race. He's out in that area, does manage to flash out of there. Still has the egg, but in a place like that, in that kind of environment, that kind of situation where you're so far away from tower, egg will almost certainly mean death. So you just want to go back to lane, chill out for a bit, continue the farm, and grab the blue buff even.
Yeah, and this might actually be a nice opportunity for them to go for Dragon after Anivia gets that blue buff, because top lane is pushed. Yorick, he could decide to continue pushing aggressively at that second tower, but 13 minutes in, they're ahead. It opens up an opportunity for him to come down to the Dragon. He's actually going to sit mid for a little bit and just push HawkDon into the tower, continue to farm. And so the big thing there is he's keeping his lead over Vladimir. He doesn't want Vladimir to be free farming, and if he's just running around not, doing anything. So, this mid experience and everything, it'll help keep him keep that lead, and we'll see where he goes from there. But in the meantime, Ezreal doing a nice job trying to push them into this bot tower. Malphite coming to pick that up. So very kind of defensive, play from both teams, just going back and forth on farming and pushing the lanes, trying to deny gold. So far, it's been working out for FNATIC. You look at all the lanes. Anivia is ahead in the mid lane. Yorick is clearly ahead in that top lane, and Urgot actually behind on Ezreal currently, but he's doing fine. He's incredibly tanky, and then actually going for that mana immune, which is perfect for harass and perfect for poke when you just want that spam ability.
Double mana immune actually right now on FNATIC. So that's a lot. It's a lot of damage coming in, and mana immune is actually a really amazing item on both these champs. Like usually is the only item. It's usually the only two champs that ever really build mana immune these days. But still, it's pretty big. But it's unfortunate, though, right now that xPeke DCs within turret range. Yeah. So it happens. It does. This is one of the sucky situations. But, because that DC... Oh, man, yeah.
No, this is just me. I wanted to go back. Yeah,
for a second I thought I was like, oh, we can rewind the game now?
You can rewind when you're paused. Yeah. But the minion dying there. There's the unfortunate DC.
There's the DC.
xPeke stuck right underneath that turret as they are forced into the pause.
Yeah. Good guy El Muppo realizes, wait a minute, you're DC'd. This is a pretty bad spot because if everyone gets any damage on the bird, when he does eventually die, that is going to give the kill credit. So hopefully GameHoppers will do the right thing.
There's not really an option. He's going to die.
Yeah, he's going to die.
Gragas hit him with the barrel.
Did he?
So yeah, he did. Well, he cleared the minion. So HawkDon is naturally going to get a kill off of this, and there's not anything that they can do about it. One more auto attack is going to get him. He's has his egg up, but he's going to die with the egg underneath the turret. Unless, sOAZ he theoretically could walk up and try and draw aggro and pull it away from Anivia, but otherwise xPeke is doomed. So he'll go down. Hopefully everything's okay with his internet, though. But it's a nice little boon for Gragas. He's 2-0-1 right now, soon to be 3-0-1, unless El Muppo decides to come up and he's like, "Hey, I'm behind. I need some farm." But
or at the very
least, he had said that he was going to back off.
Okay, so I think we'll just go ahead and try and get a resume here. Doslot DDoSing xPeke. That would be very, very strange. That'd be a very strange situation.
Yeah. But so far, FNATIC, they've played a really awesome game. They've put on a lot of pressure. Top lane, Cyanide making his way over for that first little gank there. Really just the counter gank against Nautilus, and it worked out perfectly. Vladimir got extremely low, trying to pressure bait in sOAZ. So Vladimir dove right into sOAZ, trying to bait him. Got low before that fight even happened. Then Malphite walked out, and they were like, oh, dang, this kind of sucks. We're pretty low. So both Cyanide and sOAZ got low, but they were able to pull it around, able to get those kills. The double buff. Oh, xPeke, did he get out? Wow. I thought the one shot was going to get him. I thought he was I thought the one shot had him. So he had two shots left in him, just barely surviving. That's fortunate. That's fortunate. That's very fortunate.
Yeah, very well done. Yeah, Dyson. It's a happy end.
Yeah, and they backed off of him. They let him get out of there. So,
good
awesome
guys.
play. Good guys, GameHoppers. Everyone give him a round of applause.
Yeah.
I was imagining, actually, Broto, if he had come up, he was walking up through the river. If they're like, xPeke, we'll let you get out of here. And the second he gets out, Nautilus walks up in death charge or something.
That would have been a jerk move, though. That really would have been. But hey, in times like this, when you have those unfortunate DCs, and yeah, you do the sportsman-like thing, you let them go. Hey, DCs happen. They do.
Yeah, and actually Cyanide, with kind of a smart play there, dropping a ward over so he can clear this ward safely, knows that HawkDon isn't going to just pop him there. But actually, HawkDon going in after xPeke. Malphite comes in, though. The Gragas ult missed. There's the depth charge as well. Vladimir will be able to chase him down. There is no egg, and the ultimate should take him down. So yes, he does go down. That is in favor of GameHoppers, and they will be able to back off. But actually, another hook back in. Now sOAZ is here, and Broto is very low. sOAZ will be able to chase him down, pick up that kill. sOAZ, the destroyer, just completely unstoppable this game. With that red buff, he can chase down El Muppo as well. The pull is probably not going to be enough if he can chase. Nope. There it is. How many kills? 7 and 2 on Yorick, 15 minutes in. And actually a little bit of a fight going bottom lane. I'll take a look at that again as Ezreal and Soraka duel it out with Lamia.
Yep, Steamroller Yorick continuing the pressure to continue to push in the kills in mid. But Lamia just pretty much losing the exchange outright there with Ezreal. The Sona ult comes out just a little bit too late, unfortunately. And even then, the True Shot Barrage, I don't think there's enough time for Lamia to actually get out of there if the dead actually go indeed and fire. If you just end up going behind turret, flashing away, or other miscellaneous escape. Actually, no, his flash was down. Never mind.
Well, and that's one of the strengths of Ezreal, is having that chasing power throughout a long lane. Once Sona is out of there, not along with him, he could just easily jump right over those minions, chase him down.
Yeah.
So that's definitely a nice bonus. I think that's the big thing. Just Ezreal's control. Oh, the hook missing. xPeke trying to get out of there. HawkDon, he is powered up, so he's trying to get in.
There in the bush, though. Broto does get an unfortunate face check right there, meeting up with the ghouls. But with that kill, FNATIC does seem confident enough to actually go for this dragon.
Yeah. And it's really just, perfect for GameHoppers that Ezreal at least has control over the bottom lane, because otherwise, if Urgot was ahead and they're already winning all these other lanes to such a significant degree, it would be a serious issue. But they are able to pick up that dragon. They are able to go back up to their lanes. And sOAZ has a nice little bounty waiting for him up top once he makes his way up there. Vladimir will try and deny some of that by just killing this next wave, and so he's going to miss out on some. But he is still just way ahead in this game.
Yeah.
That cooldown reduction with the Kindle Gem, definitely a really nice choice for him. Actually going for the Spirit Visage, so he's going to be incredibly tanky and have that cooldown reduction.
Yep, and also when you see El Muppo actually trying to get some pressure down top lane, that's the first time that he's actually had time. Just go ahead and get some quality time with the enemy turret to put down some damage. It's like realizing, man, mine is already down. This is the first time I'm actually touching your turret. This is a little awkward, and just another friendly reminder. Reminding you, Vlad, how far behind he actually is in this game. It's a full 3 levels.
Oh, but Malphite is in the bottom lane. The Sona ultimate followed up by Cyanide. Lamia, he hits the E on MrRallez if they can chase him down. They are able to flash back underneath the turret, so they're able to get out of there. But the little sneaky Cyanide gank was able to get up in the bush. I'm surprised they didn't use the swap and weren't able to pick that up.
Yeah.
So with the Soraka heals, they just didn't have enough damage to take him down.
I think with the swap, it would have been more than enough to go ahead and actually chunk out the Soraka big time. Granted, yeah, he still had the wish and all that stuff, but I think the damage was there. They just didn't decide to get too aggressive. Didn't decide to go for it. They don't want to start throwing early here.
Yeah, I think they were just kind of surprised by how little damage they did. They were like, wow, that was a lot less than I expected. Gragas jumping in on xPeke once again. He does have his egg up once again, so the Ignite is down for Gragas, but almost taking him out there. Yeah, and I mean, it should be kind of interesting to see how Urgot does coming into the mid-game fights, because who is he going to be targeting? If he can get a swap on Vlad, that could be kind of nice, but Vlad's just going to pull. Ezreal should be able to stay out of his range. Ezreal's attack range is very short, and that's one of the issues with Ezreal, is that you want to still get off that auto-attack damage like a standard AD, but with this short attack range, he might be kind of vulnerable to the Urgot, so, I mean, he is going to have to watch out through those mid-game fights, but we'll see. I'm curious actually also who sOAZ is planning on ulting through these fights. I mean, regardless of who you ult, it's going to be a nice little tanky body and advantage. But there's not really any of them that you're like, oh, this is a key target. I need to ult them.
I do actually. No, I can think of one good target. Himself.
Yeah, right.
He was like, man, no one on my team does damage. look at all these kills. I look at all this data. 8 kills on our team. I'm 7-2-1. Might as well do it to myself. No one else is good enough. Death charge going down onto Lamia, along with the hook to follow. True shot barrage going down. The extra damage is going to be more than enough. Broto with the flash and the auto attack to finish that one.
Yeah, and they definitely have the damage advantage there, so no issues there with chasing him down. Cyanide actually chasing down Muppo. He has the red buff, so he's actually going to have enough damage. If Vladimir can't get off this pull, he's trying to throw back as much damage as he can. Cyanide will get very low, though, if he can finish this off. The ult back, though, and a couple of auto attacks. He should be able to grab this, almost going down, but is able to pick up the kill.
Thunderous ground slams echoing all across Vladimir's body, digging him down to a big gelatinous mess on the ground following that one. sOAZ continuing to push. He's been turned into gazpacho.
That's what Vladimir is, right?
Well, yeah. You put some ice on there. I mean, hey, that's this is the Malphite. You just throw some ice.
Malphite and the Anivia, so they're chilling him out.
He's chilled. He's chilled soup.
Yeah, but in the meantime, they have kept this game pretty even, and one of the nice things with GameHoppers is that they can stall very easily with Gragas. He can just constantly clear the waves, try and poke them down underneath the turrets. But with how tanky FNATIC is with sOAZ and everyone, they could probably just tank the turrets and push down a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
And they probably want to start pressuring their advantages. So Anivia is particularly strong underneath these turrets. Anivia could try and pick off someone with the wall. It's going to be tough. There's not really any target in particular that you would want to grab. But the Hawk, going down almost the Urgot swap. But there's the barrel getting them out of there. They are able to back off, but they are in a dangerous situation here. They will lose this tower.
I thought GameHoppers were probably sure, it's like, oh, we got to get somebody on this barrel. They're all in one huge crowd. But no, unfortunately, it does push everybody away. And FNATIC can just go right on in and muscle out that first tier 1 in the first tier 1. Of course, there's only one tier 1 in mid. I wish, there's 2 of them. You got all the muscle. You have all the ghouls coming in from sOAZ. The pressure's too great. The tower does fall. Are they going to stay here and continue to pressure, though? Cyanide is coming around the side. Ultimate is almost up. He could go around from the back for an engage on this. Once it does come up, it will be up in about 1-2 seconds. There it goes. sOAZ being a hard engager under the tower. The Ignite go down on him as well. A lot of damage in the shutdown from a distance with the Ezreal ult does connect. So they're going to GameHoppers. This is their opportunity to go ahead and try and get some damage, possibly get a kill, but they definitely can push on this.
Yeah, and the big thing is FNATIC, even with their advantages, they can't fight underneath the turret. You saw how quickly Yorick went down, despite the fact that he's so tanky. He doesn't have a lot of armor currently, but Malphite trapping Gragas underneath the turret. The wall off from Anivia as well. They have some nice burst damage. Vladimir is getting pretty low, but the Gragas, along with the depth charge, is able to pick up Urgot. Ezreal picking up another kill, and that kind of burst potential in single target bursts is absolutely perfect for GameHoppers, and the range on Gragas' ultimate and Nautilus' ultimate allows them to keep their distance, allows them to stay out of this AoE from FNATIC, and then FNATIC can't force the fights that they want. So catching up on them a little bit, definitely going to be a nice job. HawkDon grabbing that blue, but I don't know. We'll see how FNATIC can pressure it, and whether or not Yorick can use his ult a little bit better than just a standard Zillion ult.
And not to mention, he's like, hey, Yorick's not in the fight. He's a big prime target there. Wall coming onto Broto. A little bit of extra junk damage. Goes down to half, but it's just a little bit extra harassment. Make sure they're out of the fight so they can clear the way and keep everyone back while FNATIC is grabbing the dragon here for pretty much free.
Yeah, so that's going to be nice to keep up their gold lead. And they are incredibly tanky, but the issue is, it seems that GameHoppers has enough damage to still deal with it. Even without that Vladimir, they don't have to force a full AoE fight. They can just, pick people off, and then they are safe enough generally. So, if FNATIC can force a full head-on fight, they should be okay. If they're out, as long as they're outside of the towers, as long as they're kind of split up, because that's one of the issues with Gragas.
Yep.
You split up. He misses. He has long cooldowns. I mean, they're short cooldowns, but they're long in a fight, and his damage is so dependent on those barrels. So he's, he could miss out on a lot of that damage. Then they don't have quite enough AoE to take down these tanky teams. But because they can stall out underneath the turrets, it means that FNATIC doesn't have a good means of pressuring their advantage right now.
Yep. But you do also have quite a bit of damage coming from Gragas. So you do have some stuff like the Abyssal Scepter, great tools like the barrel. But in kind, though, you see FNATIC starting to stack that magic resist. Negatron Cloaks, 2 of them I see. You got the Null Magic Vandal, Soul Shroud, a lot of Magic D actually being built. So they're there. They're looking to see if they can resist that pressure coming on in later. Muppo retreating through the forest, trying to get away from the harass from Lamia and FNATIC. They could actually perch over here and see if they can't bait out a fight, something around the Baron area.
Yeah, the issue is that they don't really have a strong Baron team.
No.
They're very tanky, but they're very low on damage. They could try and just go for it to pressure it. They will be able to keep their health up decently. They actually probably need Yorick to get some armor before they try and pressure the Baron. That'll definitely be key, but it's just difficult. And GameHoppers recognizes that they don't have the best Baron team. They're pinging it right now. They know they need to check it just because if you leave any team unhindered, unimpeded for a long enough time, then yeah, they're going to take the Baron. But it's not really that big of a concern. xPeke walling himself in there. He's going to be able to grab that blue. But
get away from me, blue buff. I don't want you. No, I do.
Yeah. I'm curious how FNATIC can will try and pressure their advantage right now. I mean, they want to take this bot tower. That would be nice. But the concern is if they go for that, whether or not GameHoppers tries to pressure this. Anivia, should be able to take it by himself. So xPeke could do this. He could always wall off if they get the vision. But actually, Gragas up top, along with Vladimir, fighting with sOAZ.
Oh, no.
We'll see if sOAZ can turn this around. He's actually very close to picking up the kill into Vladimir, but just barely enough damage. One more bail will be able to take him down. Yorick actually almost able to get out of there. Now MrRallez is chasing him as well. Urgot is here trying to help him out. He will be able to get that swap and be able to dissuade him. So MrRallez getting close to going down. The swap from Urgot, the ultimate will miss. He doesn't know where Yorick is, but there's the kill. Whoa, any second now. MrRallez almost picking this up. The quick dash, he's actually able to turn that around. I'm astounded.
Yikes. But here's the thing, though. You do have FNATIC coming from the back end. sOAZ back in the fight. There's the quick shutdown. And Muppo realizing, man, I forgot to clean you up. Can something happen here? sOAZ just aching out, getting just barely out of range of the E, but does manage to get that kill as well. Nice play from sOAZ, staying from just outside of combat.
Yeah, and I'm still just blown away that they were able to pick that up. Gragas was actually chased down by Cyanide, but I'll take a look at that Urgot just one more time, because I was watching and I was just like, how is he losing this fight?
Yeah.
He had him so low, he had so much armor and everything.
Fully stacked Bloodthirster on Ezreal. That's the story on that. All the regen needed, all the lifesteal needed to stick around in that fight.
The big thing was Ezreal was behind the cannon minion, so dodging off to the side in order to get around, in order to get the damage that he needed to. So he, had the quick arcane shift around the cannon minion, so he could get that one last Q onto Urgot to pick up that kill. So we'll see where they kind of go with this. xPeke sitting in the mid lane, and yeah, just really awesome play from them all around.
Yep, and also a good 7K gold lead as well. So yeah, they're in a good spot. They're in a really good spot. Actually, no, 8K. It's 7, yeah, between 7, between 8. That's around where it is. But they still have all this massive pressure coming out of mid. Ezreal may get called here along with the Nautilus. Does have to shift on over through the wall. Nautilus is there to try and help. Gragas Barrel only getting the Urgot, but sOAZ is right in the middle of all this. And a swap. There you go, along with the Sona ult. And there you go, Gragas will melt pretty quickly. Lamia, can you actually get out of this fight? You do have the shield to stay alive. Muppo will be the next one to fall. And that is most of the damage from GameHoppers gone.
Yeah, and there was so much effort put into getting Lamia. They just barely weren't able to pick him up. He was just slightly too tanky. They would throw off a little bit of a burst, throw off a nuke or something. He would back off. He would shield. He would be fine. So they are able to pressure this Baron now. Ezreal, Soraka, and Nautilus are up, but it would be really hard pressed for them to force this. Anivia actually holding off to try and keep them away. May go down himself. xPeke forces that flash out.
Nice
There's the
juke.
dodge on that hook, so they will be able to grab this Baron any second out. There it goes. They get the Baron, and they can continue this lead. We'll see if xPeke can chase him down. He's still putting on some pressure on Broto.
Broto, he's battling it out with the bird and realizes, oh, you have Baron buff now. Crap, that sucks. I got to get out of here. Hook not going to be getting there on the defense, but blue buff will also be stolen here for FNATIC. xPeke will go ahead and pick that up. Lamia just tank it for a quick second while the bird comes on back. Ult going down. There you go. So now you've got FNATIC with a huge gold lead, 10K, plus Baron buff, looking to push. Things are not looking all too great for GameHoppers because they realize, hey, those huge team fights, our main damage dealers can be focused down and taken out of fight rather quickly. You got to fight at the tower. You have to.
Yeah, and the big thing for FNATIC was that last fight, they were able to fight outside of the turrets. They were able to fight out in the open where they can chase them down. sOAZ, there's one of the big advantages on Yorick. With his slow, he can kite very easily, which is why you often see Yorick with Sona, but it was just astounding that they couldn't chase him down. And that's, Vladimir, he doesn't have, a strong chasing ability, so Yorick can always get out of that. So just popping in and out of those fights was definitely huge. But now with the Baron, they don't have to worry about stalling underneath these turrets as much. They have plenty of regen from that Baron regen. It is still going to be an issue. Gragas can still stall them. They have a short-range team, so they're not going to be able to poke down the turret as effectively as they would like to. They can't poke GameHoppers because GameHoppers has Soraka, so they're going to be fine there. So we'll see how FNATIC can continue to pressure this. They probably need to just push back and forth between multiple lanes.
Yeah.
That bot turret is looking awfully tasty, though, after that dragon.
Yeah, you go ahead and have Urgot just go ahead, push down the bot. Yorick could, he is capable of split pushing. He does have a nice little speed buff on the Q once that hits, and he's resilient enough to go ahead and, at this point in the game, to try, take on one or two members of GameHoppers if they decide to get a little bit anxious here. But it's just a matter of, wow, coming in, Cyanide actually burning the ult, not getting anything off of that one.
Yeah, the wall and the ultimate trying to grab Gragas
Wow.
there, just barely getting out of the way.
Yep, just gotta wait. It's just a matter of waiting for the creep waves to come on up and push to get that extra chunk down onto a turret. Mid-tier 2 is pretty full at this point, but now it's just a matter of trying to get the other lanes to push up what they can. But unfortunately, top and mid are pretty much neutral at this point. So if this push is going to succeed, they gotta get something for it. They gotta get some damage down. Nice wall, keeping GameHoppers away, and there you go. Towers down at half, and this is plenty of time to go ahead and take it down. Those walls are a massive tool right now for allowing them to push.
Well, that's the big thing is they don't have to worry about Gragas forcing them out as much. Actually, a nice little flash rush there. They can constantly, force them back with the Anivia pressure, since Anivia is one of the best in the game at pressuring, both defensively and offensively in these tight lanes. So we'll see if they can go. Now, fortunately, they're past that ward. So that ward up there for GameHoppers, it almost could have allowed them to pick off xPeke if he made a wrong move, but they can come in and pressure this turret once again.
There you go. Wall only up on the north side. sOAZ going in first bravely. The barrel keeping him back. But things will he be able to get out alive? The ignite is down on him. He is ghouled. Look for a little bit extra harass as the ghoul is entering the enemy base on his own. It was a good valiant effort, but here's the thing with the Anivia wall. When you're in a lane situation, like in the mid-tier 2, sOAZ could get the wall, I think, actually keeping everyone continuing in pursuit. Ezreal not going to get the shift over the wall quite yet. sOAZ is a little bit trapped right now, but right now FNATIC is going to go ahead and take whatever advantage they can to call it and push the mid. sOAZ, will the ignite actually kill him? No, it will not, but Lamia here is in a 2v1 situation there. HawkDon was a little bit too far in the back, but now the rest of FNATIC comes on in. Sona ult, keeping them stunned. Death charge going down onto Sona and to Anivia, but Cyanide will manage to get the kill down onto Ezreal. Swap is canceled. HawkDon and Broeder trying to get the damage down. Gragas ult doing what he can, but unfortunately will be for nothing. And right now FNATIC cleans up 4-4-3.
And sOAZ, this is some of the best Yorick play I've ever seen. I mean, ignore the fact that he's 11-3. In these team fights, he keeps getting so low and then just kiting in and out of those fights, coming back in at the end. And they knew because they pressured Ezreal, he has so much magic resist. So he went a very heavy MR build. It's very tough for these AP champions to take him down. And then he's able to they're able to pressure Ezreal. So that last fight, being able to take down Ezreal because he was so far out of position, he used his arcane shift trying to chase down sOAZ, and then all of a sudden he was just too out of position. They were able to swamp him. So really nice play from FNATIC, and just slightly too tanky for GameHoppers to deal with. 5-0 and 8 on Malphite. He was pretty deep into his build. 11-3 on sOAZ though, 251 CS. He was definitely fine in that game.
I think fine's a good word. I still like to reference the steamroller effect there on Yorick, because once he gets rolling, he just does not stop. He just really doesn't. Anyone who tries to engage on him, and even if you do manage to kill him, you still have the ghoul. And he is the fact when Yorick, you usually with the ultimate you want to actually cast it a lot on your AD carry. Yeah. But when you're that far ahead, when you're that far fed, might as well use it on yourself.
That's why it was so weird, because they didn't have anyone for him to ult, which is it's unusual to have a Yorick team and not have any target that you would really care to ult. But they were just too tanky, and they were able to get nice early advantages. They were able to pressure the lanes. So really nice play from FNATIC. We'll see what happens coming into game number 2. I don't expect we'll see a Yorick ban. It's not like Yorick usually goes off on people like that. Yeah. But we'll see. I mean, a couple of them could be banned. Malphite, Anivia,
for sure.
They were able to dodge Malphite for the most part. They had a nice comp to deal with Malphite, but his initiation was definitely really nice.
Yep, and Anivia is possible as well, but we'll see what the game plan is for Game Hoppers going on into game number 2. And with that, we will be back in just a moment. Going to go to a quick commercial break. FNATIC Game Hoppers game number 2 for the IPL Elites. We'll be right back. Wired, but
we played with Eric in the office. He's Doa for anyone who watches StarCraft caster. And he liked going at the bard, and he would be like, okay, I roll a 20 in order to sing you all a fair and lovely tune. And then he would sing.
The end.
It was
the
fun.
end.
It was the end. That was it. And then he actually robbed us all because he robbed us blind while we weren't looking because he went a thief bard and he stole all of our gear and murdered us while we were in our sleep and set us upon each other.
I'll quote Joshie on this one. What a D-hole. Ari and Alistar being banned out here for FNATIC. Alistar a new ban for them here. Corki and Maokai, either one of them could be left over here. Shen, Karthus, similar bans for Game Hoppers at the moment. But yeah, so Maokai has been left open. It's just a matter of what will Game Hoppers do for their last. Anivia and Malphite are potentials here. Nocturne was the third ban they went with the game 1. We'll see if they can also stick with that one.
Yeah, Urgot's also a potential, ban or pick as
Oh,
well.
yeah.
But the big thing is, I mean, they were able to control the bottom lane despite the Urgot, so not that big of a deal. If FNATIC, if they decide to take Soraka, Soraka ban. So,
Yeah.
that definitely works. I mean, they were almost a lot of the reason that they were, an unkillable team. If you give them Soraka and they get to run the same team again, that's just even worse. So, they recognized that FNATIC would likely first pick that Soraka. Didn't want to give that up. But Maokai, since it wasn't banned out that last game, being able to pick it up this game. So, a really aggressive jungler and, has that AoE control.
Fantastic, fantastic AoE suppression. From the ult, a lot of damage reduction there. And Anivia being considered her first pick, part of the second picks here for Game Hoppers, not too uncommon. It's like, hey, you guys did pretty well with this champ. Let's show you how it's done. Let's go ahead and take it away from you, just so you don't have it, just so it can work for our game plan. And right now, Game Hoppers, they did have a lot of AoE actually, a decent amount of AoE for game number 1. But here's the thing, though. You're going up against the Maokai, which is quite a bit. Janna is a good pick here, too, for that disengage, just to get everybody off of you, because you had Malphite, you had Urgot, you had York, a lot of champs in close combat there.
Yeah, and any sort of Janet and Anivia comp, you can control fights very well. You're almost unkillable just, with all of the CC that you have. So that's definitely, those are definitely some really nice picks. They have a really heavy CC team right now. FNATIC, on the other hand, going with that AoE and some solid initiation. Sona, still a really strong pick for them. Allows them to force those engages. We'll see. They actually might hold off on her and go with the Orianna. That would be interesting because the Malphite-Orianna combo is particularly strong. Any number of choices. I mean, anything that they would like to go ahead with.
Whereas the mid has already been decided for Game Hoppers, so they don't have to go for Orianna straight away. They can wait on it. They know she's not going to be getting picked here, so they can just go something a little bit more safe and try and secure an AD that they may want. Ezreal being a pretty damn good one. Didn't work too well for Game Hoppers, but this is an opportunity for FNATIC to go ahead and get crazy, get ridiculous with it, and also sticking with the Malphite. So if the Orianna pick does indeed stick. Oh, actually gonna go with it right there. Might as well see if they can't bait out the Malphite pick now.
I'm curious whether or not Game Hoppers will want to pick Malphite now, because the issue is Ezreal is a very strong kind of champion against Malphite. We saw that last game. MrRallez was able to play a really fantastic Ezreal. So FNATIC, they didn't want them to pick Ezreal, and they want to pick up Malphite themselves probably. Now, without the Ezreal for Game Hoppers to pick up, they're going to have a number of AD champions that are going to be vulnerable to Malphite and vulnerable to his initiation and his attack speed slow and stuff like that. So they're naturally, if FNATIC gets Malphite, then Game Hoppers is naturally going to have an AD that's going to be vulnerable to him. So they might have to pick Malphite here, to prevent that out, because the Malphite-Orianna combo can be very strong. The issue for them is going to be, if they pick Malphite, then Ezreal's still going to be strong with them. So we'll see. Tristana, definitely a nice choice. So that means they're actually probably not going to pick up the Malphite. They'll let him have him because Tristana has enough range, can usually stay out of that range. So hopefully that's the case. But if Malphite can get in, then he could shut him down.
Cogmaw works too, though. Very safe on the back line, and plus you also have the shield from Janet for a little bit extra damage. But going for the Shyvana pick as well, Not sure yet if jungle or top lane, but that's the thing though. I feel that game hoppers are like, oh, they want us to pick Malphite. They're trying to to bait us in and trying to force us to get the pick here. But that allows Fnatic to go ahead and pick that up. Sona going to be with Ezreal in the bot lane. That aura can be doing a huge chunk of damage along with Ezreal and all that harass. But Yorick being grabbed last.
Yeah,
for your game hoppers.
I mean, Fnatic, they're perfectly happy with the picks. They got the team that they wanted by picking the Ezreal. They are able to kind of force Game Hopper's hand. And I'm kind of surprised that Game Hopper's running the Yorick as opposed to someone with a little bit more AoE damage to control the fights. But Yorick is definitely a really strong pick in this situation. The big thing is being able to ult Kog'Maw. Yorick's going to have a target this game. So, we'll see if he can repeat sOAZ's fantastic performance. I always love that when you have the throwback and one person, will play the champion and then the next team grabs them. But we'll see. I mean, Fnatic, they have really strong AoE initiation. Their AoE team fight is awesome. They're also very tanky. So Orianna coupled with Maokai and Malphite, it'll be tough for them to take Game Hoppers to take them down. Then Ezreal's going to be safe in the backline. He can clean up very easily in those later fights. We'll see. A lot of it's going to come down to Cog, and they have the team to support him.
Now, mentioned it. We talked about it last game. Going to have to talk about it again because the situation is still abounds. So with the Yorick pick, this does allow Game Hoppers. It gives them the opportunity for the lane switch. They can just send their AD support up top, have Yorick go bot. Still, what's your opinion? Do you think there's still a possibility here?
With Kog'Maw, not very likely. I don't know if I've ever seen a lane switch with Kog'Maw. They could potentially do it. There's an easy way for us to tell.
There is.
If we just check the runes and masteries, same runes. Mastery's actually ambiguous, so it's a little bit different from last game. He does have that armor. There is kind of the potential for that, but so we'll have to see. I don't think they're going to. And Ezreal and Sona, they have a lot of single target bursts. So once they clear the minion wave, they can take you down pretty quickly. And that's going to be a concern for Cog. But Cog has enough range that he's going to be able to farm pretty safely against that lane. Cog can just generally farm against anyone. He can out harass Ezreal when he's behind the minions. So we'll see how that'll work. I think that they'll just send Yorick top versus Malphite, but we'll have to see. Yorick does very well against Malphite. I mean, he's not going to be able to shut him down or anything, but they'll both kind of just farm up there.
Yeah, and just a few errant ghouls just go ahead, bring down the shield, force them back, and then you just we got a happy time. We're farming. We're fine. But I'm also noticing too the synergy that Orianna has with the rest of Fnatic, because the common combo you see. You have the orb on the Malphite, ults on into the fight, and then you follow up with the Orianna. Maokai,
or the uncommon combo where she orbs onto Ezreal and he flashes into the middle of the team.
He could do that too, or
that's really not going to happen.
Well, here's the thing though, but more reasonable than that, you can also throw the orb onto Maokai as he twisted advances in.
Both Maokai and Malphite are perfect targets
for
really Orianna.
And it's just it's a contingency plan just in case one of them fails or if one of them gets a little bit too happy going into these fights. But then you do have Maokai is usually going to be like the first initiator. Mm-hmm. If you get the single target, focus him down. If the rest of the team is there trying to defend, it's like no, give us our guy back, get him out of those roots. Then you can follow up with the Malphite. Then you follow up with the Orianna ult. So Ezreal though is going to be doing most of the damage here though. But if you had to pick a champ in a situation like this, it's a good choice.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this works out for Game Hoppers. Now, Fnatic, one of the nice things with their team, not only do they have that strong AoE initiation, but they also have really nice kiting. With both Orianna and Sona, they can disengage pretty easily, and that's the big thing. If you whiff on the Orianna ultimate or any of these ultimates, you don't want to have to be forced to fight, because if they don't hit their ultimates, then all of a sudden, Game Hoppers is in a really huge advantage in these fights. They have more spammability with the Nivea as far as CC. They have more damage from the back line, with the Kog'Maw and the Yorick ultimate. So Fnatic, if they don't hit their fights, they probably need to just get out of there, and they have the opportunities to do that.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that works. Shyvana was definitely a really strong pick for Game Hoppers, though, because Maokai, he's a very aggressive jungler, but he is susceptible to those kind of control junglers, and Shyvana is, amongst the best in the game. And it's really cool seeing her come back into play. Now we've seen her a lot recently. So she's incredibly tanky, incredibly fast in jungle. Not only that, she has Janna to pair along with her.
Oh,
So
yeah.
Janna and Shyvana, that's always a really awesome combo. Having that movement speed early in the game on Shyvana, you can just roam all over the jungle. I would expect some really aggressive early counter jungling of Maokai, particularly if he's looking to, gank ever. And then also the best part about Shyvana is when Maokai goes in for a gank, Shyvana's almost always going to be there waiting for him.
Yep. And also a very aggressive Shyvana at that, going for the Smite Exhaust. No flash, no escape. You zooming in for a kill, you want to try and guarantee it the best you can. You're looking for those kills. You're looking to be aggressive. Kog'Maw, though, does have the cleanse. Wants to make sure you save. There's a lot of ignites right there in FNATIC, but yet only the one exhaust. But there's still the opportunities abound for a lot of CC on the Kog'Maw, indicative of a protecting comp as well. So both of these ADs are just it's going to be a long fight to try and just reach the backline to reach both of them.
Yeah, and Kog'Maw, he does have the cleanse to help him primarily against Sona and Maokai. However, in fights, having the Malphite and the Orianna, the double knock up there, if they can get into that backline, it will be very strong. Janna will be an issue with how much CC she can provide, but Malphite, it's going to be tough. Malphite's ult range is very close to Kog's attack range, so you can't initiate from a long distance like you normally would against most AD carries. He would really already have to be in the middle of the fight before he can initiate. So we'll see whether or not sOAZ can find those opportunities and make things happen, or if MrRallez is just going to be carrying again and super fed, and instead of playing Ezreal, he's playing Kog'Maw.
Broto actually going for the Cloth 5 pots on Shyvana. So looking for the early razors, trying to it's not going to be too aggressive, but was really looking to rush that Wriggles, get that purchased, possibly do some counter jungling as soon as humanly possible. But both the supports though, looking for the Fairy Charm, stocking up on wards and potions as well. So nothing really too aggressive coming from either one of them. Usually if you see boots on a support, it means something like an invade. But then again, these are not really the most invading supports. No real hard CC. Granted, you have Tornado and Janna, but you'll usually see the shield on her first.
Yeah, and no free level 1 kills for FNATIC this game. So we'll see how GameHoppers does without that quick disadvantage.
I understand after that, though, I'm sure that they must be a little bit paranoid. And you saw they got out of the gate a little bit faster this time, too. So they're like, okay, guys, we gotta hurry it up. Come on, just buy your stuff and get out.
Yeah, even spamming into the jungle, despite the fact that Maokai usually don't invade when you have Maokai. They're still concerned about giving FNATIC any sort of early advantage. Cyanide will be able to take the rates and then head over to the blue. And Shyvana actually starting up top as well, so probably going to go for the red. Maybe go for a quick level 2 gank up in that top lane. Shyvana's going to beat out Maokai a little bit, or at the very least, try and counter out Maokai if he's heading in the top. No, Broto transitioning over. So this is actually, this jungling route, when you start off at race and then go over to blue, not only does it allow Kog and Janna to pick up the wolves there for golden experience in that bottom lane, it also means that you're going to hit level 4 on your way back. Actually, I'm not sure if they'll hit level 4 without the wolves. That's kind of a close thing. But the race will be respawned by the time Broto gets back over there.
So yeah, blue should be secured. Not going to be using the smite though. Just wants to save it for. Wants to go ahead and save it for the red buff. Cyanide going to be a little bit behind Shyvana, just a little bit speedier in this aspect. But you see right now, Broto just hiking back and forth. Running the air is like, now I got to go here, now I got to go here. Looking for the red. Wraith should be responding pretty soon as well too. So we'll see where Broto decides to go from here. And like I mentioned before, it's cloth armor, not the boots. Not going to be exactly too mobile, but wants that early razors.
Yeah, but actually, even without the early boots, he still has plenty of movement speed with his W and with Janna. And by this jungling route, he's going to get level 4 off of the race and off of the golem. I'm fairly certain. And then he's going to have a really aggressive gank. He's already, what was his movement speed again? He's already at 411 movement speed when his W's up. Or I guess it depends. It's kind of changing around. Oh, that must have been changing champions. But it's really high. That's the point.
It's high enough.
And he can come into that top lane, try and chase down Malphite. Malphite, with the Q, he will be able to steal all that movement speed and get out of there pretty easily, but he might still take some damage that'll throw Yorick ahead in that lane.
Yeah, and plus also when you're facing up against a York, the best opportunity for you is just to try and deny them early. So at the very least, sOAZ is going to just try and keep him in mid, hoping that maokai does come up. And here comes Broto looking for the top lane. There is the Q. All the damage going down onto sOAZ. Would be able to get out here. Ignite going down. Muppo, can you connect? No. No flashes or Ignite being burned for sOAZ. Still drinking those potions though.
Yeah, and so he got down to 250 because he didn't want to have to burn that flash. He was able to get out of there with the movement speed from the Q, but now all of a sudden he's completely zoned from the lane. Muppo's in control there. He could try and push him into the tower, but it's actually not going to be fast enough. York can't, push waves fast enough at this point in the game. So it was a nice opportunity for Malphite to go back. He's going to miss some golden experience, but he'll be able to get back up in the lane just as it pushes into his tower. And so far, bot lane, Lamia and Pheilox, with that range poke advantage, they're just zoning Cog out of the wave. And this is really where Ezreal shines. When you can start zoning them off the wave, where they can't just hide behind those minions to dodge those Qs, you just chase them down, and you get all that damage. Like we saw the last game when he was able to chase down Urgot for that kill.
Yep. Granted, when Kog'Maw does hit 6, though, it's going to be a little bit of a different story. But for now, for the time being, Ezreal's in a really good spot right now. Meanwhile, in mid, you have Ori trying to get the slow down on a Broto and a HawkDon. The wall, very nice wall. The Ignite, will you get the kill there? Auto take the shield last second. Well, HawkDon in a little bit of trouble is egged. Do you have enough damage? Yes, you do. First blood. xPeke on the counter gank with maokai.
Yeah, just kind of careless play. They wanted the kill. They were going really aggressively for it. They almost were able to pick it up on xPeke. But then Anivia should have been able to back out of there and be safe in that lane. Unfortunately, just trying to get a couple more hits, was hit by the turret, 2 shots from the turret, and then almost going down. The whirlwind from Janna trying to back off Lamia. They are underneath the turret now, so they can, finally be kind of safe farming. But even so, that constant harass,
kind is a relative term here, I think, here. Because even then trying to get that farm, he's still in quite a bit of danger. Muppo being forced to tower by Cyanide and sOAZ. So it's like, okay, fine. You got that. You got the early gank. You forced me out of lane. That was our opportunity to try and push you, to get aggressive on you. And FNATIC right there, they're going for it. There's the dive. Twisted advance down under tower. Muppo is hurting quite a bit. Ignite going down. Cyanide barely able to make it out of there, tanking that turret. Very well done.
Yeah, they were easily able to get out of there. Cyanide, he also had the flash as well, so he could have gotten out of there, a little bit quicker if he needed to. But they recognize they're fairly tanky. Maokai, he has the passive, so he's going to, proc a little bit of HP underneath the turret, and they're able to quickly pick up that kill since he was low. Broto going to pick up some nice, golden experience for himself in that top lane. But now that sOAZ, is a little bit ahead of Yorick, he can control the lane fine. I mean, both of them, neither of them really have the damage to force the other out of the lane. Yorick should be fine to just constantly heal himself up and constantly spam on those minions. But he does have to start watching out that if they don't start diving him a little bit more, try and wear him down and then just ult with Malphite.
How close is Muppo to 6 actually? I'm kind of curious.
He's almost there. So
Muppo,
like 2 minions.
York.
Oh, Muppo. Oh, sorry. Yes, York. He's slightly further away, so he has about a full wave left to go. Yeah, maybe a little bit more than a wave.
Because I'm thinking of sOAZ, if Maokai decides to grace top with his presence once again, there may be a small timing attack window for when Malphite is 6 and York isn't, for a really quick and dirty initiation and possibly another kill. But it's going to be a very, very tight window. And it looks like Maokai is actually not going to be coming up top lane for that. So it could have been another gank before you got it, but there you go. York is now 6. The opportunity is gone.
Yeah, and even with the ultimate, Yorick doesn't necessarily become particularly stronger at surviving. It's just that he can maybe turn it around on him after he dies. So that is going to be a concern. It has been nice to see, though, xPeke, how successful he's been in the mid lane. That early kill was definitely huge. Being able to take down Nivea and survive that gank, survive all their summoners. But Orianna is very strong with lane harass, and if you hit the Qs, then you can control the lane against almost anyone. So xPeke doing a nice job. He's actually zoning HawkDon a lot of times. Now that HawkDon has the blue, he should be okay, but just, getting chunked down repeatedly by xPeke.
And that really shows, how well those quality of life improvements for Orianna have really been recently with those patches. Just like you can see, just all that damage, just instant. sOAZ with the ultimate down onto Muppo, twisted advance, post flash, keeping him still. There's the ult down onto York. And, you know, I think it was a nice little, you know, baiting it out there. So another twisted advance. If Cyanide decides to camp out the lane, that ult will not be available. They can secure the kill on Muppo a little bit easier. But alas, Broto is here. He's like, hey, don't pick up my guy. Get out.
Yeah, and actually Sona with the ultimate. RedBaron with that cleanse, actually the Ezreal ultimate as well. So he's very low, but he doesn't go down. And yeah, I mean, that top lane, Yorick's just slightly too tanky. I'm surprised they weren't able to take him down. Shyvana is making his way up in this top lane. You know, we'll see if he can pull in the ward, so he's going to be fine. But it's interesting to see, you know, the difference in playstyles on Ezreal's across the board, because Kog'Maw is a very auto-attack-centric champion, and so a lot of Ezreals now are maxing Essence Flux for that harass and to, you know, for the attack speed slow to shut down those kind of champions. However, in this game, Lamia, he's not going for the Essence Flux early. He's going for the Mystic Shot. So because he knows that he was able to zone Kog out of the minion wave path a little bit, he knows he's able to hit those Qs a little bit more easily than normal. It opens up the opportunity to have that quick burst and just chase him down. Not really that concerned about hitting those Ws as much.
Yeah, it's also you know, may actually see a little bit extra insight of what the game plan is once the item build starts to improve a little bit as well. Because for now, you know, Dorn's Blade and Vamp Scepter doesn't really say a whole lot, but you do see a lot of Ezreals opting for either Infinity Edge or the Trinity. So we'll see where it goes from there. But I think he might want to be going for the damage. I think he may be going for the Infinity.
Yeah, we'll have to see. You know, that early sustain is definitely, you know, really nice for that lane to just constantly abuse RedBaron here. RedBaron's doing a decent job. He's you know, definitely behind, but he's keeping himself up in farm. So we'll see how successfully he can continue to farm. Shyvana coming bottom was kind of unusual because they aren't generally going to pressure them underneath the tower. Maokai is not usually going to gank that lane. Sona's ult was down. They knew they had just used it. So when the ult is down, there's not really a big potential for them to harass there. But Anivia doing a nice job kind of moving around the ball. If you can, as long as you can avoid Orianna's balls and get in between her, that's the key. Usually, then you're going to be okay. But wow, that spam ability! I didn't realize that the cooldown was so short. That was a 1 second cooldown, 1.8 second.
That's quite a bit. That's a lot. And does Ori still have the blue buff, actually?
Yeah, she does.
That's a big part of it. That's a huge part of it. And, you know, Ezreal actually does end up going with the Sheen, so he will be working for the Trinity. We'll be looking for a lot more burst. But, yeah, not to say that after Trinity's done, he can also, if the game keeps on going along, Infinity Edge is pretty good on him, too, but still, you're going to have a lot of sustain there with the spell Vamp as well. So we'll see if we'll see how Ezreal continues to build here after that. xPeke getting a lot of just quality time with the minions there in mid, and there's also a dragon being picked up from FNATIC really quick. It's just bot lanes away. You might as well.
Yeah, and I'm still just astounded they're able to pick up that dragon. I know that, you know, that's how Orianna was buffed, which is a really nice buff to her to reduce the cooldown. They reduced it from 4 seconds to 3 seconds on her Q, but just actually seeing the spam ability is perfect because that's the kind of playstyle you want to see, you know, from Orianna.
I'm taking notes, and I'm probably gonna buy Orianna later today. Because I just want to give all that a shot. There you go, Sona ult coming on down onto Janna here. The thing is, will she be able to get away? Yes, because there's a dragon here, and Lamia is in a rough spot. Exhaust going down to guarantee that, and there you go, Shyvana picking up that one. Stop pushing, Ezreal. We've had enough.
Yeah, and with the exhaust, they're able to easily shut down his attack damage there. And then Shyvana coming in. Muppo actually chasing down sOAZ. I'm not sure he has enough mana, though, so the ult underneath the turret, he is getting very low. sOAZ could chase this down. Muppo actually has enough mana now, but the flash in, he tries to pick it up, just isn't enough to do it.
That E from Yorick just on a minion for a little bit of the sustain saved his butt. Big time. Allowed him all that extra regen, just enough health to get away from that one free and easy. So Pheilox just still standing guard here. He's like, okay, you're taking the turret. I can't really stop you at the moment. Ezreal's not quite back from lunch yet, but he is going to be coming into lane, and we'll be back for the next minion wave. Meanwhile, top lane, we do have Shyvana edging it out here with sOAZ. Could be enough damage. Actually, the ult is down, flash is down, everything's down. Easy kill for Broto.
Too fast. You can't run from a dragon.
Nope, no, you cannot. And, well, you can ult away from a dragon, but unfortunately enough, yeah, it was down. Didn't use it.
The big thing was that sOAZ, he was low on mana after that last fight. So he used the Q. Actually, I guess he wasn't. Maybe he was. I don't know. But he used the Q, and the Q should be enough to get him away, but it just wasn't enough. The whirlwind on the Pheilox, though, he's getting very low. And actually, the flash from Cog, one more attack could do it. If he hits the ultimate, he does pick up that kill. Fortunately, though, Lamia is here, but the nice ultimate, the Monsoon from Fluumis, able to get him out of there. And now Shyvana in this top lane once again, but they were able to just barely get away from Lamia.
I mean, he's still trying to get something. He's like, oh, no, missed opportunity. I could have made a lot more of that. But Broto's still here in the top lane, camping it out. May get something here on the Cyanide if he's still sticking around. There you go. You got the burnout, twisted advance to keep Shyvana still, and plenty of time for him to get to tower to safety.
Yeah, so they will be safe there. xPeke, while he knows that Shyvana's up top, will be able to grab those wraiths. That's a nice job. sOAZ is going to catch up a little bit, you know, with the golden experience here at this wave. But Yorick, they're actually dead even in this lane. So, you know, really nice play. sOAZ, you know, Malphite has a little bit more of an impact later on in the game. But as we saw last game, just having that tanky kind of spammability, that kiting potential on Yorick can be huge. And, you know, this game, having the Cog to follow up with the damage will definitely be interesting to see.
Lamia is looking to push the lane, though. Does throw off the ult, but I think getting a little bit too big for his britches there, or big for his Mega Man suit even. Sona ult going down. MrRallez trying to chunk him out, but right now Lamia is actually focusing down Janet. They're both ridiculously low. Oh, there we go. Auto attack Pheilox, just a little bit of a harass there, but no, Kog'Maw will not be able to get you know, too much off of his passive. There you go. The support and AD wiped out off the map from FNATIC. Very well played.
Yeah, nice job from Lamia taking the safe route here. Maokai coming up in the top lane. They might decide to dive this. Muppo is low on mana, but it would be really dangerous, particularly since Shyvana is making you know, the way up top as well. sOAZ has to back off. They see Shyvana, so they'll get out of there.
Yep.
But that bottom lane, it was kind of interesting. Lamia focusing down Janna, and you know, part of it is that Janna's closer. He knows he can kind of guarantee that kill,
right.
But he probably could have gotten into you know, Ezreal, so we'll see what that was about. But you know, the big thing was he knew that their exhaust was almost up, and it came up right after that fight. But actually, Cyanide engaging onto Shyvana, the short ult, he isn't able to get quite out of there. The Orianna ult to continue, but there's the exhaust on Broto. He should be able to get out of here, but Maokai still chasing.
Nice.
And there you go. He goes down pretty easily, and now they have El Muppo right in their sights. The twisted advance, they should be able to chase him down. Some damage from sOAZ. Another kill for FNATIC.
The pursuit is too much, and also there is vision on HawkDon. That Tri-Brush was warded. They see the bird was around, but very wisely retreating on back to mid lane. And there is that pursuit capabilities coming in actually from FNATIC. It's just absolutely incredible. Like, you're not getting out of there. You're just not getting out.
Yeah, so we'll see. Hopefully they're okay. xPeke DCing once again. Shyvana calling the lag on the ult, which I don't know. It looked like he just kind of short-armed it, but you know, I could definitely see that being the case. And you know, if he was able to get a full ult, he would have been able to get out of there.
Yeah, but there was the twisted advance in pursuit though.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Yeah.
You know, regardless, FNATIC doing a nice job, you know, to pressure this lead here. You know, Kog'Maw, he went with the Zeal, but before he had the Wriggles, so a lot of times he'll go Wriggles into that Zeal. As a result of going the Zeal, it's actually going to be a while before he's completing any big items. He has 200 gold right now, so it's going to be minimum 25 minutes before he has any, you know, serious items to his name. As a result, he's going to be a little bit low on damage. He has the Janna and he has his W for that damage output, but it's still going to be a concern for them if they can't pump out enough damage with that Kog'Maw, and you know, then if FNATIC's nice tanky AoE team and Orianna's awesome spammability can win those fights.
Go back to the gold totals. Like, I just want to see how Ezreal is doing as well. Yeah, in terms of the gold lead, though, it's minimal. It's about 500 over the enemy AD, but still he's working for that Trinity.
Yeah,
so
but you want to ask about gold lead.
If you want, wow.
6666 Orianna 192 CS 1549 in the game.
That clock lady is the devil, to tell you. Devil. She's the devil.
She's the devil woman.
Yeah.
No, but she's able to farm very successfully, push the mid lane. She's getting all the CS in the mid lane, and then running over and stealing their wraiths constantly. And it's unusual to be able to put on that much pressure and steal the wraiths from Shyvana, because Shyvana's just such a fast jungler. The big thing with Shyvana when she first became popular was that she was one of the few junglers where you could clear your entire jungle and still have time for other things, still have time for snacks and
I could have a drink on the porch.
Right, and that's, I mean, that's the big thing with Shyvana. Most other junglers, they have to be like, oh, I don't have time to farm the jungle right now. I have to gank or something. But it doesn't even matter with that jungling speed. Orianna able to just constantly steal those wraiths is, you know, really well farmed. I mean, it's astounding how far ahead he is in this game. So he is going to be in complete control of those mid-game fights.
Yeah, I'm also looking at the goal difference there. Top lane, it's a K. It's 1,000 gold difference right now between the Malphite and the Yorick, and you know sOAZ is doing really well for himself. You know, you have had all the support on the ganks, great synergy with the Orianna, with the Maokai. It's wonderful. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful thing. And here we go. He's back. xPeke is back. We're going to resume this and get back into this madness.
It is interesting to me, though, that Orianna going for the Ionian boots for the cooldown reduction and then the mana regen. So all about spammability and utility to the team rather than, you know, that quick burst damage. And that's kind of where a lot of Orianna's fail in team fights is you're looking for burst damage. You're looking to just AoE someone, and then you don't have enough, or if they're able to, you know, avoid your ball, then you can't hit the ultimate or something. You can't quite finish them up.
Right.
But with the cooldown reduction, hitting max CDR on that ball, just being able to constantly spam those movements, and then having the mana to follow it up is actually a really nice build.
That's really huge. That is really huge. But things again, if you're being that spammable, I mean, you know, magic penetration, you know, those boots kind of become a little bit, less valuable. It's like, you know, I'm already doing so much damage with my attack move. Plus, I already have the synergy with my ult with the rest of my team. I just want to make sure I have it up for the situations when I really, really need it. So that's really the big important thing too, because you know the ult cooldown, you just want to make sure you have it, because you don't want to be in a team fight. You have everything set up, and your ult is just not up yet.
Yeah, so we'll have to see, you know, how FNATIC will pressure this. I mean, they're definitely in nice control, but they'll probably wait until the next dragon. That should be up in like 2 minutes, I believe. I think it's around 19.
It should be around there, yeah.
But Shyvana coming in the bottom lane, really just to protect against ganks, and they don't expect that they're going to be able to engage on Sona and Ezreal. It would just be so difficult for them, but it does protect them from some of that damage. RalLe is getting very low.
Defensive.
The Sona ultimate gets them out of there, but Ezreal still bursting down Cog consistently.
Yeah, Dragon actually did come back up there, so yeah, he's around. He's back in town a little bit earlier than we expected, but it's nice as a good visit. It's always fun when he's around. But here's the thing, that's a big objective right now, and Malphite, he's doing such a great job top, keeping Muppo away from the rest of the team. And you know, here's the thing, mid's being pushed, bots being pushed. FNATIC, if they really want to, just go ahead and take the opportunity when everything is down, and make a big dragon push there. Top turret going down, tier 1. FNATIC's got that. There you go, sOAZ with the ult down on the HawkDon. Nice flash away, right barely before the Orianna ult starts on up. Saved your butt. Nice timing.
And he was trapped. He was in a dangerous situation.
Yeah.
He knew it. But even so, the flash is down. This tower is very low. They're pushing into the tower. Bot lane was forced to go back because Cog was so low. So FNATIC gets a unimpeded dragon. They're able to take that very easily. And so it does continue in their gold lead. So they'll have an 8K gold lead. Actually, a little bit less than that because Yorick is pushing down this top lane. He can maybe get some pressure on there, but we'll see whether or not they try and push somewhere. Shyvana and Anivia actually making their way over to the blue, so really nice job there, recognizing while they're going for the dragon, they can maybe steal it. No, they're not going to go for it. So just trying to make sure they can kill this top lane quickly.
Yeah, top lane, it's right now it's at half. Muppo needs so much help that he actually ults himself for a little bit of extra damage output there, but HawkDon, with all that help, should be able to take down. But there you go, xPeke is in the neighborhood. This could be very dangerous. Malphite ult, you know, actually both the ults are not up. There's looking for resters, looking for damage to get GameHoppers out of there. Get out of our lane. We know our turret's down. Just get out.
Yeah, and that was actually kind of a minor thing, but it was a if you saw Orianna when she threw off the QW, it was a nice another example of the changes to Orianna, because it used to be you would throw that off, there would be a little bit too long of a delay. I'm pretty sure she wouldn't have been able to hit that. You have to wait until the Q is completely stopped. But there, you know, she was able to get off that quick burst of the QW combo and, you know, get a little bit of harass. And it didn't really make a difference at this point, but you can see the difference from old Orianna to new Orianna and how that could impact team fights later. But Shyvana, in the meantime, Cyanide with the Twisted Advance. The Shyvana ultimate able to get out of there, even with the Twisted Advance. So that's kind of interesting. I don't know if it breaks it or if it's just too short of a duration for it to last.
Good question, actually. But I think it was done actually before I think the dragon animation finished before the Twisted Advance actually hit. But that Twisted Advance will actually hit. There you go. Cleanse away from the Kog'Maw, forcing that out of there. And the flash, very well done there. Just to go ahead and burn that. That Tri-Brush is warded. Surprised Cyanide actually didn't go ahead and clear that, but I think they're going to go back now and finally do it. Because Lamia has pushed the wave. And that bot tier 1 should also be going down. So you got FNATIC now moving as a unit through enemy territory. And ults are up accordingly. They could, if they find one stray member of GameHopper's, just melt them pretty quickly.
Yeah, and that's the really nice benefit of FNATIC's team with both Orianna and Sona is their hard initiation and get out of there.
Nice.
Lamia actually with the quick kill. Shyvana in the middle of the team trying to get over there, but will get pretty low. And FNATIC transitioning down to this bottom lane.
You do have sOAZ on the edge of the force along with xPeke. This could be really bad for GameHopper's if they get the perfect initiation that they want. You got the orb going down for a little bit of harass behind the turret. It's very nice, very tricky. sOAZ out in front. There is the ultimate Orianna ult. Can you go ahead and help connect with this? There he goes, Muppo. There you go, keeping everybody still with that ult. HawkDon getting very low off that. Does still have the egg, I believe.
Yeah, and so we'll see if they actually pressure this second turret, because the big thing, their ultimates are down, but they didn't need to pick up the kills. They're able to just very safely use the ultimates and back off. They don't have to fully commit themselves, which is an issue that you often see, with like Malphite. But they were all very low. They're actually not able to pressure this because Cog gets back. So I thought they might be able to grab a turret. They're not quite able to pick up the kills they would like, but even so, it allows them to continue pressuring lanes, continue to get farm advantages. And then we'll see, if they hit that beautiful combo later in the game, they could just instantly win a fight against GameHopper's.
Pretty much. I mean, if you get at least 2 GameHopper's guys in that thing, you're gone. You're pretty much dead. And if Jan is even a part of that, and it's gone. And if Jan is a part of that too, like she can actually go down quick enough to where the monsoon is just a non-issue. Even it's like everyone's already trapped. It's like you're already hugely CC'd. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, so we'll see what they can kind of pressure. Maokai and Lamia making their way up to this top red. Broto going to get caught out of position. We'll see if he can steal it. He does root the red actually in place, and so Ezreal trying to take it, but the smite from Broto, he's able to get it and get out of there.
Very well done. But when you're in a situation where you have to steal your own buffs, it's a little rough. Lamia trying to get the chunk damage onto Muppo before he gets away. sOAZ out in front, and yes, will manage to get the kill with the slam, but unfortunately, he's behind the turret. That's going to be a lot of damage, and Shyvana will go ahead and pick up that one.
Yeah, he flashed in just as HawkDon came up there, so I don't think he was expecting the Anivia wall.
No.
He thought he could just walk out of there, but really nice play, able to take him down. And yeah, so I mean, it wasn't even exchange. However, there's 3 members for FNATIC up top right now, while Cog is still farming bottom. And Cog really needs to continue farming 1,300, so he still is a ways off of finishing an item. And then they can pressure this top lane. Cyanide can just force him out of here, and actually Lamia might follow it up. He has the Twisted Advance, the knockback onto Broto. He should be able to get out, but they are low, and so as a result, they're going to get this tier 2 tower.
And HawkDon getting hugely chunked out there in mid as well. I believe he has been egged. Yes, Orianna.
Oh, wow.
Can you get the chunk before the turret kills? There's the wall off. Oh, Ignite may actually finish it. No. Very well done from HawkDon.
Yeah, really nice job, and Lamia just a little bit over-aggressive trying to pick it up. They do get the second tier turret, though. They're 11k, or actually just 10k ahead right now. And so we'll see if they can continue pressuring these turrets. Anivia can stall out pushes pretty easily, so they need to continue doing these kind of split pushes. That's why xPeke was sitting mid as opposed to coming up top with his team to keep Anivia away from there. But we'll see. Anivia, with the walls and the CC that they have, Cog has such great range that they can just, attack them from a distance. And they have the serious team fight advantage with the range if they can avoid the ultimate combos. So it's key for FNATIC to continue pressuring them and try and pick people off. Instead of fighting these major fights.
Muppo caught out a little bit too far there, but you do have Cyanide here just in case anyone else from GameHopper's decides to get aggressive in there for that counter gank. But now is also probably around the time where FNATIC could be considering Baron. It's still, not the greatest Baron team in the world.
Yeah.
Very much the same story as with Game 1. But if they have the positional advantage, if they can go ahead and push every lane, the proper ward coverage, they can also just try and enforce it because they have the fantastic initiation for it.
Yeah, so we'll see if they can force it. The issue is not only do they have a weak Baron team, but Anivia is very strong in those kind of river fights. We'll be able to zone them off throw off a wall and maybe split them in half when Malphite tries to ult into them. So that's going to be an issue for them. But FNATIC is more than comfortable with taking this dragon. Maybe they can transition up to the blue afterwards. The Maokai Oracles will be able to clear up that ward if they try and go for it. They saw Yorick up top. They still have the ward up there, so they see Yorick. They saw Anivia and Janna mid, and as a result, they know they have a very safe blue.
Let's see, does Broto actually have an Oracles at the moment?
Broto does not.
Okay. So
but unfortunately, Kog'Maw getting caught out here. The ultimate from sOAZ, very quickly they're able to pick him up. The Sona ultimate as well. Twisted Advance, the cleanse from MrRallez almost getting out of there, and he does with the help of Janna. I can't believe he didn't go down, but Anivia with the wall, they're able to back out of there and disengage, but just not quite enough follow-up damage from FNATIC.
But it still takes Kog'Maw out of the fight, and that's what they're looking to do quite a bit. Right now, GameHoppers, they need Kog'Maw in the back line for a huge part of their damage. And with that gone for the time being, this does allow a little bit of opportunity for FNATIC to go ahead and get the push they need down onto this tower. And just that orb out in front is like, you there? Yeah. Boom. Damage. HawkDon could actually go down here. There you go. The egg did not come back up, but Broto looking for the engage. The exhaust going down onto Shyvana, trying to get as much damage down as possible. You see El Muppo, maybe the next one to go down here, and yes, the ghoul actually did go down onto Kog'Maw just in case, but it may actually expire before he goes down. Cyanide getting the kill onto Shyvana there, and FNATIC really convincingly a 4 for free. Kog'Maw being forced back again, and xPeke, he'll go ahead and take that turret to tier 2, and bot does go down.
Yeah, and so they're able to continue pressuring these advantages. They're actually going to be able to take the space turret as well, because Kog'Maw shouldn't be able to defend it by himself. If Ezreal can get in on him with that red buff, the actual QW, and then one more attack, will be able to pick it up. xPeke is pretty low, but he has enough distance. Oh, but he's trapped up against the turret. He can't tank it, and as a result, he does go down. But they do pick up this base turret. They're actually very close to grabbing the inhibitor if they decide to go for this.
They should be able to, but they're going to go ahead and play it safe. Now everyone from GameHoppers actually comes back up, sitting from behind, but it looks like they're going for an ambush here because they know that theoretically they're going to be going down. Oh, there's the Malphite ult. Lots of damage coming on in, and there's the ult from Ezreal doing quite a bit, finishing off the Anivia. Still no egg, but there's a huge, huge moment of opportunity here, but El Muppo just does not have the damage since Kog'Maw's not around.
Yeah, and that's the issue, is FNATIC, they're all very low, but
there's no damage.
GameHoppers, there's no damage, and even with Kog'Maw, they're very low on damage at this point. Yeah. They just don't quite have enough to deal with FNATIC. And so FNATIC, they know they can sit around. They know they can pick those people up. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't pressure the inhibitor, but again, Kog was coming up, so they're playing it safe. They knew they were extremely low. That trick wasn't going to work twice, and they will back off. But Ezreal is just an absolute monster so far. 4-1-7, 230 CS, compared with the 160 for Kog'Maw. And Kog'Maw just barely scratching the surface of his build, while at the same time, Ezreal already has the Trinity Force, the Bloodthirster, and the Last Whisper. So he has plenty of damage. Right.
he's traveling enough. But he's safe in the back line. He's okay. But I also noticed this too on Orianna's build. Sold the cooldown boots, got the Sork boots.
Yeah,
changing
that's
it up,
interesting.
Getting the spell pen, just to tack on a little bit of extra insult to injury, but does have the Athenes.
Yeah,
I think that's enough cooldown reduction just on that to kind of make up and make the boot switch worthwhile.
Yeah,
so who's getting chunked out big time?
Wow.
That is Kog'Maw and bot. Wow, nice snipe.
The no look snipe.
The no look no scope. That's a frag video.
Yeah, but he's able to pick that up.
Record that, put that in a little replay, put that on YouTube, put some Linkin Park on it. It's done.
We have to show the same exact kill
over
like 10 times in a row. They are pressuring this Baron. Ezreal isn't there, though, but even so, they probably GameHoppers probably doesn't have enough damage to deal with them. Actually, Orianna chasing after Bristletoad, trying to get him out of there. Anivia trying to put some pressure on this mid, and they do have to worry about this because they don't quite have enough damage to take down that dragon. HawkDon way out of position, though, and they can't take him down. Malphite with the ultimate. They just don't have enough damage to deal with FNATIC. The one last Q isn't able to do it, so Anivia is safe on the outside, but Yorick will be going down if they continue the chase. Maokai with the twisted advance, the flash over the wall with the Janna support, so they might be able to get out, but here is Lamia. They're able to follow him, and there it is, the surrender. They knew that game was long gone. FNATIC with the awesome play, and the Orianna just in so much control. Both Orianna and Ezreal worked out very well. They had really nice poke. They were very survivable. It was a really interesting play. I definitely need to consider Orianna more.
I need to buy Orianna. I gotta buy that lady now. It's just
And
very, very impressive.
The thing is, we've seen a lot of Orianna recently, but a lot of times you look at her as an AoE fight control champion with, an initiator like Malphite or Maokai. And her laning phase is very strong. That's another strength she brings to the table. She's one of the stronger laners in the game. But having that in and out poke and kiting potential is huge. And that, we saw that a lot with xPeke in that game. So there you go, 2-0 for FNATIC. Some really nice stats for them. xPeke, 312 CS just before the 30-minute mark. Really nice job. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, and here's the thing, too, with Orianna, that we have seen her recently enough, both pre, during, and post changes, like while all those patches are actually coming by, because I believe, I think Dignitas actually played a game or two with Orianna before the changes were actually even ever introduced.
Yeah, there's a couple of teams that have done that.
And then, you had, there's still, tweaks ever coming, ever coming through for Orianna these past few patches, and just everyone's starting to, figure it out. It's like, yeah, we should be really utilizing her with the team. And now it just makes sense too with Malphite being so popular in the current meta. The synergies on the ults are just so nice. It's great to have.
Orbit actually likes playing Orianna a lot also. So Nubby Pooh Bear, he plays a lot of Orianna. We'll see though. SK versus Black. Bacon lovers are crazy cool. That will be the next game. I'm definitely excited for that.
They're pretty popular guys recently too, going over to Summer Arena. But you know what? I think we're gonna do what we can to try and get that up for you as soon as possible. This might be a little bit of a longer break than usual as we go ahead and get that game arranged. But hey, thank you guys for sticking around. Thank you for watching FNATIC and GameHoppers. GameHoppers gonna be moving on down to the challenger brackets. FNATIC's going to be staying in the elites next time around as well. We'll see how far they get and how much they can get of the $3,000 American prize pool. But coming up next on stream, SK versus Black. As soon as we get that game set up, we will come right back and see you in just a minute.
Playing with lower elo people, you should lose a lot when you lose a game, and it just doesn't happen. So as a result, you can keep on playing and snowball your elo way out there.
Yeah, for a lot of people unfamiliar with the elo system,
but it's still really impressive, incredibly impressive.
Yeah, for a lot of people out there unfamiliar with the elo system, if there's a disparity, like something ridiculous, like a 200, 300 elo disparity between you and the opposing team average. The loss should just be completely catastrophic to your score. It really should be. But you know what? We'll have an elo discussion some other time. We got the picks and we got the bands coming on in. Fizz and Nocturne going to be the first two coming in for Black. Rumble and Shen. That Rumble band very targeted. We're going to see if that third one's a Soraka.
Yeah, no, we'll see. Without the Rumble, they lose a lot of that AoE damage, which is a lot of what Soraka brought to the table. But Soraka, she is unkillable later in the game. She has so much damage output. The sustained damage is just fantastic. I'm sorry, Faceroller. I'm sorry that you're so depressed. Hopefully you can win the game, cheer you up. Soraka, she doesn't need to build any damage items in order to win fights, really. And that's one of the best things about her, is that you can build however you feel like and still be incredibly successful. You can build tanky, and then your Q just does so much damage, has so much magic resist shredding, and then your team can be unkillable with the heals and with the armor buffs. Banning out Xin Zhao, though, so Soraka is available. We'll see if they pick her up. They also were using a lot of Sona as support, so I think Sona would make a strong first pick here.
Yep.
That definitely works with any comp. There it goes.
Nice.
Boom, I am good. I'm just kidding. But yeah, they picked that up. There's a number of champions open. I don't know what Teamless is playing at this point, what kind of supports Kerp is playing. They could pick up Soraka for themselves and prevent that from going into the mid lane, or they could just decide that they're comfortable with going up against an AP Soraka, because it's not like you look at AP Soraka and you fear it and think, oh, that's an unbeatable comp. It's just that Faceroller is so comfortable playing it, and all of Black, that's one thing that they've really succeeded well with is playing that AP Soraka.
And we've mentioned it before, but now we're actually going to see it here. Zyra, she's been quoted as being a little bit OP at the moment, but we will see if so, how much so. So that will be the mid coming in for Teamless, along with the Taric support. going to have that stun, going to have all that armor down in the bot lane. So it's just a matter of what Black is going to do to try and counter that out.
The best thing with the Taric support is it's a really safe lane all around, but it also is very aggressive. In the stun, you can pick up kills on someone like Sona very easily. So that's a nice thing for them. They want to try and pick up those kills. And then also if they can chain CC Soraka, for instance, because Soraka has to play so close to the line in team fights, you leave yourself very vulnerable. And that's another great thing about Zera is Zera's range. So Zera can farm from range with her plants, or she can, poke down Soraka from range. But the big thing is Soraka, if she can close the gap on you, Soraka can just abuse you. And with that silence and everything, with the silence, she could maybe interrupt Zera's combo. But I think the range on Zera will help out a lot on that.
Yeah, Zera just... She's got a pretty...
Oh, or they could go with Ahri.
Ahri works too. Ahri is a great counter to just so many champs in the mid. Just the quick burst, the mobility after you hit 6. It is just an amazing...
He's punishing us.
Amazing set of
He's
tools there.
punishing us for no chest bump. He's like, no, you don't get to see Soraka this game. But Ahri is going to be a lot of fun. And actually, Ahri is a very strong pick for a number of reasons. Because Ahri does very well against Zera. Ahri with the mobility, you can dodge around her disables very easily. You can get out of the ultimate very easily. So all of a sudden, Zera loses out on so much damage output. But then you can also pick up kills very easily because Zera is pretty squishy. Having the Ahri versus Malphite is fantastic. Ahri is a very strong pick against Malphite, one of the strongest picks because of the survivability. However, they do have Cog as well, which is going to be a serious concern for them, picking a Cog and then allowing Teamless to go with that Malphite to try and counter out Cog.
Malphite and Ezreal. So Taric Ezreal down in the bot lane, that can be a pretty ridiculously damaging combo. You get the stun, you get the shatter, and then all the burst coming in from Ez on an already weakened enemy can really put the pain down there. But it is Kog'Maw. He does farm from a distance. He's relatively safe. But that could be a concern for Sona. And if I'm recalling correctly, was it Black that played Sona? Yeah, Black last time when they were playing up against SK, the Sona game 1 was getting a little bit too far out, a little bit too far away from safety. He was actually caught out quite frequently, and hopefully that won't happen here.
Yeah, no, that was definitely the case. Fatmamma was getting caught out left and right in all the games, and that seriously was a big concern for them. Mm-hmm. But generally speaking, the play was very solid. But they do go with that kind of tanky team, so definitely a nice team. They have plenty of damage with Kog'Maw and Ahri. If they can, keep them protected, Ahri is going to be fine. But the big issue is going to be Kog'Maw. So we'll see how that works. Yorick just really being played a lot recently. He's a very strong champion. You see him played all the time. Will work out very well in whatever lane he goes top.
And Renekton being considered here for Teamless, and I can see that working very well with this team because you do have two very large AoE CCs in the ults of Zera and of Malphite, and Renekton can really capitalize on that. He goes in for the slice and dice, and it's like, hey, you guys want another stun on top of everything you already got? Might as well go ahead, have this, and he can really. He's got that AoE damage too with his ult. He can really be a huge help here.
Yeah, Renekton's a very strong top lane, does very well against Yorick, but I think the big thing is Renekton is one of YoungBuck's most played champions. And back when we used to see him a lot, he used to play Renekton all the time, and he was incredibly impressive with it. We'll have to see how that kind of carries over. But the big thing is you have the AoE damage to eat through the ghouls really quickly, so in the early levels, and you have sustain, so you can win that matchup. You can dive in onto Yorick and bully him around a little bit, but Yorick, generally speaking, will be safe, and with his spam ability and whatnot, he will be able to take control of that lane. So we'll be able to see how that'll work. It will be a very even lane, actually. Yeah. But they have Malphite in the jungle, so not any early ganks, but once they hit level 6, they have those opportunities. And the big thing is whether or not he can engage onto Cog. So having the Yorick and Shyvana up front will be huge for keeping Cog alive, and he also has a cleanse, so Cog can sit really far back. He has a long enough range where it can be difficult for Malphite to engage on him, so that's going to be key. But Renekton as well can get into the back line, and then Zera, she has a massive AoE ultimate. If she can pick someone up, then that could be huge.
Yeah, and like I mentioned before, I am still concerned for Fatmamma getting a little bit too far out. Could be picked off pretty easy, and a Sona ult is something you do not want to really waste when the time comes in when the chips are down, and being forced out of team fights quick could really mean the difference of Black winning or losing these team fights, and also going with the flash exhaust. So in the off chance you do get that slow and Kog'Maw, you're going for those ganks, you want to try and ensure those kills. But Kog'Maw, he's still looking to farm, and the cleanse will keep him safe here. But hey, you're going up against Ezreal Taric. That's a very aggressive setup.
Yeah, no, it is a very aggressive lane. Kog should be fine though with his range, and that range advantage is absolutely massive. He can stay out of the W for Ezreal, which is the big thing. So Ezreal, a lot of times now we're seeing maxing the Essence Flux first to get off that harass in lane, but also in team fights can be very strong. But Kog, with his attack range, Ezreal just can't close the distance enough to get in there. I mean, if he uses his Arcane Shift or something, yes, but otherwise, he won't be able to harass down Kog, and then they have enough burst damage and single target focus where they can win the harass exchange. So it is a very strong lane. We'll see how that kind of works out. I am just really excited to see how Tabzz is going to play Zero, though. And this is a 2700 ELO Zero that we're about to see.
Yeah, we're gonna once we get into the game, we'll go over a nice little review for Zero if you haven't had the opportunity to pick her up yet, and also I kind of need a review of the names for all the abilities too, because I forget those from time to time. So you also have
Thorns is the passive, Rampant Growth is the W, her ultimate is, I don't know. That's about as good as
we both need a review. We both need a little bit of review.
Names don't matter that much.
It's nice to know sometimes. But you also do have the Yorick on Black, and it's worth mentioning every time someone grabs a Yorick, because there is that possibility for the lane switch between top and bot, because Yorick can do very well in a 2v1 situation, and if Black wants to really try and shut down Renekton, that possibility is there.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not sure that it's going to happen, though, because Ezreal and Taric is a very aggressive lane, and usually you don't want to switch the 2v1 into an aggressive lane, just because Yorick will get shut down or die, and that's not going to be a great situation.
True. Yeah.
So we'll see if they end up doing that or not. I wouldn't expect it, because I think they're fine with the Yorick Renekton matchup. It is a pretty even matchup, and Yorick again is just a champion that you leave in a lane. You expect him to just sit there and farm, and that's it. And you don't have to worry about him. You don't have to be concerned that he's going to die or anything. You just know you're generally going to be pretty safe. So we'll see how they do things. One thing, that we've seen in the couple of games we've watched with Black, Faceroller has been incredibly aggressive about roaming the map. And early on, he just always leaves mid lane, particularly as Soraka. He was very aggressive about moving around. His playstyle was very similar to Extinct from Curse, I found. But now with Ahri, he has just that much more mobility. So the potential for him to leave lane and pick up kills is absolutely huge.
Yep, and also you do have Shyvana on the backup as well. So if in the chance they just both go together either into top or into bot, you have a lot of burst damage available. You got a tanky body up front as well, and if not used, Shyvana with the exhaust as well. So you could get some nice tag team action going on in maybe a quick 2-man a 4-man gank down bot really quick very early on could result in great things like a dragon or even stealing buffs.
Yeah, no, it's there's definitely the possibility for that there. I think that generally speaking, the lanes will be safe enough for Teamless that they don't have to worry about that. Ezreal's going to be very safe. Taric, as long as he keeps an eye out for things, should be pretty safe as well. Renekton in the top lane, they might have a possibility of getting him there, but I'm not sure that they have enough damage output, so it would be kind of a dangerous tower dive for them. We'll have to see how that works out. Also, the big thing is if Frogurt can keep up with the rest of the team and keep an eye on the jungle and whatnot, then he could very easily turn ganks around and pick up kills. So it could be dangerous for Black in some situations. So we'll have to see.
Yeah. So you mentioned. So we'll mention a little more about Malphite and Zero too, because that combo in its own is really like one of the big source of initiation here for Teamless. Just together in combos, it's a lot like you've seen previously. Just the AOE ults, the AOE CC comboing in with each other, just clearing the way for the rest of the damage, which is definitely there. in Ezreal, in Renekton, with the armor shred coming in from Taric as well.
And one of the best things about Zera is her E is an AoE CC. So
Yeah.
you hit not only the front line, but you hit everyone behind. If they're all grouped up with the Malphite ultimate and Zera can just pick up multiple people with that snare, that could be devastating. And then having the AoE, you can kill the minions and then have your little plants just ready to pick up some kills.
Yeah.
That will be a very strong situation.
Happy little trees.
Yeah.
Happy little trees everywhere. I hope someone got that.
I don't know what it was. I thought you were going happy tree friends.
Bob
but
Ross. Bob Ross.
Ross?
Is happy little trees. Let's paint a little happy little tree here in the background.
Okay. You need to do the voice to pick up on a Bob Ross.
I do kind of have the hair. Just a little
No, you
bit. I
just,
just need to grow out. I just need to
You just mix in a little metallic blue. That's
Yeah.
just going to be fantastic.
It's just gonna be fine.
That's just a beautiful color right there. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that color. That's just fat. That
Yeah.
shit is a beautiful, fantastic color.
Yep.
And so I'm just going to paint the sky for a second.
Yeah.
And just be aggressive with it. Just right in there, just really hard. Just
Yep.
be aggressive with it, and you see, all of a sudden, it starts to take shape, and you just flow with it. Just flow with the art.
Very well done.
Thank you.
Very well done. Little golf clap for that one. Very well done. So, Face Roller on the toaster should be in this game pretty soon, and then we will get everything underway. Malphite in the jungle up against the Shyvana. We got Teamless in black here. Hopefully, Kog'Maw with that cleanse will be relatively safe down there in the bot. You got Renekton on YoungBuck. He can do quite a bit of damage with that alligator. And hey, we got Zera here being played by a 2700 elo man, a beast. We will see how Zera shapes up here in competitive play as soon as we load on up in here.
He's played a lot of solo queue games. That is a lot of
That's a
games
lot.
to get to 2,700. He has 1,000 games, both him and Kerp. That's insane.
But there's, what was it, like Frogurt, I think, only had like 50 games, and he's like 2,300, 24, something crazy high. He just
He
has
had
a
like
ridiculous...
Frogurt has like 100 games. I remember when the ladder first reset, that's what Skara did. Skara just played, he won like every single game, and so he got up really high with very few games. A number of people have done it. Big Fat GG a while back on the NA server, when he created a Smurf, he always used to have Smurf. He had like 3 Smurfs in the top 5 at one point, and one of them had like 50 games played because he just won every single game basically.
That's
Up
crazy.
all the way to the top 5. That's insane. But they
got
might catch out
Teamless.
Kog'Maw. Don't do it!
They're walking into the bush, and there's Deke immediately with the flash away, but Taric still running the point. Can he catch up?
Oh,
Does he have the
wow.
movement speed? No, the
Taric,
slow.
did you see that? Taric, he had the animation. It started going off, and then right as Cog turned the corner, the animation, it canceled.
Damn.
So that's as close as it gets. Cog was just so, barely alive there.
Yeah.
The rest of the team, they do see them in the ward, though, so they're coming in here.
Oh, here
Cog,
we-
get something, another
This
slur, the
time they
stun
got
after
it.
the flash. They can chase him down, but they have the rest of the team for backup, and Cog is looking pretty right now.
And now Ignite, Exhaust, everything going down in Taric. First Blood going to be going to the York. Alvik still out in front, taking a whole bunch of damage, less than 100 health. Ezreal will, no, Zara getting the kill down onto the York, but Tabzz' danger himself will go down. Facerollerx grabbing that one. Frogurt now looking to retreat. Teamless is a little bit split, but there you go. You got Black holding the line. There you go. And we were waiting on the Zyra passive just for something, but we'll not connect
I
that
have
one.
to say, though, level 1 fights are awesome.
They are
They're
pretty
always
fun.
awesome.
Oh, but MetalX is still hungry, though. He could grab out something here, but he could also get caught
MetalX is
himself.
hungry like the wolf. Sorry.
He's pretty hungry.
Yeah, no, it's a very very fun. I want them to put back the dragon spawning earlier, because that was cool when you could have those level 1 dragon fights. Those are always a lot of fun.
But you do have Shyvana starting off on the red, and Kerp coming in from behind, stunned down onto Fatmamma. That's a lot of damage. Force the flash, get out of there. MetalX capitalizing on that one. Nice coordination, nice aggression coming in here from Teamless.
Yeah, they can pick it up very easily. Sona is very squishy, which is why
Yeah.
that Taric Ezreal combo definitely works out very well. We'll see how they can pressure this. Having it is 2-3 right now. Cog is doesn't have any kills actually compared with the 2 kills for Ezreal. So right now it's not that big of an issue. But once Ezreal goes back and buys a number of items, that's going to be devastating for them. And I don't know. We'll see whether or not they can farm that lane. They do have the range with Cog, but for the first 5 levels probably, or at the very least until level 5 for Cog, they're going to be dangerous. No, don't do it! One more attack.
Wow.
Oh, they really don't need that.
That's a red buff on
He's
Ezreal.
3-0 with red buff now. He's going to
3
go
minutes.
back and buy like a brutalizer or something. I mean, he could just buy 2 phages or sorry, he could buy
2 phages.
2 phages, and you get twice the
One for each
procs.
hand. He can't even hold them. He only has, he's got the arm cannon. He's got to like grab the other one with his teeth or
Oh,
something.
he can just abuse them. Another
Wow.
kill. This bot lane's over. They
It's
need
done.
to play so defensively right now because it is over. There's nothing that they can do against Ezreal except sit back and hope to God that he doesn't kill them repeatedly. Because that's it. Like
It's a 4-minute BF sword.
he could get a BF sword if he wants, and that's the big thing. He could get a fast item, or if he wants, you can get early game items. You just stack a bunch of early game items and then use it to just abuse your opponents. And I think that's probably what we'll see. We could see a brutalizer, which is such an unusual thing. He'll probably go double phage or double Dorans into a phage though, and abuse that. But that is really dangerous.
That sucks. That really, really, really sucks right now. Black, their bot lane is just completely devastated at this point. Napraen, I'm pretty sure his presence bot is just going to be there for babysitters. Like, you guys doing okay? You're not getting dived. Even if you are, it's not really a whole lot he can do.
And YoungBuck is actually looking really nice up top because of that first kill. He was able to get the regen, so he can abuse YoungBuck to a little bit of a degree here. But even so, we'll see how that kind of turns around.
So level 2 boots, double Dorans being picked up from MetalX 4 minutes into the game.
And he still has that red buff.
Yeah, he still got it. He still got
And
that
that's
for
actually,
a while.
it's really interesting watching that mid lane with the harass that Zero can get. If anyone gets caught by the stun, if Kerp catches anyone, they're dead. And that's the thing. Now they can completely zone them out of this lane because they know if Kerp stuns anyone, they're dead.
It's done.
That's all there is to it. There it is, the flash, the quick burst. He was really far away, but just so much damage. They just have no way of dealing with it at this point. There's no Cog is going to be completely shut out of this game.
Minimum 2/3 of your health is going to be gone if Kerp gets a stun.
And if he was closer range, I mean, Kerp was really far out there.
Yeah.
If MetalX was a little bit closer, they would have been in a better situation. But this is really interesting. Zero can control the lane very well, it seems. And that ranged harass on Ahri has been working out. In the meantime, Frogurt coming up in the top lane. He has the red buff. YoungBuck almost going down, but there it is with the regen. They're able to pick that up. And Tarek sitting mid wants to keep an eye on things. Will actually engage on this. They have the stun. They have the snare with the plants. They're going to be able to pick this up. One more attack, the exhaust. There it is. 7-2 advantage for Teamless.
Yikes.
Now they can transition back to the bottom. And let's be perfectly honest about this here. Black is a very strong team. If you guys aren't aware, they are a pretty new team. But they did get first place in the MLG qualifiers. They beat out a number of teams like CURSE.EU. They've been looking really impressive lately, and this is just a stomp at this point. And it's just the early advantages. And if you get any sort of early advantage, you can snowball it so quickly, which is, I mean, why level 1 fights are a lot of fun, but then all of a sudden you're like, wow, that level 1 fight decided the whole game.
Yeah. It's just to put a point of reference here, MetalX, more than double health here. Kerp with the flash and the stun down on the Fatmamma because Tabzz is nearby, and there's the ult coming in from Tabzz, but Facerollerx is here to try and counter us out. The ult, all the burst damage is actually going to make a huge difference here. Get that kill onto Zyra, and just waiting, just just delaying
he's still
the
chasing
ultimate.
after Tarek, though. Tarek almost going down. There's no exhaust, so they can't chase him, but Napraen getting a lot of damage. If Facerollerx just barely gets in range, we'll have to back off. And you saw in that fight, Cog was almost burst down instantly.
Yeah.
Zira and all of their damage, they took him down. He threw off the cleanse and the flash just to get out of there because the ult was about to kill him. But Ahri, with the follow-up, doing a really nice job. So, maybe all hope is not lost. If Ahri can start having a couple more fights like that and try and push pressure on bottom lane. But Cog basically has to farm the jungle from now on because he's not going to be able to farm much bot.
Well, granted, that is a nice little, a little bit of a help, a little bit of assist being on the blue side because you have access to the small golems. In a real case of emergency, which this is, he could also walk up and grab the wraiths, but that's going to also put Napraen behind a little bit because Napraen hasn't really had the best game either. 0-3-2, not quite getting a whole lot on those ganks, but you still got to try and catch up there as well. So in order to put Kog'Maw back into this thing, it's going to be putting Shyvana behind just a little bit
Yeah.
if those ganks don't continue.
Well, Shyvana needs to start taking the enemy wraiths a little bit with her fast jungling speed, how strong of a control jungler she is, because she needs to get some minion advantage on their side. The stun from Kerp, but then turning it around. Shyvana with the ultimate, with the red buff. They get the AoE damage from Ezreal. They have to watch out that MetalX doesn't just turn this around.
Yeah.
So, you know, in a fight that if it was even, they might have pursued. They might have been able to pick up a kill. Instead, they have to just turn tail because they know that Ezreal at any moment could just kill them all.
And you also got YoungBuck getting really aggressive onto Yorick here, taking some turret shots in the process, but Yorick is still going to be the healthier one in that exchange, albeit a little low on mana. He has a regrowth.
But they're going in on bottom. Ezreal has the burst damage, almost able to pick up Kog'Maw. Kog just barely getting out of there. The exhaust onto MetalX.
Yep, it's going to do it there, but they could
And
still
Malphite
make an
is
attempt
sitting
there.
mid.
He's sitting mid, waiting for an attempt down on a
He
Facerollerx,
is
but top
6.
lane, though, you do have a lot of goals keeping YoungBuck back from the tower, but Facerollerx here, getting caught with Sun of Plants, will get the stun. Follow up with the ult coming in from Frogurt, and that's going to be all she wrote. Quick kill mid onto the Ahri. Good work there.
Yeah, they have the burst, and the chain CC from Zera can be very potent. When you follow it up with a Malphite in particular, that's very strong. Ahri using the ultimate, but even with the ultimate, couldn't get out of there. So that's, you know, really interesting. So Ahri, even with the mobility, couldn't disengage.
No.
You know, and
That
having that spam ability with the Chalice is huge. So, you know, Tabzz recognizes that Zera is a very mana-hungry champion, is able to spam that out, has been able to take pretty good control of that.
Yep, but with all that mana, though, the Chalice does negate quite a bit of that hunger. Not completely, but when you do have things hopefully being built into Athenes later, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. You know what? We were going to go over this. We were going to go over Zyra just a little bit, but then Ezreal happened, and Ezreal just Ezreal'd everywhere. So we have a pause. We have a little bit of a moment here. So we do have Zyra here. She is a new champion. If you haven't gotten a chance to play her, she is the plant mage. So when she dies, she does stick around, does shoot like one last burst of damage for a little bit of true damage, just, you know, if you try and pick up any stray kills. Her big thing though is she does have these little seeds. They're little they're little wards here that you can actually cast her Q and her E on. Her Q is just a little bit of a burst damage, a little bit of AoE, turns the seeds into just turrets. They do straight up damage. You do have the E though, that is her root, that is her stun, but the plants that are created from those, they do slow stuff around them. But her ultimate, and here's the big thing here, it's a huge damage AoE that does a pop-up after the duration is done, and also gives a little bit of a attack speed boost to any planned turrets that happen to be in the area.
Honestly, Zera is actually, she's very similar to Orianna in playstyle.
She is.
In a lot of her strengths. And one of the nice things with her, you can drop a rampant a seed into the river to watch out for yourself, like Orianna with your ball, and then you kind of just shy towards that side. And so even without a ward, you have a little bit of vision, so you can keep yourself safe. But then also being able to chain CC, but you also have great kiting potential, which is one thing that Orianna's known for, is her kiting potential. And Zera has the same thing with the E, getting the snare on Napraen, again, just so much burst damage. Just able to continually wear him down. Yeah,
but that is the difference between Zyra and Orianna, is that Orianna, she doesn't have, you know, a hard stun in her basic kit. She has the slow, but that, you know, Zyra, she has the E, that is a root, keeping him still a little bit extra damage.
Yeah, no, it's a very strong kit. It will be interesting to see, you know, how she continues to play, because she just seems like a very strong champion. You know, we'll have to see though how this bottom lane, if they can stabilize this, because they actually have you know, been farming decently underneath the tower, and that's the nice thing with Kog, is how much range you have, so they can keep a little bit out of Tarek's range as long as they can keep the minions on their side. Once the minions push out, then it opens up opportunities for Teamless to just zone them, and this is actually about to push. So Kog, get in that farm while you can, because they're about to lose all of it. Kerp just sitting there waiting in the bush, waiting to pounce.
Yep, he is now 6-2, so Kog'Maw does have the Living Artillery available to him as well. So it's that poke, he's going to have a little bit more of it to work with here. Farming from a range with the ultimate is not the best case situation, but at least he's going to get getting more than he normally would. So you got that going for you at least. It's still an uphill battle. He's not quite, you know, doubled there. Facerollerx getting hit with the ult. The second part, the proc, will not lift him up in the air. He will get away to safety, but he is pushed back quite far. very weak. Is Malphite going to be going around? Can Frogurt go around a long way? His ult isn't quite up yet, though. 10 seconds still left on it, but that's perfect timing. He could wander down on the bot and abuse this advantage even more so here. He will get spotted. Ward catches him out, but he's got an Oracles already.
Yeah, they know they have a great early lead, and they want to abuse it. YoungBuck coming down in the mid lane, though, he could maybe tank this turret. Ahri's ultimate is up, so they will have to watch out for that. Starts the dash, the snare does not hit, so Faceroller's able to get out of there, but forcing the ultimate just for that defensive play. YoungBuck actually getting right in the middle of it, is taking some damage, but will be able to back off.
Yep.
So Ahri's ultimate is down just from, stepping at him. It was just like a little bit of a, a taunt, and they're just all of a sudden, it's just pressured so much.
Napraen still behind there. There you go, YoungBuck. The ult was still up. Right there, he just goes for the engage, quick stun, gets out just in time for a turret, takes him out. Could not connect with the rest of the damage, but Shyvana is still here in dragon form. That should be wearing off in just a few moments. Then be back over to regular old Shyvana here. We got 2 turrets going up real quick there. And right now the Ignite going down to burst damage. And yes, the Ignite will be enough to go ahead and grab that kill. Charm going down onto Kerp, forcing the ult. And Faceroller's in a lot of trouble. The exhaust is back up. Tabzz does not get that root and still going for this. Wants to die. Can you get that shot off? You're going to be... Oh! Not out of range quite yet.
Did you just say Tabzz wants to die?
He does want to die. He wanted to die to get the passive.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was going to say, because it looked like he wanted to die, but I was just thinking that was kind of funny.
That's a legit game plan here with Zyra, to intentionally die to get that range with the passive to still connect with the kill.
Yeah, and they are going to be able to pick up the dragon, so they grab that. Yorick, has done a very nice job in this top lane, and he has mostly been left alone, but YoungBuck is farming fine. YoungBuck is out-farming him and is very strong himself. Yep. And just the entire map is in Teamless's advantage. Yeah, so it's just very difficult for them to have any sort of success. And Black, they have a team that it should be pretty strong in the early game, but it really needs to get to the late game. And at this point, it's going to be tough to make it happen, because right now, Teamless is just abusing them in every facet of the game.
Yeah, it's a 6K lead for Teamless on the 14th minute. That is huge. That is absolutely huge. Granted, most of that, the good part is that MetalX is there. YoungBuck popping the ult is still ignited, just now trying to get away from the Yorick, who still hasn't even used his ultimate yet. It's not even really an issue here at this point. But YoungBuck is still having, he does have the regen, though. He does have the 2 Doran's Blades. He does have the ult available to him as well for that regen. So he should be fine. And he's got potions, too. He'll be okay.
Yeah, and now he's at an advantage in this lane because he's able to trade damage very easily. And then now Yorick is out of mana. The slow from Sona trying to chase down MetalX. So, while Tarek's away, definitely gets some nice damage there. Ahri coming top, though. Napraen with the dragon form, the exhaust as well. They can chase down YoungBuck. They can take this very easily, and he does go down.
The dashes from Ahri going to be helping a lot there, too. But there you go, credit going to Yorick. Malphite coming down bot, getting the huge ult down in the Kog'Maw. Sona ult going to try and help, but it's not going to be doing a whole hell of a lot. Damage, not going to be enough to kill MetalX, unfortunately. That passive going a little bit to a waste, and there's the carcass, and he will be coming back in just a little bit to even be more underfarmed.
Zero mid, pushing the mid turret, but then drops seeds along the entrance. Because Ario is coming down, and Tabzz completely zoned out Ahri. He has to take the long way around, so he gets some more free damage in that mid lane. He prevents Ahri from getting that golden experience and continues to throw him behind.
Let's do some math real quick here, because every time those turrets, they're doing a lot of damage. A lot of damage. It's more than 100 magic damage each. Plus, or if you can go for the E, if you go for the slow, that's going to allow Zyra to just go ahead and pick up even more damage as you're just slowly trying to edge away. And that the Ahri ult is down. It was used top lane to get that kill on a Renekton, so the escape is not available either.
Yeah, and Napraen coming in the mid lane, but not a whole lot of options, and Zyra can kite very easily, so all they can do is try and clear the plants, clear the minions, and then just back off. So he can just constantly pressure that mid lane and keep on pushing up to the second turret, and there's not anything that can happen. Like the rest of Black right now, because they're so far behind, they can't gank mid and maybe gang up on Zyra. They just can't do it because they're so far behind. Cog, he does have a little bit of an opportunity to farm in that second tier bottom lane, but we'll see how this will kind of work. Ahri is kicking up top, though. We have the possibility for a 3v2 fight.
Frogurt could be trapped here. He could be losing his oracles, but he got a nice sandwich coming in. Shyvana, Ahri, York, they're all here. Frogurt, can you escape from this? The charm keeping him behind, but he might be able to make it. No. Connect from that kill, going to be coming to York. Shyvana does die in the process, and YoungBuck and MetalX are here to connect. York, a little bit trapped out. He is sandwiched. He will be using the ult, but not getting a whole lot on that. He's just in the middle of all this damage from Teamless, and it's not going to be going all too well.
They could maybe go for a 16-minute Baron, which would be incredibly aggressive. They're actually not going to go for it. Malphite was down, actually, so that would make things kind of difficult.
There was a post. There was a post on Reddit not too long ago regarding like Zira and taking objectives like Dragon, like Baron. It's huge.
You could actually take Baron without ever drawing aggro from it.
Yeah, use everything just right over the wall. Just keep on using those turrets, and it's you know if you're low on AP, it could take a while, but you can still do it. diqozoy bot lane can't even duel with the Taric at this point. Ouch.
Kerp too strong.
Ouch.
Yeah, that's insane. Like how far ahead you are when the support is beating the AD.
Yeah.
You know, that's just really painful. And he has the DFG to pick up those kills. He just wants to get that quick burst.
Well, he's going to be,
Oh, but Ezreal, he's trying to pick up some kills himself. He has that red buff still. Napraen could try and chase him down, but the Arcane Shift, will he get over that wall? Just barely.
Nice.
The Malphite ultimate, and now he is safe, and they are all extremely low, but they will be able to back off.
Nice cooperation there coming in from Teamless. I need to do a little bit more research about what walls Malphite can actually ult over, because very often I'll just like ult into a wall and think I'll go over, and sometimes I'll just instead stop right in my tracks sometimes. But YoungBuck still getting some harass down on the Alvik here in the top lane.
All but the thickest of walls are good on Malphite.
Oh, there is a ward in that bush. Kerp going on and using the DFG once again. Sona ult keeping everyone dancing still, but Ahri will also die once again to Zyra in mid with that ult. And yeah, this is all Teamless's game here. They're just running amok.
Kerp wants some of the glory.
He does. Just everyone wants them. Everyone wants.
He always feels left out as support, and he's like, I want some kills. So
he got his kill. He got his kill onto Kog'Maw. He's got the DFG. He can definitely connect on even more stuff. Really quick once again in mid. Tabzz grabbing that kill onto Fatmamma right at the tower. Yeah, this is rough. This is definitely a rough game to try and come back from, and it's also a big morale hit too. Because these are not bad players by any stretch of the imagination. These are fantastic guys. You're high, mid 2,000 elo as well. diqozoy getting caught out in mid bot once again. The stun coming from Kerp. He should be going down here.
Yeah, MetalX is gonna get him.
Yeah, MetalX is probably gonna get him. There, so much chunk damage coming in. Boom. Kerp stole that one. But yeah, these are excellent players. They're by no means terrible. It's just it does games like this do happen at every single elo. No one's immune from games like this.
Yeah, no, any early advantage, and there's a lot of champions that can press it very easily.
Yeah.
And they were able to press it. The big thing was Kerp with that kill right after the level 1 fight. That just shut down bottom lane. That kill where Taric came in from behind on Sona.
Yeah.
That was what did it. It was the nail in the coffin, because they were already 2-0 on Ezreal.
Mm-hmm.
But being able to take Ezreal to 3-0 in the first 2 minutes of the game, it was just too much for them to handle. So they will back off. They're going to be able to grab this dragon pretty easily. We'll see what kind of objectives they group up to force. How they'll kind of pressure this game, because I don't know, there is some good wave clearing for Teamless, so they can hold off for a little bit. But there's the dragon. They will be able to continue pressuring them.
And we've been talking too about the income onto Ezreal in comparison to Kog'Maw, which is now still pretty much double. Another kill going down Facerollerx in the mid. Tabzz grabbing that one. Got to talk about Tabzz, because great as far as Ezreal is, Tabzz actually has the most gold in the game right now, doing really well. 8-3-2, a lot of kills going there. And there you go. The 20-minute mark has passed. There's a surrender vote, and Black, they just want to go into game number 2 as soon as they can.
Yeah, no, that game was definitely over pretty quickly.
Yeah.
We'll see, if they keep up with a similar comp. I honestly would rather have someone other than Cog in that comp. some with a little bit more survivability, really, so that they don't have to worry about getting Cog farmed and then have to worry about Malphite in the late game. Like, they never even got into that late game issue where they might have to deal with that Malphite. So we'll see how that'll work if they can go someone a little bit stronger in the laning phase. But that wasn't really the issue. The issue was just giving up early kills to Ezreal. And, keep an eye on Kerp. Don't let Kerp get behind you if you're Sona. So, we'll see how they can work that. They might want to ban out Zera, though. Zera, she didn't have any kills that level 1.
No.
All of them went to Ezreal, and still she was able to abuse that mid lane.
Still the most farmed champ in the game after all was said and done, because when this is Tabzz here roaming, looking for those kills, and with the kit, with what Zera has, it is quite amazing. That root is really all you need. You land that, you have so much damage available to you. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So really nice play from Teamless. They're able to pick up that win. We'll see what's happening in game number 2 when we come back after a short commercial break. So we will be back shortly. We'll be able to check that out.
Still going to be a consistent ban. Black, they can do ridiculous things with Rumble, and he hasn't been quite nerfed yet. That's coming, in the near future. But might as well be safe, not sorry. Rumble, Xin, Fizz, and there's a Zero ban coming in.
Yeah, it's a really safe ban there. We'll see how they decide to change up their comp at all. What kind of top lane they're going to be comfortable with. Yorick did pretty well in the top lane, but Yorick, it is a pretty even matchup. I think the big issue is that he had the mana regen early from that level 1 fight.
Yeah.
So we'll see how they kind of change things up.
So Alistar was banned last game. Shen was banned last game. Nocturne was as well. So one of those maybe
Yorick getting banned too.
Yorick is going to be out of here. Interesting. So Shen could also be available here. So we'll see where that leads us. So yeah, and there's the Nocturne, yeah. So there you go. Shen and Alistar are both open. An Alistar first pick here would be amazing, but Shen equally as good.
Yeah, Shen is a really strong pick for them, regardless of whether they want to send it top or in the jungle. I do remember YoungBuck, he did play a lot of Shen as well. So, that'll be a fine pick. It's a very safe pick. We'll see what they decide to go with. They right now... they could grab Ezreal for Team Black, and they recognize. I mean, they do play a lot of Ezreal. They like the Sona pick, so they could grab Ezreal and Sona, and that would just be a really strong bottom lane, give them a nice core.
Or Ezreal Soraka. Soraka is still open here too, and you know how much.
Oh, Alistar's not banned. There you go.
Yeah,
so they get Alistar.
And Alistar's still available too, and Alistar Ezreal actually wouldn't be too bad either.
Yeah, no, that would be fine. I think Alistar will probably be in the jungle, though, and that's where we're seeing Alistar all the time now. He's mainly a jungler. He's a very strong support as well, but his jungle presence is phenomenal. They could grab Lee Sin. So that's actually interesting. So, I'm not sure how comfortable Alvik is with a number of champions. Maybe that's just, the one of the few champions that he's very comfortable with in the top lane left after Rumble and Yorick are banned. So he grabs Lee Sin, so he can be a little bit more comfortable in that top lane.
Yep, and also still gives Black the opportunity to go ahead and play musical champions. Like Alistar could be jungle.
That's true.
It could be support, Lee Sin into jungle or top lane or whatever. There's still the ability there for Black to be malleable and change up the comp as they see the picks continue on in here. So Ezreal and Udyr being considered right now for Teamless, and Ezreal worked out. I would say it worked out pretty well game 1, considering all the farm that he got. So it would be two out of the ordinary to see him again. But Janna could also be grabbed here, secure the support there for the bot lane, or even if you're feeling a little bit crazy, could go for the AP Janna in mid. We've seen it before.
Yeah, and if they are going Janna, then it would mean that Udyr is probably going to be jungle and then Shen top. They pick up the Ezreal. I think that's probably a safer pick, because if they didn't, then I think that Black would have been very comfortable taking Ezreal and Sona, and that would have been a very strong bottom lane. So we'll see, what Black kind of does from here. Grabbing the Corki, they did play. We have seen them play Corki some in the past, but I'm going to assume it's a jungle Udyr if they are looking at Janna, because Janna and Udyr, that combo is just so strong. With the passive movement speed on Udyr, it just really helps him out so much because it gives him increased jungling speed when he already has that AoE damage, but it also increases his gank potential. It makes him so aggressive at picking up early kills. We'll see how this is going to kind of work out, though, if they decide to go for that Sona again, because the risk is if you go for the Sona, and Fatmamma has had some issues in the past with dying early in games, and then if Kerp goes an aggressive support again, like a Taric, or maybe even someone more aggressive like a Leona or something, whether or not they can pick up kills against Sona, and they don't want to allow that to happen. So we'll see if they go Sona or more defensive kind of support.
So there's the Corki and the Jax
pickup. So they are going to be just using Alistar support.
Yes,
so
it is. Alistar Corki.
Yeah.
It's still a pretty damn good combo. And
yeah, it is. It's just against an Ezreal, you're not going to pick up kills. So, it's a very strong combo regardless. It's a kill bot lane without any, without an enemy that you can kill.
And also without knowing the enemy support either. So, granted, Janna against Alistar, at least, it's some CC, but there you go, Taric coming in once again, so that's going to be stopping either either Alistar or Corki in their tracks. Corki, he does the stun takes a little while to actually travel on over to him, so he's got some time to react and Valkyrie away. Alistar may not be so lucky, unfortunately, but once he hits 6, he can just go ahead and pop the ult and it'll be fine. So if there's going to be any early advantage to be grabbed from Teamless here with this bot combo, it needs to be done early.
Yeah, so we'll see how that's going to kind of work out. I was kind of thinking that the Orianna would be a nice pick for Tabzz because it seems to work with his play style. And then Orianna does very well on Black's team right now. So if they picked up Orianna, that would be a nice core for their team with the Jax, Alistar, and Lee Sin. With the Orianna to match with that, it would be a very strong team. Instead, Tabzz decides to go with Ahri. So instead of denying that Orianna, Ahri does very well against Orianna. You can dodge the balls, and then Orianna loses a lot of damage output. So we'll see how that'll kind of work. Orianna still does very well if it's just a play style matchup. You can just shield yourself as Orianna, walk up and get off some free harass auto attacks. So we'll have to see. There are a couple of champions that would work well with their team. Morgana, Orianna, I think, is the biggest one. I would really expect the Orianna, but they could go with something more unconventional like a Soraka or a Zilean as well.
Yep, and Soraka's still open. If you got it, are we going to have it? Lock that in. Lock that pretty lady in. Yes,
hey,
Soraka
there we go.
mid. Going to be doing some great stuff. That silence is going to be doing work onto Ahri because that's just, it's the worst thing to be in the process of using your ultimate. Like you've used like one dash and you can't escape. You can't get out of there because you've been silenced this entire time. And you're just a little bit trapped, really.
Yeah, no, it's a really nice matchup, and Ahri does have to get kind of close range to deal damage. That's going to open up opportunities for Faceroller to get off those star calls, and then, like you said, the silence to disrupt the combos. Ahri usually has enough damage to 100% to zero someone, and Soraka is pretty squishy early on. However, if Soraka, as Soraka gets heals later in the game, that could shut down a lot of Ahri's damage.
Oh, yeah.
AP Soraka, you usually don't get heals, though. You usually max your Q and your E first before you get the heals. We'll see if that changes because he's going against an Ahri who has that diving potential.
Yep.
But then the rest of their team, they have an upfront tanky lineup that combos well with Soraka because Jax, if Soraka's just healing him late game, then he's going to be unkillable and he is just going to be an absolute monster. But then also there's the fact that Soraka is increasing Jax's damage output, Alistar's, and Corki's. So 3 members of their team all taking advantage of Soraka's damage, and she can just make defensive items all day and be perfectly fine. So we'll have to see how that's going to kind of work out. It is a very interesting team comp, though, and they have the potential to pick people off because of the silence CC. They can just chain CC people with Jax and Alistar, Lee Sin, and Soraka.
And Lee Sin and Jax, that's the combo that M5 has actually been, they used that quite often a while back. And
yeah, it's really common.
It's really good. It's really great. Great single target damage, great focus onto any champs who happen to be giving you trouble. Ezreal. Kind of a little bit of a problem last game.
Yeah, but that's the nice thing with Ezreal is how safe he is from those kind of initiating champions. It's very difficult. It's going to be very difficult for them to engage on him.
Yeah.
So he can just kind of get out of there. So we'll see how it works out. I mean, it is very nice. It will open up opportunities for them to pick up kills in that top lane against Shen. So that's a big opportunity. And then the big thing is you can take objectives very easily later in the game with it. And I don't know, it's just the natural tankiness that you're giving Jax. So Jax, if Teamless doesn't do anything to shut down Jax early, then he could roll away with this game with the supports that he have.
Oh yeah.
He has the Soraka, Alistar, and the shield from Lee Sin as well. But Shen does have an early advantage against Jax. Shen easily beats Jax early in the game, and then depending on how aggressive you are and how good you play, or well you play the game, you can easily snowball Shen against Jax. I've seen it happen before with like Wicked. He's done it. One of the nice things is Jax, as the game progresses, you have enough damage and you get free harass damage in lane. You dive on your opponent with your stun charge, you get the stun off, and then you walk away. Shen, when Jax jumps on you, you just dash away, and now all of a sudden Jax loses all of his damage. He doesn't get any damage. Then you turn around as Shen, and you have that constant Q spam.
Yep. But if Jax does get those ganks from Lee Sin, if they do manage to make it happen, he does snowball, and he snowballs ridiculously hard if given the opportunity.
Yeah, no, that's definitely the case. So we'll have to see, how that'll work out. Both junglers are fairly even, but Udyr actually does have a jungling speed advantage. So he's going to be incredibly fast. He's going to be able to roam all around the map, and we'll see if he can put any pressure on any of these lanes. Top lane in particular, I think, is going to be a dangerous situation for them. And then mid lane as well. They could potentially go after kills on Soraka. She doesn't have very good escapes, which is a serious issue. You really need to be well aware of your situation if you're playing AP Soraka.
Yeah, and also notice the summoners, too, on Facerollerx. You got Ghost and you got Heal. So heal for the extra sustain if you really need it, in case the 2 heals you have just don't happen to be enough, or if you in the case of AP Soraka you don't buy the heal really at all in the lower levels. The Ghost, a lot of times the Ghost is really there. It's like it's Star Call. I just want to make sure I can keep following you to go ahead and get these Star Calls, and that extra movement speed from Ghost allows her to do that. Allows her to get all of that harass in.
Yeah, and we've seen that in the past with Facerollerx running that Ghost heal. He also runs movement speed quints on Soraka. So having those movement speed quints, it gives him a little bit more mobility, and then he uses that mobility not just in team fights, but also early game for some aggression. Against Udyr and Ahri, it could be kind of difficult. I think he's probably going to want to sit mid for the most part. If he leaves lane and passes any wards, it could be a very easy time for Teamless to just pick up those kills and just catch him out of position. So that could be really dangerous for him if he decides to leave lane. He can farm very easily in the mid lane and then steal wraiths as well to get that advantage.
So we will see how it goes. Soraka could also go around. Let's do that Star Call. If it gets pretty beefy, just wander on through, grab those wraiths. That's not too big of a deal here, but we should be in just a moment. You also have Alistar, Corki, that bot lane. Try and cancel out the aggression coming in from Taric and Ezreal. But like I mentioned before, the Valkyrie coming from Corki, he can go ahead and escape a lot of that harass coming from Taric if the stun happens to hit him. And once Alistar hits 6, the stun's not really too much of an issue. If things get a little bit too hairy, you can just pop the ult, walk on away. But it's big aggression versus aggression match there in the bot lane. And just Facerollerx, that toaster, loading up just a little bit slow. But here we are in the game. With game number 2, Teamless and Black. Here we are. And are we seeing Boots once again here onto Kerp? He wants that movement speed. He wants to be aggressive. He wants that invade. And right now, you got Lee Sin. Go for the cloth armor, wants that early wriggles, and Alistar not with the boots. He's not going to be as mobile. I think they're just looking to defend here from an early invade.
Yeah, both teams have a very strong level 1. Teamless in particular, so they have plenty of damage. Shen can get the taunt, and it's not going to really throw him behind. It stops a little bit of his harass, but actually Alistar walking right into him. The stun, the taunt, the damage. They easily pick up Fatmamma.
No.
Fatmamma again.
Deja vu. MetalX with that kill. Not good. Not good.
No, not at all.
Not good at all. Yeah.
I mean, Corki is a little bit safer in that lane than Kog'Maw in the previous game, but we'll have to see how that's going to kind of work out. And it's just 1 kill, so it's not game breaking. Just 1 kill.
Not yet.
Not yet, but yeah, we'll see if they can pursue that advantage. The rest of the team just kind of sitting back, playing defensively now.
Yeah, we'll see if MetalX can go ahead and get 4 more kills in the next 2 minutes, and we'll see that. You never know. You never know. Something ridiculous could happen again. But still, though, it's an advantage early on that, once again, Black has to deal with. And
Part of the issue is just leaving base a little bit too late. So Alistar left a little bit late. Teamless, they were on the ball. They ran right out of their base. And so as a result, they got to the bush before Alistar did, even though he has the distance advantage. So they're able to pick that up. Lee Sin going to be doing red, it seems, actually. So he can put some pressure on the top lane. That opens up the opportunity for the Wolves on the purple side. So they get the Wolves versus the Golems for Ezreal and Taric. So it helps keep them in lane. They're not going to have to worry about the quick level 2 quite as much, even though there was the experience advantage from that first blood.
Yep, so Napraen should just go ahead and be able to grab that red pretty easy. There you go, there's a smite. But Frogurt doing the same. So both our junglers have a pretty similar idea on how to start. It's just where do they go from there. And Udyr, he was thinking about doing the blue, but he may actually come on around and try and make something happen here on Facerollerx in the mid. He's only level 2, but he does have the stun available to him. He's got the bear stance, so he could go and get that kill pretty easy if given the right opportunity. And there we go. Ghost being popped by Soraka will be safe, hopefully for now. But that is a summoner's blown. That is a successful gank there.
Oh, but Lee Sin coming up in the top lane. Jax coming onto Shen, gets off the stun. Lee Sin has the red buff. There's the taunt, but it gets the attack, so actually the slow as well. The Q underneath the turret. YoungBuck has to back off. He will have some nice regen, but he is still very low. And Udyr coming around a second time. Soraka shying towards the bottom lane, but he doesn't have any escapes this time. There's the stun. They will be able to chase him down. Udyr just backing off, so Faceroller barely able to get out of there.
Yeah, Faceroller was about to go to long way if required, but Napraen getting a little bit too aggressive there. Has been spotted out over at Teamless's blue, but he will be chased out. Shen is nearby, and Udyr's like, no, this is mine. I'm going to have it. You can't have any. And then Napraen's just going to go ahead, grab the Wraiths, and continue on with his path.
Yeah, and the long sword on Ezreal, just giving him a little bit more burst damage. That's going to be really aggressive to deal with. But so far, Corki hasn't done a pretty nice job. The headbutt pulverized, actually, and Taric left the lane, so MetalX taking some nasty damage. Taric could try and get a kill onto mid, though, with that stun. There's definitely the potential to pick that up. So we'll see what happens there. But so far, Corki's done a pretty nice job evening out that lane. But Alvik walking right into Udyr with that red buff, gets off the stun. Hopefully he can get to a minion right before that stun gets off, so he is out of there.
Kerp, this is the aggression coming in. Fatmamma, not 6, cannot clear that stun. Pulverize going to keep him back just for a little bit, trying to heal the ignite. Nice. One more shot from MetalX. He's 2-0 already, but he will go down here in this exchange. diqozoy, can you finish this up? Kerp, one more hit. Minions, can you finish the job? Flash coming in. diqozoy gets that double kill in response. Very well done.
Yeah, awesome play from diqozoy, recognizing that he can just sit there and exchange damage very easily with Ezreal, and that's the issue with going for the support. Often the support seems like the tasty treat. It's a little bit easier to pick up the kill in the support than the AD carry, but as a result, Corki was just free to constantly auto-attack him, constantly get off that damage with no sort of disruption in his face, so he's able to pick up both of those kills, and that is huge. That brings him back in this game. He has the double Dorans versus a Dorans and a longsword, so he's a little bit tankier than Ezreal. He already has plenty of damage, and they're even in damage now as far as just pure AD.
Nice, very well done, and I'm sure diqozoy's got to be happy about that. It's like, yes, finally, I will not be as behind as I was last time. Things are looking, things are coming up Millhouse.
Yeah, the lane is completely equalized, if not moving slightly into Corki's favor, because he does have the range harass advantage. So that's definitely a really nice situation for them to be in. They can continue to farm, take advantage of that lane, and then Alistar. His headbutt pulverize combo, the speed of it can be difficult to arcane shift out of that sometimes, so they can continue to get some damage onto Ezreal.
And I'll also mention this before, saw it game 1 as well. Kerp doing a little bit of roaming. He's roaming around trying to fish out what he can, because that stun can just essentially, for someone with a lot of burst, say an Ahri, can actually really get an aggressive kill. Fatmamma does get a hit but pulverize, but the stun go down to diqozoy, trying to force him out of there, see if they can't capitalize, get a kill on a Fatmamma while he's in retreat. But Kerp trying to do as much as he can. MetalX with all of that burst damage, all that poke, is going to be, Fatmamma's still going to be safe here, but for how long?
Yeah, the Essence Flux from Ezreal just doing so much damage, and a really nice job from him splitting the difference. So Alistar trying to get the aggressive engage onto Ezreal, but not able to follow it up. Kerp getting the stun into Corki. Really nice play there. So, it is pushing against them. They will have to sit back for a little bit. They have the heals. They should be pretty safe, though, in that lane. And so far, Shen versus Jax has been pretty even so far. Shen, has a slight lead, but he does have the Heart of Gold as well. But the magic resist from Jax actually will be really nice in that lane to protect against that Q spam and that passive.
Not all too uncommon for some tanky bruisers top lane to actually get 2 null magic mantles to start right off. You get sometimes you'll build one in the Merc Treads pretty much, but if you're facing up against a really magic heavy team, you can get the second one and build that into something like a Hex Drinker even, which is a really good item on a lot of top laners.
Yeah, no, it's very common on Jax as well.
Oh, yeah.
Will work out very well. So far in the mid lane, Soraka doing a nice job against Ahri as well. Has been able to control that lane pretty well. They are even in farm. Ahri actually going potentially for a Philosopher's Stone build. So that's definitely pretty interesting because Philosopher's Stones, all of the gold pretend items are just so strong right now. And even with the nerfs, they're really strong. Lee Sin coming up top, but won't be able to follow up on it. YoungBuck with the nice awareness. So a lot of lanes will benefit from just getting those quick gold pretends. But Ahri wants to be very aggressive and pick up kills. So it's kind of confusing because it reduces that early game aggression. Ahri won't be quite as strong as she would otherwise be in early fights.
But then again, you do have a Soraka who started out with Ghost and Heal, which is kind of like, I'm looking to passive farm here. And also, Blue may actually be passed over to Udyr a little bit more often just to see him catch up here because he's not really getting those kills. He hasn't been all too active here. And the buffs, passing them on, granted, yeah, blue buff on mid is incredible, but you are missing out on a little bit of EXP and gold on your jungler.
Oh,
so
but
they may be
Lee
looking
Sin
to
coming up
equalize
top.
that. So here you go, Alvik looking for the stun down onto the Shen. Here comes Lee Sin. Here comes Nap looking, get the slow. Does he have the kick? He's not 6 yet. He's only level 5, but can he still capitalize? Get the kill. There you go. The ward just in case if you wanted to shield and get that extra hit, but there you go. Kill.
Yeah,
top lane.
Udyr is coming bottom, so they know they have to get out of there pretty quickly. Kerp not quite able to get in range for the stun, but the nice job taking advantage of that top lane. They definitely want to be able to snowball Jax.
Yep.
So we'll see, how that'll kind of progress. Jax being able to pick up double Doran, so get a little bit of regen himself, but then also a little bit more damage and health.
Yeah, pretty common for Jax is keeps him gives him a nice little edge, and it also recoups for some of the changes that were made to him a while back. He doesn't get that bonus health off of AD and AP anymore. So the double Dorans gives him a good chunk of health, helps him recoup some of that. Stun going down onto diqozoy, just quick shatter, not a whole lot of damage, but just enough to annoy him and force that heal out of Alistar.
Oh, but Soraka and Lee Sin are stealing this blue. They get it just in time. Frogurt walking up into them. He is getting pretty low. Jax is here as well. The stun going off, and Ahri is trying to turn it around. Frogurt almost able to get out, but the flash from Napraen, he gets the kick off. He's able to pick up that kill.
3 points. There you go. Very well done. And MetalX had a nice little exchange here, but Fatmamma got pretty low. But that's the thing too. There are 2 heals here in this bot lane. They're not the greatest heals in the world, but the thing is though, Alistar, he's more tempted more often to level up that heal faster if he is in the support role. Tarek, and he's looking for that shatter. He looks for that bonus armor. But Lee Sin, he is once again top lane here. The kill onto Shen earlier was a little easy. They might go ahead and get again. And this time, though, he's got the ult. Will he get the engage he wants? There's the slow kick backwards into the wall. YoungBuck forcing the flash. There's a lot of damage still going down on him. Ult has been activated on it to Jax. Can he get what he needs? Dash away. The leap strike. No, not enough. There you go. The last auto attack will grab that kill.
Yeah, really nice job pressuring that top lane. So Alvik in a really great situation here to thrive later in the game. Faceroller stealing some Wraiths. He is able to grab it. Tabzz trying to steal it himself. But with that regen that he has, the blue buff in particular, he can just abuse that mid lane. And then having that red buff harass against Ahri is just fantastic. We'll see how that lane continues to progress, but he should be in a nice controlling situation right here.
Yep.
Ahri going with 2 gold pretends. So that really just goes to show how much harass Tabzz expects to see from that lane with the silence from Soraka. He just wants to sit back and farm and know he's going to be in this game.
And he's quite right. There is a lot of harass coming. MetalX is on the brunt end of a headbutt.
But Tarek and Udyr.
Tarek is there with the stun down on diqozoy. There's a lot of harass damage coming from MetalX, and he popped the ult as well just for safety. But Frogurt and Kerp are still in pursuit. Are they going to dive? This diqozoy is very low. There's a stun coming in from the Bear Sense, and yes, Frogurt grabbing that kill.
Yeah, just not quite enough range of vision. So they're playing very aggressively against Ezreal. Just kind of a poor timing situation because they dive onto Ezreal right before they see Taric and Udyr coming up behind them. So they're able to pick up that kill. But still 3-5. They have a 1k gold advantage. They're grabbing the blue for the Soraka once again. Lee Sin, he has the wriggles, so they can steal dragon, or they can take dragon pretty easily once they get kind of vision of that.
Yep, so we do have a quick pause here just to hope we get some of these issues resolved. Oh, okay, there we go. Alvik DC'd. So yeah, just going to go ahead and wait for him to come on back here. So definitely a different situation as opposed to game number 1. Things are not, how you say, completely effing out of control.
Yeah, no, the game was over so quickly last game. So I mean, they're in a situation where they can succeed. They can win these lane matchups, and they're already winning these lane matchups for the most part.
Yeah.
So it will be very nice. Both Ezreal and Corki actually going with that Trinity Force build. So dueling Trinity Forces. Ezreal's a little bit stronger than Corki is right now, but they're basically even.
Yeah, it's like
actually, I guess they're just exactly even.
Yeah, the gold total is actually just pretty much bang on. It's a 30 gold difference between the two ADs, which is nice to see. Really nice to see considering game 1. So here we go, back on into the action. But there's still some really good ward coverage coming in from Black too, and they're warding pretty deep whenever they get the opportunity to as well. So they get some nice coverage there. Alvik and YoungBuck still looking to trade, looking to exchange, and Jax, the snowball has started to roll. He's got a 2-level advantage right now over the Shen. The gold 3,300, 2,700. It's starting. It's the gap. It's starting to appear. It's starting to widen. Kerp actually going to be a victim of a Q of the wave. The kick in response from Napraen and just forcing him out of there, forcing him out of that situation. And now Soraka and Jax, everyone's coming on down. It is a party for Black at the Dragon. They're getting ready to take it.
Yeah, they have the team fight advantage here, so they're going to be able to grab this pretty easily. Udyr might try and go in on it, but he might find himself getting caught out, so they are just going to back off. They get the dragon. Nice little gold advantage there. Jax will have time to get back up in the top lane, so he's actually not going to miss that much CS.
Yeah.
And so that's going to be fine for him. Ahri maybe kind of close there. No, so Ahri's going to be fine in the mid lane.
Yeah.
And then everyone can go back to farming.
Back to business as usual. Nothing to see here. Go on home, and there you go. Napraen go back to his home.
Oh, but Ahri diving after Soraka along with Udyr. They have plenty of damage. If they can get one last charm, the dash in, missing the charm. Facerollerx does go down anyway, though.
That was a lot. That was a lot. But yeah, all of the summoners and the ult and everything from Facerollerx was used in that last exchange. So very well coordinated coming in from Teamless to go ahead and get that kill in the mid. Soraka. That's the thing with the silence. Silence is great, but she can only silence one person. You can't get everybody, and that silence isn't really too much of an issue on Udyr as long as you get that initial bear stance. It's like, well, you're going to be auto-attacking and getting to stuns anyway.
Yeah, so we'll see. He does go ahead and grab that that Negatron cloak, though. So getting some nice survivability against Ahri. He already had the Merc Dreads. He has the Revolver as well, so he's going to have that sustain. But Ahri going with a 3 gold per 10 build, will be very nice once, in another like 15 minutes or so. But it does set him a little bit behind right now. They won't have the best team fighting potential early on.
But things with the lucky pick now, lucky picking is actually not all too uncommon on Ahri just on its own, because the DFG, that extra burst available for Ahri can just really change fights. So hopefully we'll see that being built as well. You also have the Null Magic Mantle. And you also got the blasting one there as well, so that could be the DFG pretty soon.
Yeah, I'm honestly just a little bit surprised that Ahri is going with such a defensive build, and I understand he's a little bit concerned about the harass that he's going to take from Soraka. So he recognizes right now he has enough damage to pick up kills as long as he has someone helping him. But we'll see. They are going to lose their blue, though. There is a ward, but Lee Sin doing a nice job there. Facerollerx going to be grabbing this as well. Can he get it? Yes. So Soraka grabs it.
Yeah.
But they are kind of set out out of position here, so we'll see whether they can engage this or not.
Tabzz, are you going to be able to get a quick kill here? You want your blue back. Charm, Orb will both miss, walking away with the Foxfire trying to do something, but Lee Sin still trying to get in on this. Jax is here with the stun. Frogurt going to be out in front, the victim of that stun, and Jax, he's going to be a little bit too focused down here. Soraka with the heals, the wish coming on in, but can only delay the inevitable. Tabzz grabbing that one.
I don't think they recognized that Tarek was out of there, but the Valkyrie from Corki after Ezreal trying to pick up that kill. The Shen ultimate almost going down. One more bomb with the Ignite.
Nice.
Just barely, not enough to take him down. But they will have a nice advantage in that bottom lane.
That ult saved MetalX's butt, let me tell you. He was just like, there's that one extra shot. That was just more than enough. But here's the thing. With diqozoy and Fatmamma so far out, you do have Tarek here. Kerp can get something headbutt away, but you only got one of those. There's a taunt into the bush down on diqozoy. There's the pulverize. Not actually getting YoungBuck on that one, but there you go. The kill still goes down. Can you get out of there, YoungBuck, with that shield? Yes. And Fatmamma is caught. The ult can only do so much. It does a good deal of damage reduction there, but there you go. Ahri will back off with the rest of Teamless. Nice, quick kill once again.
Yeah, really quick damage exchange for Teamless. You know, being able to pick up a number of kills there. Kerp doing a fantastic job with his roaming, being able to pick the right situations for them and take advantage. And so the concern with Ahri setting herself behind with that gold build, early on at least, is that it's allowing Black to get further and further into late game, and their late game is very strong with Jackson, Lee Sin, and then also Corki and Soraka. So you know it's kind of weird to not press them, but they are having plenty of damage even without those damaging items.
This could be bad. Tabzz ult right in on a Fatmamma, looking for this dive. There's MetalX as well for a little bit more burst damage. The orb, Tabzz still engaging on this, but will not get the kill. Now Ahri's in a little bit of trouble. Same with MetalX and Facerollerx grabbing the credit for that one, and Tabzz now has to flash out. A little bit of a
top,
misplay.
Jax and Udyr are dueling it out. Shen almost going down. YoungBuck trying to chase him out here, but we'll see if they can get him. He actually just barely gets out of there, so all that is left is Jax. He wants to get to the ward, get that leap strike. He's able to back off, but then actually turning back around. He has the heal from Soraka. Woo! They're going to try and go for these kills. The slow from Lee Sin, but the taunt, YoungBuck is able to get out.
Yeah, you do not want to be you do not want to be tanking that turret. It was a little bit of a misplay. You know, don't do what MetalX did earlier. Kerp dancing around diqozoy, trying to minimize damage from that Gatling gun. Gets the stun and the shatter to everything as well. But we'll be walking on back to the tower. Can diqozoy connect? No, he will not.
I think Kerp forgot what it feels like to not be a completely fed support and beating an AD. He was like, oh, that's right. I don't have a Deathfires and a bunch of items this game.
Yeah,
he's still doing very well for himself, but
he did. Yeah, if you saw last game, Black, Kog'Maw on diqozoy just lost a straight up 1v1 duel against Kerp, who's also once again on Tarek. Not going to be happening this time, unfortunately. But Frogurt there with the Oracles doing work, playing janitor, cleaning up those wards, doing a pretty good job because you do have a fair amount of wards still up for Black here over around bot lane. But there you go. The push continues. Kerp and MetalX re-enter lane together. And Jax, Alvik still looking to roam, but he may get caught out here. There's the bear stance coming from Frogurt, and actually evades, gets out of the bush before being engaged upon by Jax.
Yeah, so they will be pretty safe here. But the pressure from bottom lane, Corki is actually able to zone out Ezreal here. So Fatmamma doing a really nice job controlling that bush, not allowing Ezreal to come up for that farm. They will be able to deny him. Same thing with top lane. Because of the advantages that Jax has, he can just constantly hold down that top lane, and there's not a lot that YoungBuck can do. The Ignite as well, actually, after that stun, Alvik might be diving this. He's trying to pick up that kill. Ahri starting to make his way up top, trying to maybe counter that out. No, they will be fine, but this opens up an opportunity for Black to go after this dragon, so they're going to pursue that.
Facerollerx does get vision on Frogurt in the jungle coming around. And Fatmamma there with the headbutt pulverize, only getting MetalX on that one. Kerp is getting pretty low as well. Here comes the Ezreal, only getting diqozoy. Shen ult going down. MetalX going to be a little bit more safe. And taunt coming in. 3 members of Black getting caught in that one. And Frogurt is still out in front looking for Suns. And whoever's out in front, here comes Tabzz. All the burst damage coming in. Pulverize, keeping them occupied. But there you go, dash and headbutt out of the way. Kind of like a double dash there. Fatmamma grabbing the kill down onto Shen. Kerp's in the middle of everything, goes down as well. There still could be a kill here, and here comes Alvik through the dragon pit. Gets to jump down, joins the fight, and now Tabzz in a lot of trouble. There you go, the leap strike grabbing that. MetalX trapped under the tower. diqozoy manages to get the credit for that just barely.
Yeah, just barely grabbing that kill, and it looked like Teamless was maybe going to turn that around. They did a really nice job. They were losing the fight in the beginning, but then the quick AoE, they were able to kite and slowly wear down Black, and then Tarek flashing in with the AoE was able to burst down a number of the members there. But then Jax, with the nice awareness, making his way down bot, was able to turn it around for them once again, and now they get the dragon, they get the gold lead, 3k gold lead, and they are incredibly strong right now because they have the damage to back up the support that Soraka gives them, but they're all almost unkillable with, you know,
Right.
the MR passive that they have from that. And then as Soraka starts to get some more heals, it's just going to be really dangerous. And she is level 13, which means that heals are coming.
Heals are coming. Heals. They're coming. The Abyssal Scepter here as well. You have the extra magic resist. But here is the extra shred that Soraka also gets. Remember, Star Call is maxed. Every single hit, look at 12 magic resist gone. If you stay in a fight long enough with a Soraka, and it's a very real possibility, you will have negative MR.
Yeah.
And that can do so much for Black right now in this position. Now edging out the lead in gold. Imagine all of that negative magic resist. That's just an insane concept here, but it's a very real possibility when you go up against AP Soraka. Tabzz grabbing the blue, but will you be able to escape with it, forcing the ult just to clear the gap. Frogurt being caught here by the Lee Sin. Soraka as well. The kicks continue. Turtle stance to try and keep the shield up, but there you go. There's the one star call, completely melting the turtle shield. Ezreal with the ult.
Jax dueling with Ahri. Can he pick up the kills? Tabzz is very low. The shield in from Lee Sin. Gets the kick out. The Q, the E, missing the Q, but picks up the kill anyway. The stun onto YoungBuck. They'll be able to back out of there now. But YoungBuck actually getting pretty low himself if they decide to turn this around. They're a little bit too low. But actually, they're diving onto Ezreal in the bottom lane. The Pulverize into the headbutt back. MetalX gets the flash over the wall, but diqozoy finishing it off.
Very nice Valkyrie on over to go ahead and finish out. And Fatmamma taking the turret. Doing what a good support does, but here comes Shen with the ult on Kerp. Will he be able to close the gap? The flash, the taunt, the shutdown. YoungBuck grabbing that one. Now Fatmamma's got a little bit of a distance to climb before he get back to tower. Should be fine. And look at top
They are going to get that top turret as a result.
That's going to be going down pretty quick, and it's just a matter of will Black continue their push. They're not in the best position. Everyone, MetalX will actually be back just like very soon. But this is around a point in time where you got both teams starting to consider the Baron. It is around that time, and both teams here, you do have the Wriggles on the Lee Sin, but Ezreal, he's got a lot of there's a lot of damage here coming from like a Udyr and Ezreal that both teams they have a decent speed at the Baron. Nothing too terrible. Actually, no, never mind. Jax. What did I forget? I'm forgetting about Jax here.
Jax and Lee Sin, they have an incredible Baron team with the two of them. Corki as well. They can take that very easily. Soraka as well. Soraka will definitely help with that Baron. So we'll see how that works. I'm not actually sure if you can shred Baron's magic resist. I don't know if that's if that happens or not.
There was a fix, I think, like a while back. But I don't even remember.
I'm guessing she does, but
how much magic resist does the Baron actually have? Anyway, he's got 70 magic resist, but still though, there's still plenty of damage. There's still plenty of damage right here on Black. I can't believe I forgot about Jax. I'm forgetting about Jax. What am I doing here? But speaking of Jax, though, he may be cornered here top lane. Frogurt is still waiting in the bush, waiting for him to push out a little bit too far down onto YoungBuck, and there you go, Leaf Strike back to safety. He's like, no, you are not ganking me, not here, not now. And Ignite wasted also in that process as well.
Yeah, so he is going to be perfectly fine, and those early advantages that they gave to Jax were absolutely phenomenal. Lee Sin with the pressure up top, so that's huge, and he can just sit up there all day, pressure Shen around, just bully him around, and just constantly farm, diving after Shen. Shen is out farming him right now, and so that is kind of a downside, but Jax is definitely doing fine for himself. He's pretty strong at this point.
Yeah.
Lee Sin stealing the race. Ahri actually able to steal it himself, and then I don't know if that was like maybe an accidental
Q. It could have been.
But nice job there from Tabzz.
And there you go. You got the bot tier 1 right there for Teamless now finally going on down. But you have all of Black that are looking to assemble here in the mid. You got 3 members looking to push, all behind that one cannon minion. Never mind. He's gone. He's gone. But here's the thing, you have Alistar here with the CC looking for the engage, and Black may be hunting for kills here. They're camping out in enemy territory quite often. Faceroller out in front, going to be a victim of that Taric stun, but everyone's here for the backup, and now here comes diqozoy. Here comes all the carries. It's a 5-man push in mid versus 4, but it's okay. It's Shen. He's got the ult. He can join in whenever. And there you go. Tier 1 going to be going down.
Yeah, so they grab that. They take a little bit of poke damage, but really inconsequential almost. Just almost no damage. They will be able to back off. And then Soraka, can just continue to farm, and they're all The Black's late game is phenomenal. Like, it's just going to be so difficult for Teamless to deal with them. They are setting up, though. They have the ward advantage. Alistar trying to see if he can get an engage. Frogurt with that Oracle is doing a nice job there.
Yep,
but
still got it.
Everyone can go back to farming, and then, yeah, they'll try and just sit out. I mean, because they recognize they could try and force a fight at Baron or something, but the longer they wait, the more comfortable they're going to become.
Yeah, that Oracle has actually been on Frogurt for quite a while. He's really getting the mileage out of that thing. But so Alvik's just looking to just shove YoungBuck out of this lane. But that's, again, we're contending with the Shen. We're contending with one of the best split pushers out there. You can just push on in. There's a fight going. I can just go ahead and teleport in, get someone to safety. But we'll see how that continues on. You still have Black here. They're going back. They're going to shop Leeson, picking up that chain vest. Got a few wards as well. He has the Aegis. Get that extra resist for everybody coming on in. And looking to, didn't even hit the creep wave. Huh. All right. Thank you, MetalX, for that one.
He was just getting some damage on the red. He was good.
Yeah, there you go. And
Yeah,
even
the
then-
dragon is up again. Black can come up and take this. So, again, another dragon for them. I think this is like their 4th dragon. I guess it's just 3rd.
It's
so
up there.
Just the 3rd dragon. But that's still a decent number of dragons.
Oh, yeah, and they still have the gold lead, too, and it's just going to go ahead and
Each
continue
one-
to extend here.
Each one gives them some more dragon voice points to spend
There
for
you
later
go.
on.
There you go. No more, but no, a little bit closer.
Get a little bit of
closer.
Foos for a Daw action.
Just a little bit. But right now, for now, though, one thing they can definitely hold on and something a little bit more tangible, they do have that gold. There's about a 4K gold lead here for Black. And they're looking to push. They got all 5 here in mid. They're trying to get that aggression on. Jump going down in the mid against Tabzz and will be melted down before Shen ever joins in on the fight. The shield was on him. The ultimate is now burned. And now Black can go ahead and just run away with this fight. Kerp can't do a whole lot there on the outskirts with a stun and no one there to capitalize. But you do still have YoungBuck looking to try and push as much as he can, despite the fact that he's no longer able to join with the rest of the team. But you have a full charge from Black going straight in for the Baron.
Yeah, they're going to grab this very easily. Shen, if he wants, he could hold on to that top lane if he just wants to keep pushing it.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's just they're so far ahead right now. They have so much burst damage. That's where this, team is kind of thriving right now, is having the CC to chain and just pick people up along with that damage and the magic resist shredding. It works out very well. There's the Baron going down. Teamless is actually going to maybe be able to get this turret. diqozoy almost going down, gets the Valkyrie out, but now Soraka coming into the fray, wants to pick up these kills. The stun from Alvik and the silence as well. The headbutt pulverize, just destroying Ezreal and Taric. They're able to grab that. Shen, top lane, gets the turret.
Got the turret. You got
but
it.
still, it's not a whole lot.
It's a small victory, despite everything that just happened. Because right now, Teamless, they're hurting, especially.
Oh, wow. Really nice timing there.
Nice reaction. Holy crap, coming from diqozoy. That Valkyrie, a little bit too much, but here comes Alvik with the leap strike, with the stun. There goes the taunt this time. Ignite actually going down. diqozoy may actually fall here, and there you go. YoungBuck still can go home, at least satisfied that he got a kill in that exchange. But still, the dash away. Alvik, can you still capitalize here? Waiting for the stun. One more proc. That should be enough to take out YoungBuck here. And there you go. Fatmamma being a jerk, stealing that kill.
Yeah, actually, Fatmamma hitting in on the minion, not quite in range of Shen. So comes in, rides in on a minion, and then goes home a hero.
Yep.
Yeah, really nice play by them. And I am excited to see how really this Game 3 is going to progress if this game continues this way. But Soraka coming down bottom, another turret going down for Teamless. And this is actually really great what Teamless is doing, because just by constantly split pushing all these lanes and putting pressure on all the lanes, Black is going to miss out on their entire Baron buff without getting any serious advantages out of it.
Yeah.
So, it's a really nice play. Taric, he has wards up all in their jungle. He sees Lee Sin up there stealing that red, actually recalling now. But, yeah, a number of turrets for Teamless, a really nice job. It will help stall out the game for them. Their late game is very strong as well. Ahri and Ezreal are very strong, and then Shen scales so well with, as he continues to get items. We'll see, if they can hold off long enough for that to be the case. But the late game of Jax and Soraka can be brutal. It's just so difficult to deal with.
There is the burst possibility coming in from Teamless as well. They do have 2 DFGs, one on Ari and now one on Tarek. Once again, he had it last game. Might as well go with it again. But you have a team with Baron buff right at your front door trying to take out that turret. Corki doesn't have the buff. He did die earlier, but still, the rest of your team, you got the Jax, you got the Soraka with it. It's a lot. Ezreal taking those star calls over the wall. He is weakened for the moment, but you still have all this pressure coming in, waiting for the creep waves, looking to get your push on. That Baron buff, how much longer we got? You got about a minute and a half left on the buff as you try and take as much advantage with it as you can. And right now you're kind of in the negative. Ezreal ult clearing the creep wave. And yeah, Black, they have the buff. They can muscle on in, but they're not, they can't really get their opportunity here.
Yeah, they're just a little bit concerned about tanking that turret damage.
Yeah.
With the Soraka armor, they could probably just do it, but it's if they catch the right person. They don't want to be diving on Shen, Udyr, or Tarek, clearly, but if they can get Ari or Ezreal, that would be perfect. But Ari jumping in onto Soraka, actually, Soraka almost going down, but the heals are just not enough, and Kerp goes down as well. Frogurt in the middle of the team, and the perfect turnaround for Black. Ari goes down, Udyr is going to go down, one more attack, the headbutt pulverized onto Ezreal. Can you get the triple kill? No, Lee Sin picking it up. But Soraka, they all dove onto Soraka, and even with it, they couldn't take down Faceroller. The heals were too much. They pick up this inhibitor, they pick up the Nexus. Game number 2 going to Black.
Both DFGs were spent on Soraka, and still she lived.
Yep.
That's how much, that's the possibilities there of AP Soraka. Those heals, everything. You had the summoner heal, you had the regular heal, you had your ultimate. And Soraka will just go ahead, sustain through that fight. And we are going to be going into a game number 3. And you know what? Soraka ban?
Yeah, no, it's definitely a possibility. We'll see if they go ahead with that. You know, the big issue is that they had such a great late game team, and they weren't able to shut down Jax. Lee Sin just, you know, helped out Jax so much in that top lane. Those early advantages were absolutely devastating for Teamless. You know, bot lane as well, they did a really nice job in bot lane, and Black looked very strong when they weren't behind, you know, 4-0 in the bottom lane in the first 2 minutes of the game. But yeah, we'll see how they can turn things around. We will be going to commercial, and we'll be right back. Game number 3, Teamless versus Black. Yeah, no, it's just a safe ban. They know that Alvik's very comfortable with the Rumble, banning out Soraka as well. So getting rid of that comp, you know, that's definitely a really nice decision. They can also, I expect their third ban will be a Yorick as well. So getting rid of 3 of those champions, just completely shutting or trying to shut down both top and mid. We'll see if they ban out Xin Zhao instead. Both of those are strong bans, but banning Shen. So they don't have first pick. They don't want to allow Shen to go up. That's fine.
Xin and Yorick are both up. Here's the thing though, is Xin first pick worthy?
Xin, you know, no, not really. It's kind of a hard first pick, but there's a lot of strong champions. Alistar, I would expect would be the first pick. Yep. Alistar's just incredibly strong, so there it goes. There you go. Alistar, first pick. And yeah, now in this situation though, we'll see what they end up grabbing. You know, I think Ezreal would be a strong pick, but I don't know. We'll see. Ezreal last game, they weren't able to take control of the lane quite as well as they could in game number 1, but it is just an all-around safe pick. So they have a couple of options. They could go for a Malphite as well. Malphite would be very strong. And a big thing is a lot of times you don't want to allow that Alistar Malphite combo because the two of them combined can be absolutely devastating.
Yeah, Malphite did a lot of work for Teamless game number 1 also. But yeah, we'll see what goes on here. Graves being considered, and the Nautilus. Oh, now we're being trolled here. Not quite sure what Teamless is going to be.
Nautilus, Nunu, or Malphite. Those are the 3 I'm looking for.
Or Olaf. There's a lot of options, but Graves is in there for sure. It's just a matter of what Teamless wants to go ahead and do from here. But you know, Graves is not. Graves hasn't really been in this series so far, and it's strange because he's like, you know, really like #1 AD these days.
Yeah, no, Graves is very strong. The big thing is that Graves, he's just a safe all-around AD. He can control the lane very well. Janna definitely works as a support pick. Graves Janna is a very strong combo, and Graves can just push the lane into the turret. He's one of the best pushing ADs in the game. So as far as like clearing minion waves, so he definitely has that advantage. We'll see where they go. If they go for that Alistar support again, or if they decide to send Alistar in the jungle, they have a lot of options. They could just go for a Sona and Corki or something again.
Yeah, the Sona. Yeah, they could definitely do that here. Let's see here. You also have Alistar. This is the thing about like what goes with Alistar, and if they are going into
anything goes with Alistar.
Anything goes with Alistar.
Anything goes. Alistar's just so good. I mean, you can play anything with him. Doesn't really matter.
Yeah, but it's also. But here's the thing. Now we've established Janna Graves here bot lane for Teamless. Janna, she does do great at that disengage, clearing people away. You have the tornado, you have the ultimate, you got the monster, and you got everything. But it's just a matter of also picking a jungler here.
Ooh, there it goes.
But there's the Malphite.
Yeah, getting the Alistar Malphite combo is ridiculous, particularly against someone like Graves, because he's a short-range AD that puts him right in the crosshairs of Malphite. So if they can get that combo, they can really quickly pick up some kills. Then having Ahri for the mobility as well works out well.
Yep. Malphite could be in the jungle too. Still not quite sure where everyone's going yet here for Black.
I expect Malphite actually will be in the jungle, particularly if they go with the Olaf, because Malphite does decently against Olaf, but Olaf actually beats Malphite in lane. So Malphite doesn't need a lot of farm. He can sit back, get gold pretends, but Olaf has the damage to just abuse him. The true damage works out well, but then the constant axe spam can win that lane. So I would expect that they're going to send Malphite into the jungle and then pick another top laner.
Yeah, because you have the Reckless Swing.
Yorick's open.
Yorick is open. They could go for Yorick. But yeah, the Reckless Swing, just one smack, the shield's gone, and that's really a lot of what centers around Malphite's toolkit going up top lane. Because he can go ahead and he can get that harass, and he can be a good presence in the lane because he has that shield, because he has that regenerating shield. But the moment that's gone, he is exposed, and you need someone who can capitalize on a lot of that damage, and Olaf is definitely someone who can do it. Vlad also going to be grabbed up here from Teamless.
Yeah, so Vladimir is a pretty strong mid lane. Usually played as top, but that's fine. He works very well.
Olaf could be jungle.
Olaf could be jungle, that's true. So they have that flexibility. I think that's the big thing, because they know that they're coming to the last two picks. They didn't want to force Olaf into that top lane. So definitely a nice decision there. They will go with that Corki, though. They have great AoE, they have great burst. We'll just see who they go. I think they really should just pick the Yorick, though, and send Malphite into the jungle. We'll see if that's what they want to do, or if they wanted to send Malphite top. Yeah. Because Yorick, clearly Alvik was comfortable with Yorick, and Yorick does well against both Olaf and Vladimir. So against Vladimir, Yorick can just abuse Vladimir. Like, it's a really strong lane matchup for Yorick. You see it all the time, but they go with the Xin. Xin wasn't banned, so that's perfectly fine.
So
Xin just destroys Vladimir. If it's a Xin versus Vladimir matchup, Xin is in such a huge advantage there.
So Xin, he does well against Vlad. How does he perform against Olaf?
Pretty well. Olaf has a slight advantage in that lane. Just with the harass damage when Xin walks up to melee range. But it's pretty even. Both of them have great kill potential. Xin has a little bit more killing potential with junglers, and that's the best thing about Xin is you can dive on your opponent and then easily allow your jungler to pick you up that kill. So the sticking power, like we talked about earlier, that's fantastic. But we'll have to see how it works. It is going to be Aurelia top, though, so they're actually changing things up as long as they keep up with this. So we'll see whether that's the case.
Yep.
But Xin is definitely a very strong pick. Yes, and it is going to be Aurelia.
Aurelia
what did he say?
There, top lane, just to talk about the chest bomb somewhere. So Aurelia going to be there up top lane dealing with the Xin. So Olaf or Aurelia jungle, it's not likely.
There, it's going to be Olaf in the jungle.
Everyone's still swapping around. There you go. So yeah, Kerp going to be there with the Olaf there. Who's getting smite? Is anyone getting smite?
Olaf is. He just doesn't have it yet.
I hope so. I hope he grabs it. Because, well, or they can just also be trolling us here too. It's like, we're just not gonna grab our summoners until the last possible.
Oh, smite's overrated.
Smite.
That's what I found out from levels 1 through 10 of when I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, they're okay. So did he forget?
There we go.
Okay.
There we go.
I was going to say.
Worried for a second
But
there.
here's the interesting
Don't worry
thing.
me like that, Kerp.
Kerp isn't playing support this game. He's playing jungle, so they swap things up a bit. And Frogurt is going to be moving out of the jungle into that bot lane. So Frogurt is going to be playing support for them. Kerp going to jungle. I have seen Kerp play jungle for them a number of times in the past, but it's really interesting for them to have that kind of flexibility and be comfortable with making those kind of decisions. So this is going to be an interesting match. We'll be able to see how much control he has, but that's actually Xin Zhao jungle, so it is Malphite top.
Ooh.
And now, it's a nice matchup. I mean, Xin can be a very strong jungler. Malphite will be fine top. I just feel like Xin is a really strong laner right now, so I'm kind of surprised they didn't go for it. But Aurelia does actually do pretty well against Xin. Aurelia has the damage to follow up for kills.
So now we got to talk about let's talk a little bit about the jungle here, because Xin versus Olaf. I feel Olaf has a little bit of a speed advantage here, because when I jungle Xin, I always feel like I'm starting off a little bit slower than usual.
Yeah, no, Olaf does have a speed advantage there. He can AoE clear with his axes, so that's going to be fine. He also has a little bit of an invade advantage. Olaf just 1v1 versus anyone is fantastic. And so if they meet up in the jungle at all, then Olaf will have the advantage there. So we'll see if he has any kind of aggressive play. Kerp is definitely at the advantage. But the kill potential for Xin is definitely there. He has a little bit easier time with ganks. So Xin's ganks are just phenomenal. And we'll be able to see if that's the case.
Yeah, also got Tabzz there with the Ghost, with the Ignite. Usually you'll see a Vlad with Ghost Ignite in top lane, but going to be going into mid with it too. But still, though, you have the Ghost, you have the pool. If you want to go and continue for that engage, keep that slow going. It still works pretty well.
Yeah, it's just a strong all-around summoner ability. So we'll see how that'll work. Vlad should be able to farm pretty safely against Ahri. Ahri has some nice burst damage, but I don't know, probably not enough to take down Vlad. If she can wear him down a little bit, then she will. I'll be able to take him down. But with the pull and everything, Vlad can just easily ignore the charm and hopefully not get ever caught by that. But we'll have to see. Vladimir can be a very strong mid laner against a number of champions. I see Vladimir just abuse Morgana's in the mid because Morgana doesn't have an easy way of exchanging harass. She just kind of sits there, and so Vlad comes up for free harass. But that's not the case with Ahri. Ahri has great harass. So if Vlad ever tries and harasses Ahri, then Ahri will definitely win that exchange. So we'll have to see how things work out for them.
Yeah, also got the bot lane, and you'll see that both pairs of our supports and ADs in bot here, both running the exhaust and the ignite on the supports and ADs accordingly. So they're looking for kills. They're definitely looking for the kills bot lane, and I think, well, here's the thing. You do have the headbutt pulverize from Alistar. You got some decent disengage from Janna, and you have, but then it's also shields versus heals.
Yeah, no, both lanes are very aggressive for both of them. Corki and Alistar is that really aggressive kill lane. It had worked for them well in the past, so we'll see if they can carry that over from game number 2. But that lane matchup definitely was favorable for them. We'll see how Teamless can respond this game. Graves and Janna, I think what'll probably end up happening is Graves and Janna will just want to push Alistar and Corki into the tower the entire game. They'll just constantly, really aggressively push right into the tower. Janna needs to keep ward coverage up on the tri-brush, but then otherwise they'll be fine.
So here we go. Should be loading up on in pretty soon, and this is the decider for the series. Teamless and Black, they each managed to take a game here. Teamless with just a great early lead onto the Israel game number 1, and Black game number 2 bringing it back. You had Jack's top lane farming very well, and we saw it. We asked for it. You ask and you shall receive. Black did play their AP mid Soraka, did pretty damn well. But here, game number 3 though, you're going to have the Ahri in mid. You're going to have the Vladimir to try and counteract that. Don't see Olaf in the jungle. He's usually not too popular. There are a few teams out there that have run him before. But Kerp going to go ahead and try his luck with the Olaf in the jungle and Xin in the jungle too. We haven't had too many high-level elo matches here on our stream with Xin in the jungle, but we're going to see here, just like we saw the Zera earlier, so it's good to see him get some airtime as well. And pause to start things off.
I'm kind of curious to see how the Olaf is going to progress, and really Nintendo is the only one I've seen play jungle Olaf for quite some time, but Olaf is a very strong jungler. We'll have to see. I mean, it is They have a lot of aggression. They can get through some of the CC, so that's going to be key. But they have a high physical damage team against Malphite. And so Vladimir is a very strong pick against Malphite. You want to pick AP champions with lots of survivability, and Vladimir has that. He has the AoE damage to follow up on it. But the rest of the team could be shut down potentially, Graves in particular. So we'll have to see how that works out. Aurelia, as the game progresses, if Aurelia gets off to a good start, Aurelia can just run away with it. And Aurelia's late game is very strong. So we'll have to see. Versus Malphite, Malphite will be able to exchange some damage well and abuse Aurelia a little bit early with the harass. But once it's level 6, Aurelia wins that lane.
You got Teamless here in the bot tri-brush, looking for an invade. They want to see if they can't get something happening here over by the red buff. Just waiting for Frogurt, pulling up the rear. And then once he's here, it can start going around the long way. Lots of pings here coming in from Black at the tri ramp over by the Wraiths, and they may go for an invade of their own, unaware right now that Teamless was actually up in their business. But here he goes, camping on the long side of the ramp. You got Black. This could be a very, very, very bad situation for either team. Whoever manages to show their face first. Charm into the bush. You realize no one's there. There's Vision. They know they're there. Buckshot keeping them away. Tornado keeping everyone out. Axe hitting up pretty much everybody. So if there is a fight, Black's going to be a little bit weaker than usual. And there you go, Kerp in pursuit. Charm going down on him, still waiting for something, anything. Fatmamma is a little bit too slow, did not get the boots first. Alistar is in the back, he got the equilibrium strikes, keeping him slow just for a little bit. Ghost going down, they want that kill. Here comes Kerp right out in front. Napraen getting ignited, can he get out to safety? Alvik out in front, taking as much damage as he can. Kerp is ignited as well, no kills.
Yeah, really nice disengage from Black there. And Fatmamma just holding on to his flash a little bit longer than he should have. So Olaf was able to hit the axe. The second the axe hit, he was like, Aurelia was able to get the E. The second that hit, he was like, oh, wow, I really messed up here. So he's able to back off, though. A number of summoners are down. And that's perfect for an aggressive jungler like Xin, but his team is very low. Graves and Janna are in a great position here because of how much damage Fatmamma took. So we'll see if they can abuse them a little bit.
And Fatmamma hasn't backed either. He's not going back. He's not regenning all that. That could be really bad right now if Teamless gets a little bit too aggressive and tries to look for that early kill. Because you see Frogurt right down there hopping around the tri-brush, seeing if something can't happen down onto the Alistar, but alas, it will not happen. Ward going down. Everyone returning to the lanes as well. And that is also why you get boots on your support if you're looking for an evade of that kind of caliber, because you saw Fatmamma lagging behind and it really, really made him vulnerable. There you go. Tabzz, being a victim of that mark from Xin, will use the pool, get to safety, right back to the tower.
Yeah, and Vladimir is actually doing a nice job winning the harassed war with Ahri so far. Kerp running down for Xin, though. He saw Xin in the mid lane. He knows he's level 2 right now. He's going to try and catch him off. He has the double buff, but he is pretty low himself. No. And Faceroller, can he get the charm? There it is. And there's the kill. First blood onto Ahri with the double buff. That is absolutely devastating. Not only will he have the harass advantage mid lane, but Xin can also grab their blue, which is going to help speed up his jungle.
That's pretty bad. That sucks a little bit.
Was that a Nintendo? Is Nintendo playing Olaf? Is that who's on Kerp's account?
But
that was
the joke had to be made. The joke had to be made. But yeah, Olaf, he got a little bit too aggressive, and Kerp just got way too far out. Was way too low, and that is the danger of running.
But Malphite chasing a little bit after Aurelia. Xin is set up in the top lane. YoungBuck taking some damage, but Alvik is actually pretty low himself.
Faceroller also getting some damage down onto Tabzz, but Vlad, he is a little bit healthier. And Kerp now back with full health. He wants his blue buff back, but Faceroller with a flash will actually get the safety. And here comes Napraen as Xin down for the attacks down onto Aurelia. Alvik has no mana, cannot get the slows, cannot follow up with any of that. And here comes Kerp trying to be aggressive here. He wants someone's buffs. He's very hungry for it. Going around the long way. May go from behind the tower to make something happen here, but we'll see if he decides to carry on with that in a moment.
Yeah, and Ahri forced to use the flash, just being a little bit greedy, waiting around for one more CS. And it's just one CS. It's not really that significant. Kerp's able to grab the wolf and then get out of there. So he's going to be fine. But losing that flash on Ahri it kind of hurts him a little bit because he can't be quite as aggressive against Vladimir right here. Vladimir does have a little bit of a farm advantage as well as a level advantage. So we'll see how that kind of progresses, and if Ari can start to use that red buff to press Vlad.
Yep. The harass can be huge. The harass at that level can be huge this early on if you have that double buff, and she's still going to have it for another good minute or so. So we'll see what kind of what comes there, but also the mana regen this early on, especially when you're facing up someone in mid who doesn't use mana like Vlad. It can be so valuable to have, and usually that's an advantage very early on for the mid that doesn't use the mana, because you can stay in lane longer, you can continue your harass, force your opponent to back, but now it's no longer an issue.
Oh, the dodge!
Does not get hit with the axe, but there you go, you got the ghosts from both the mid and the jungler trying to get the kill on the Facerollerx. There's the pool. Tabzz is low though, Napraen is here. Can you get those 3 strikes? Axe gonna be hitting Facerollerx. The charm not gonna be connecting, and Xin, Napraen, he's just like, who do I hit? He couldn't make a decision,
well,
but he
wasn't fast enough to take either of them.
And he couldn't follow up. Yeah, he could not get that. Could not get those attacks off. Could not get that kill.
Yeah, but really nice job from Xin, turning it around, saving Ari's life. He's a hero. He should be great, but headbutt pulverize from Fatmamma, getting under the graves will do some nice damage there. MetalX pretty low, but actually chasing him back a little bit. Yeah, I mean, it was a really nice job. Facerollerx running at Olaf, recognizing that was kind of his best escape route, which is kind of counterintuitive, but it worked out well for him. He missed the first axe and then was able to get out of there.
Yeah, and that was really what turned the fight. If that axe hit, it could have been a completely different story, but good on Facerollerx.
But it
out
also
of the way of danger.
It also goes back to Vladimir having a little bit of a level advantage because Facerollerx left the lane. And so if Facerollerx was level 6 on Ori, those would have been 2 kills there. He would have been able to pick up both of them. He would have been very safe. He wouldn't have had to, quite worry himself as much. But I don't know. We'll see once he hits 6. He will be able to deny some golden experience against Vlad right now.
Yes, and also, despite the fact that Olaf does have a faster jungling speed, because of that early kill that he gave up, and because of all that time lost, Napraen is now edged out. Has the level lead, gold lead, more than likely. Does he actually have it there? Yeah, he does. It's not too much, but it's still a lead. So Napraen's he's got a good advantage going in here, and there's going to be a nice little timing window as well, where he's going to have the ult, and Olaf will not. So it's a little bit of a time to be aggressive as well.
Yeah, I do think it's interesting, though, that Xin is actually going for a Philosopher's Stone. So he's a physical damage bruiser jungler, but instead of going for an AD item like Wriggles that'll speed up this jungler, give him better dragon control, instead of going for like Doran's, he could go for a double Doran's build in order to be really aggressive in ganks and stuff like that. He goes for the Philosopher's Stone for more of a support route, gives him that easy gold, which is the thing. Xin, you need to get into your mid-game build, and sometimes you can be slow to start off. So the Doran's, it's a safe build. It makes sure that he's going to get there.
Yep. And with that, he's going to go ahead and continue his route as well. And it's not too, what there are other item alternatives as well. Like Phage is pretty common on him. I've seen a Brutalizer or two. Works pretty well. But with someone like Xin, health is always a good thing when you have someone right there on the front lines looking to deal damage. Kerp getting pretty low in his own jungle. If Napraen were actually to visit enemy territory just for a little bit, he may actually even just find him out and actually outduel him.
Yeah, no, we'll have to see. It is really even right now. Most of that is the one kill was negated by the farm advantage, for some of the lanes for Teamless. So we'll see how they can pressure that. YoungBuck doing a really nice job in the top lane, but Xin is coming up, and Alvik has his ultimate, so there's a huge potential here for a kill.
YoungBuck does get the strike down onto Malphite, popping the ult. Getting a little bit more damage, and here comes Malphite with the ult in response. YoungBuck needs to get out of there, sees the Xin. It's time to run, ignite down, drinking the health potion will be fine. And here comes Kerp trying to help out, and the ward in the bush. We'll see him coming on up, and now Napraen, he knows he's around. Can he make something happen here? Alvik is nearby. 1, 2, 3. Waiting for the pop-up. He does pop the ult. He is immune from disables, and Alvik getting very low in response. There's the Ignite going down. YoungBuck will capitalize on that, and now Napraen, can you actually get a kill here? No, because Tabzz is nearby. This could be bad. Ult going down. Does manage to hit Napraen there, and now Tabzz, he's going deep. Wants to kill. The pool will be more than enough.
Yeah, but Ari, can he pick up a couple of these? The flash in, and then the ult for Kerp. One more attack will be able to do it, but there is the charm onto Tabzz as well, and he is pretty low. He has the double buff, but will they be able to pick up the kill? The W, is it enough?
Oh,
just
no.
Barely going down.
Minions not going to be able to grab that kill on YoungBuck. I thought that was going to happen, but no. But Facerollerx
getting in there. That was a 1 for 3 at the end. Well, at the end of that, it was just really, yeah, not the best situation there for Black.
Yeah, Teamless doing a really nice job there, pressuring it, and then picking up Ari as well. Probably, I don't know, if he could have gotten another kill, it would have been worth it. But at that point in time, it really wasn't. But he's 2-1 right now, so that'll help him catch up a little bit. But Vladimir definitely has a little bit of an advantage. He has the revolver. He has a Cage's pick as well, so he's going to be really successful farming from now on.
So you do have Kerp back in the jungle, looking to catch up just a little bit, and now with that engage, has gone and overtaken the lead over his opposing jungler. Xin still level 5.
But Alistar on Dejana, he will back off. But he does take a lot of damage from MetalX.
Oh yeah, that's quite a bit. And that is the power of Graves, the fact that he has that attack speed steroid. He's got the buckshot. There's just a lot of damage in that kit, and it can really chunk someone out who's very unprepared. Granted, Corki does have a fair amount of burst as well, but it increases the more he itemizes. Once he starts working towards something like the Trinity Force, that damage output increases exponentially. But you do see right now they have Teamless looking to start on the Dragon. It is warded. Black knows about it. It's just a matter of can they do anything about it. And meanwhile, top lane, YoungBuck getting some free rest down onto the Malphite. But Frogurt is out in the back. There you go. Olaf picking up the Dragon. And here you go. Alistar with the ult pop. Headbutt. Pulverize down onto MetalX and Ari with the burst damage. And the ultimate. Can you get 1? Can you get 2? There you go. 2 kills for the one Dragon. All things considered, in the end, even. 2 kills equals about a Dragon, so things evened out there.
Yeah, really nice job from Black. They recognize that Xin and Alistar have the stronger initiation. They can get right into that backline and prevent Graves or Vladimir from dealing any damage. And they had plenty of damage to take down a couple of those members. They're able to grab 2. And Corki doing a really nice job in the bottom lane. He's almost 20 CS ahead of Graves right now. Has the kill as well. Will get some damage on the turret. And then pull ahead in levels because of that fight and because of denying some in the mid lane.
Tabzz, a little bit of a victim there from the charm from Faceroller, but you see now that Black wants to take their opportunities. They want to try and bounce back. They're only 1K behind. It's not the biggest deficit in the world, and especially after considering these last 2 games, it's a lot better than situations they've been in before. And I'm wondering about the role Napraen is going to have later on in. And as we mentioned before, he's building the GP5s. He's got the Philo Stone. He's looking for the Heart of Gold. And I'm just wondering how much more utility he's going to be providing as the game continues on if he's not building damage, if he's looking for that support role.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing is it's getting him safely into his later build. And, the Heart of Gold in particular, he needs health. Xin has a low base HP, so that'll be huge. He gets some armor and magic resist from his ultimate, so, he's going to be fine in that situation if he gets the Heart of Gold. He already has inherently high damage, but it'll allow him to transition into a later build. So he wants to get really deep into his build, so that's fine. Ari is set up down bot, though, and if Alistar forces this onto Graves, Ari could easily pick up that kill.
Fatmamma waiting for his opportunity. There is a ward in that bush. Faceroller does not want to expose himself just yet. We see
the
Fatmamma
charm
actually going on in. Faceroller, wait for the moment. There you go. There is the ult, and MetalX needs to get out of there. Where's the charm? May not even be necessary at this point. There's the orb going down onto Janna. All the damage going into MetalX. He will be able to grab that. Fatmamma taking the turret for diqozoy, trying to get the damage, but here diqozoy getting in a bad spot. Does manage to get the kill on Janna, but dies in the fight. And here's Kerp trying to capitalize. Fatmamma does have to get the hell out of there with the flash. Tabzz, can he connect? Yes, he will with the Q. Alistar does go down. That is a 2 for 2 even trade.
Yeah, and the big thing is that Ari used the charm at the beginning, but used it after a dash, so she actually missed Graves. Instead of just throwing off the charm to try and pick it up, she decided to just ult right on top of him. As a result, she missed the charm. Graves was able to back out of there, and it took a monumental effort for them to pick up the kills, and it gave Teamless time to get back into this. In the meanwhile, YoungBuck exchanging damage very well with Alvik. He has to get out of there. The Ignite's going off for both of them, but YoungBuck has the advantage. There's almost no man on Alvik. He forces the flash out, so he's going to be fine, going to be able to back off.
Yeah, and that is a huge problem with Malphite too. We've talked about it before. It's just his mana issues. As the game, it's rough. He needs to sustain in lane. Usually a Philo Stone is enough, but he's stacking the Doran's rings just to get the extra mana regen. And in fights like that, he still does not have enough to go ahead and continue that fight. It's really unfortunate.
Yeah, so we'll see. you know, how he can kind of pursue that. He should be fine to just continue farming. He is going, you know, with the Dorans and the Philosopher's Stone, so he will have plenty of mana regen. But I don't know, Aurelia is doing very well in the top lane, and they can't allow both Aurelia and Vladimir to just free farm. Vladimir 4-0 right now with 130 CS. That's going to be such a huge issue for them. Ari's doing pretty well for himself as well, 3-1-3, but the CS lead on Vladimir can just be absolutely devastating. Vladimir could just AoE their entire team later on in fights.
And, you know, there's a pretty huge gold disparity between the two as well, more than 1,000 gold. And, you know, that translates to items where you have, you know, the Kage's Lucky Pick where you can just gain an even bigger advantage. And, you know, it's now that the mana regen has been taken off the DFG, it's more viable for a lot more champions to build, i.e. Vladimir. So he can go ahead and grab that for himself. And he's got the Abyssal Scepter and the Revolver for all that extra regen. It's going to be a little bit difficult to deal with him more as the game goes on. MetalX being chunked out huge here in the bot lane, does dash away Monsoon to ensure the escape, and here comes Kerp, not engaging because look who's following you all the way down. You got Ari and you got Zin, but here you go, meeting up with Vlad. So much damage coming in from Tabzz. Facerollerx in a lot of trouble, but does get the rest of his team to safety, and dash just to use it, you might as well that.
Absolutely
wow,
absurd.
An
EQ combo took Faceroller down below half-life, and that's how strong Tabzz is right now. It's going to be so difficult for them to deal with him. It's just, it's going to be almost impossible. He's going to just be steamrolling them in fights. So we'll see how they can do it. If they can chain CC him, then they're going to be fine. But the issue is Vladimir has the pull. They do have the initiation to take him down. They do have the damage to take him down. But it's going to be tough as the fight go on. Olaf, in the meantime, chasing down bottom lane, will engage onto both Alistar and Corki. He hits the axe. Graves is behind him. Fatmamma getting pretty low with the Whirlwind as well. They might go in for this. The ultimate does go off. There's the ult from Graves, just not quite enough, but Fatmamma jumping back in will go down. So they're able to pick up another kill bottom.
Fatmamma ran back to headbutt Olaf backwards while he still had the ult on, which means that he's not getting headbutted. So Fatmamma just, you know, went for the headbutt. The damage hit, but he just stood still for a second, and that was plenty of time for the rest of the damage to come on through. I was also looking real quick before that fight at Tabzz, his character sheet here. 29 spell pen with the 10%, with the extra 10%.
Oh, but Aurelia diving onto Ari, forces out the ultimate, picks up the kill anyway with the Transcendent Blades after the ultimate. In the meantime, they're grabbing the dragon. And then Ari trying to force a fight with Zin and Malphite, but Vladimir is close behind, so there's the ignite.
Tabzz,
he is getting pretty low, but Vladimir can clean this up. Ari dashing onto Napraen. The ultimate from Napraen trying to get them out of there, but can they get him? One more Q from Ari will be enough, or from Vladimir. He will be going for this. There it is, picks up the kill.
So Tabzz, he's got 29 spell pen with on him, plus the Abyssal. For a champ like Ari, that's pretty much true damage. For a champ like Zin, he's shredding his magic resist more than half down. That is a lot of damage coming in from that Vlad very early. It's not too uncommon. Sometimes he's was it the Haunting Guise is sometimes commonly built on him as well, just for even more of that. But now he has all the pen he really ever needs. He's getting that needlessly large rod, looking to build into Deathcap or even into Zonia as if he's ends up getting focused a little bit more down the line. But just the damage coming in is just going to be way too much to deal with.
Ari trying to get an engage under Aurelia. She's going to walk right into that charm. They have plenty of damage. Alvik trying to pick this up, but Faceroller getting very low once again. The dash, he needs to use his ultimate. Didn't want to, but there it is. YoungBuck. Can they pursue him? One more damage. There it goes. The Q able to pick up the kill.
The orb over the wall. More than enough damage. The true damage on the way back. Going to go ahead and secure that kill. You do also have Fatmamma and diqozoy still bot lane, looking to push, still looking to be aggressive, but they saw last time too that they got into a little bit of a hairy situation. You saw the rest of team was coming on down through the river, and thankfully enough, Faceroller and Napraen were there to also pursue. But if they continue pushing like this with scant ward coverage, only in a Tribrush, nothing here up in the river, it could be bad for them very soon if Teamless decides to go ahead and mobilize.
Yeah, so we'll see, you know, how Teamless can continue with their lead, or if Black can turn it around. The bot lane is working out well for them. Unfortunately, both Kerp and Tabzz are chasing down Malphite in this top lane, and Tabzz has plenty of damage. Kerp will get the slow form. Alvik will drop very, very quickly. He's going to use his ultimate out. He does have his flash, so he can still use the flash. Try and dodge an axe, but it's not enough. He will go down. There it is. Tabzz picking up another kill, 6-0 with almost 200 CS.
This is looking bad for Black. You know, now you got to think about right now at this point in the game, how do you shut down the Vlad? Can you even shut down the Vlad at this point?
I mean, they have the damage to do it. It's going to be difficult because Vlad has such great survivability, works very well against Malphite, and then the rest of the team is just going to go to town on you if you're putting forth such a monumental effort to shut down Vlad. Even if you do pick up kills on the Vlad, he still is going to just wreck you with his massive AoE and easily win fights that way. But they need to force a fight here, and that's how they're going to come back. So Ahri trying to pin them off. Can't quite get the engage. Can he hit the charm onto someone? Actually, Aurelia might be in a good position to follow up, but they're not quite able to grab it. The charm onto Kerp, but he does have to back out of there because Facerollerx is very close to going down. The Vlad ult will pick it up, but Aurelia gets it first. They do want to get out of there because Napraen is in pursuit, and Alvik is here as well. Does have the ultimate, is trying to get YoungBuck off of Napraen's back. One more attack. He almost gets out of there, but the axe picks it up, and Vladimir actually going down to Corky.
Nice axe coming in from Kerp, and the monsoon from Frogurt, very well timed, clearing all the distance needed for Olaf. But it was a really good fight. It was a really good fight. Just a little bit of an unfortunate ult coming from Napraen, and it actually kind of spelled doom for Facerollerx. Because like Facerollerx out, he was by tower, but the ult actually moved everyone closer to Facerollerx. Like, oh, well, I'm a little bit closer to you now. I guess I'll just attack you and pick up on that kill.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, you know, like that errant Lee Sin kick. It's like, no, I wanted you to kick him away from us, not towards us.
Even so, I mean, they were able to get the kill on the Vladimir, but
yeah.
It's almost not enough at this point. It's 6K gold lead for Teamless, and it really is a monumental effort for them to take Vladimir. So we'll see if they can do it. They have the damage with Corky to take it down with Xin as well. Xin does very well against Vladimir. He does have a MrRallez for that hard initiation and is building into an Aegis. You know, since no one else in the team really has the best itemization path, it would probably be Alistar next, but Alistar just doesn't have enough gold for it. So, you know, that's definitely a nice build to prevent some of that AoE damage from Vlad.
There is a pretty higher than usual average number of GP10s here onto Black. I mean, you got 2 on Malphite, you got 3 onto Alistar, which usually in most supports only ever buy 2, and then you got the 1 on Xin, which is kind of like, you know, you go for that commitment. Well, he had to, and upgraded that one, the one Philo Stone into the MrRallez, which, you know, actually, there's still a little bit of a debate on when you actually upgrade a GP10 into the final item. Do you think that's a little bit too much of an early call, or is it just right?
It just depends on the situation. I think it's fine. I mean, he wants to have the MrRallez. You get the MrRallez whenever you want to have the MrRallez. He wants to have the MrRallez, so he gets it. You know, it's a really safe pick. You know, it will be very strong for both initiation, but also getting out of fights. So it's just a nice item all around.
If Vlad coming on up to the top lane does get spotted by the ward coming in, so Tabzz, he's looking to gain entry, looking to try and get those kills. But Xin and Malphite, they saw him coming on up and they will back off. diqozoy getting a little bit too far out in front. Fatmamma still waiting in the bush far behind, but does get a lot of damage down on the MetalX. He's gonna have to fall back here. But you do see Kerp, you do see Tabzz. Tabzz going the long way around, and I think right now diqozoy and Fatmamma, they realize they're in a little bit of trouble. Tabzz coming on in. Can he get what he needs? The ghost was used. Nice flash over from diqozoy, but yeah, Tabzz not actually going to be able to get anything off of that one.
Yeah, really nice job. They were cut off, but the nice juke, recognizing that they were up there, they're able to back off. Really nice play by them. And I don't know, we'll see. This is going to be a dragon for Teamless, but the big thing is that Black, they're able to hold off a little bit, and that's what they need to do right now. They need to try and pick people up and hold off so that they can, you know, get Xin further and further into that late game, get Corky further and further into that late game, because Corky's very strong, but they need Corky to just be able to tear through Vladimir and just destroy him.
YoungBuck looking to push with that ultimate, throwing it down into mid, looking to push the wave, forcing diqozoy to go ahead and try and cut everything off before it actually gets to the tier 2. And you see Tabzz looking to, he's right out in front. He's keeping the stacks there on his E up, just so that when he does get into a team fight, he's going to be doing that much more damage. Common thing, you know, I forget to do that on Vlad
all the time is really important too for a lot of that high level damage.
Yeah, and it's not just the damage; it gives you increased regen and your abilities as well. So it's just all around very strong. But the damage is absolutely massive on a fully stacked E. They will be able to back off, and yeah, we'll see. Right now this is kind of the vague point in time where neither team knows really how to press an objective. But I think that we'll probably start to see Teamless force fights over by the Baron, because they have a very strong Baron team. They should be able to keep their health pretty high so that they can force the engage. They're just a little bit concerned, I think, that the AoE from Black could maybe win the fight, or if they could burst down some of the members of Teamless, then their advantage would just be completely wiped.
And you do have Kerp there now with that Oracle's. Got himself a Sunfire cape too. So I mean, it makes sense. He's going to be right there in the middle of all these fights. You might as well do some AoE damage to everybody around you. And also getting the Move 3 boots as well. Not a pair of boots you usually see all too much, but you have the resistances coming from the Aegis. You have the ult to get out of there. So he's speedy. He wants to make sure that those axes hit their mark every time he hits them. And also, in a pinch, get out of those fights. Yeah,
it's really surprising. It's I mean, the Move 3 boots, they're pretty cheap as well.
Yeah.
So it's not a huge investment. He probably just recognized that this upcoming fight, he needs to be full potential. So the movement speed will be pretty nice. But it is wild because it's just generally considered not a very strong pair of boots. They're just there's not a whole lot of uses for them. It gives you a little bit of movement speed, which is nice on Olaf in particular, because he needs that sticking potential. He needs to be able to get in the back line and duel with people, and you need movement speed for that. So, we'll see how this kind of works. Hopefully everything's okay with Team Black right now.
Yeah.
So, we'll be able to see if everything's working out.
Yeah, everyone's a little bit lagged right now. So he's just everyone's just reconnecting, making sure everything's okay, making sure everything's fine. I remember there was a little bit of a discussion about Move 3 boots as well, like, what champions really benefit from it, what champions, you may want to consider actually putting it on. I've seen it before. I remember seeing Move 3 boots on Anivia not too long ago.
Really?
Yeah.
I could never imagine Move 3 boots on Anivia. That's wild.
Well, yeah, if you want to make sure you ensure those walls hit where they need to be, because sometimes, so often, you'll see an Anivia place a wall. It's just out of reach.
Yeah, and the big thing is that, again, it goes back to the idea that Anivia can play however Anivia feels like.
Yeah.
I mean, you can itemize any way on Anivia, and that's always the big thing with her. You can just get any items you want, and it doesn't matter. So, like you said, having that movement speed could be key in some situations.
I remember also starting out, I played a lot of Garen, like very early levels, and I buy it all the time on him too. I think it's actually still a recommended item on him too. But yeah, if you're spinning to win, you want to make sure you actually go ahead and hit your target.
Yeah, we'll see. I always remember people used to get swiftness boots on Ashe, and that was always just like painful. I mean, you could use it to kite people very easily, and so it helped with positioning a little bit, since Ashe didn't have the best positioning. But I don't know. I think it's just generally agreed that they're not the greatest boots, but we'll see if they make their way back in on certain champions. Movement speed can be kind of difficult to itemize into in a lot of situations. So we'll see with that. Right now, though, it's going to be tough for Black, because not only is Vladimir really strong, Aurelia is incredibly tanky. Graves, he's behind Corki, but he still has a lot of damage himself with that Infinity Edge.
You got the Corki. He's waiting, looking to see who's waiting on that ridge, just to see if anyone would pop up, but does rejoin with the rest of the team. diqozoy still out in front, though, looking to scout ahead, looking to see what we can get. But you have Teamless here. Have they started it? They have started the Baron, but they will break away. They do see Napraen. There was a ward there in the bush, and Kerp, he's going in, getting the true damage down, but you do have the rest of Black. They're not too far away. Wards in both parts of the bush. It's pretty tricky to ward, too. You want to ensure you're seeing anyone's in there. There's Alvik with the ult down. Vlad's going to be out in front. Vlad will go down pretty much everyone. There's going to be increased damage overall. Graves with the ult double kill for the Vlad, and right now, that was just an absolute cleanup. absolute cleanup and just a mess.
And that's
a mess of blood and axes
and death and violence and axes. And
we have to go back in slow-mo that one.
That's exactly what we talked about earlier, is the fact that Vladimir, his AoE damage is going to be so devastating, and it'll take every single one of Team Black to take down Vladimir. And even if they do take down Vladimir, they're going to take a lot of AoE damage, and the rest of the team, they're going to have to deal with them. So just way too much of an effort to take him down. They have huge advantages in this game. So, we'll see if Black can hold it off, but as it's standing, Teamless is looking really strong, and it looks like they'll be able to take this.
Hey, they got the Vlad. At what cost? Your entire team. But they got the Vlad.
But they got the Vlad.
So it's okay. But no, that's just how, that really speaks to how far ahead Tabzz is right now of just really everybody. And now he's got the Zhonya's Hourglass. That's not going to be happening again. As look at the gold lead he's got on him right now. Kerp going to get caught out a little bit by diqozoy, but Frogurt will actually be able to save him. The missile might actually be enough. One more auto attack. No. He will actually juke that last missile and be...
Yeah, but Malphite is in pursuit of Frogurt.
But here comes
not
Tabzz.
Quite able to follow it up. Yeah, there's Tabzz. That means get out of here.
Yeah.
So he will be able to dissuade that. Corki getting some nice damage, but Aurelia diving onto him gets the slow. They have to back out of there, but this could be a cleanup for Teamless. They aren't in the best situations right now. YoungBuck still chasing him down. He has the GA, and Corki is going to go down. One more attack. Alvik jumping onto YoungBuck, but will go down himself,
but
and
GA.
Tabzz can clean it up. There's the GA on YoungBuck. Napraen very close to going down, but they have to back off, so no benefit to that engage. There's another kill. YoungBuck chasing onto him, and they can push in. That might be it. I don't know if maybe Black is just conceding at this point. Alistar, yeah, that's the concession. They're trying to get the kill on Tabzz. They know it's not going to happen. He's going to be able to pick it up. So GG to Teamless. They're able to pick up the win against Black. Bacon lovers are crazy cool. Not today. They will go down, so nice job by Teamless.
I want to go back real quick to that Baron fight because I just want to slow down all of this madness coming on in. Focus is going to be happening here onto Tabzz, and we're waiting for the Malphite ult to come on in, and here we go. You got Tabzz out in front, going to be the brunt of pretty much all of that damage. Xin ult coming down and everything. Faceroller just waiting for his opportunity. And you got everyone here in just one huge clumped up area. Everyone still has the Vlad ult on them, so that's just going to be a lot of extra damage coming on in. Graves ult from the back line. You got Aurelia grabbing that kill. Tabzz almost going down here, but now it's just everyone was just in one condensed area. And remember the Vlad ult. It's it's
600 damage plus a 12% damage increase.
That's
yeah,
insane.
And Graves has plenty of AoE damage. The rest of them have plenty of damage.
Got plenty.
Yep.
He's got more than enough there. Jump on over to the end. You should be able to clean this up pretty soon. We'll take a look at the score sheet as well. But yeah, that's going to be it, man. That's going to be all she wrote. You don't really ever want to go ahead and jumble up close to someone like a Vlad in a situation like that because a lot of people forget about that damage increase on the ult, and it can be more than enough. It's a very significant amount of increase, especially this late in the game when you have champs hitting 18 and you have all the AP, you have everything stacked. It can definitely change games. But there you go. Series gonna be going to Teamless 2-1 over Black, but fantastic show from both teams.
Yeah, really impressive play. Black turning things around in game number 2, and we don't know that that Soraka wouldn't have been unstoppable or wouldn't have been able to win that matchup. But the ban, really safe ban from Teamless. Yeah. Vladimir, just absolutely destroying that entire game. He got off to a really early lead. Every single fight he was involved with, they kept on having team fights, and he was getting all of the kills, and it allowed him to snowball very easily and pick up the win for them. So really nice job from Teamless.
Not too bad. And before we go, remember there's a little bit of business to take care of. IGN.com/IPL. Go to the news section and scroll on down. You're going to find a contest you might be pretty interested in. We're giving away 5 $50 RP cards. Just gotta go ahead, click the link, click a few buttons, and you'll be set to enter. Not $10 RP, 50. We're going to the big prizes here. So
yeah, no, it's definitely very cool. Check it out, guys. It will be a lot of fun. We'll have some matches later. I think 5 o'clock. Which match is it up? Because it was swapped, right?
I'm not sure who's playing for NA today, but when I talked to Nick Allen,
Like, well,
We'll put it up on the screen.
when I talked to Nick, he mentioned TSM, and really that's all you really need to know. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, no, that'll be perfect.
So we'll see. We'll see how that goes later on today. But until then, we're good for now. We will see you later, guys, next time. Bye.
He has such a large impact. They're all very solid players, but Extinct out of the mid lane, he's one of the more aggressive mid laners. He likes to roam a lot, so he'll leave the mid lane, try and pick up kills. His mid Lulu has been just fantastic to watch in the past. I'm not sure that he's still playing it right now, but yeah, he's definitely a really strong player.
So we got LeBlanc, Karthus, and Twisted Fate being banned out here. All bans so far being centered there onto the mid lane. And TF, we've been seeing a lot of bans coming from him. For both these now, it's actually kind of spreading across the world. A lot of TF bans coming from the Asia servers, but now it's starting to catch on. People recognize he's like, oh yeah, he's really good at that ganking thing. He can do that pretty well. Orianna
Crazy
also
little
being
thing
banned
called
out.
TF, yeah. He's a really strong champion. I was just actually, there was a cool post on Reddit this morning. The guy did a really fantastic job of compiling statistics on, champions that have been playing and then giving his kind of take on it. Some of them I kind of disagreed with, but for the most part, it was really well thought out. And talking about how TF is a really common pick, but then how champions like Shyvana, we've seen them a lot recently, and how they've just been doing fantastically. They've been winning a lot of those matches. Just really impressive performances. I'm looking up alternate, and actually I can't see any tournaments for them except for several months ago. So they are in the top 8 for the EU circuit, which is definitely going to be cool. I thought they were. So they're potentially going to be moving on with Riot's own league system, but or tournaments for the Season 2 championship. But I haven't really seen them in a while, so it should be exciting to check this out. And ForellenLord, what he can do as a 2.9k ELO player.
So we got the first few picks coming in, and you know what? It's been we are in the new patch. We are on the what do we call this now? It's kind of, I still feel it's strange.
Is this the July patch?
The early August patch.
Early August? Okay.
Yeah, because everything was patched last night. So Rumble
did we know it was early August, or was it late July? Because this could be very important.
The YouTube video said early August.
Okay, good. Whew, I was concerned because that could be a life or death discrepancy there.
Could be. It very well could be. But here's the thing, though. You have 2 champs that have received nerfs here.
Yep.
In this patch, being still picked up very early on. Rumble did get a damage tweak with his overheating and with the flame spitter.
But that patch didn't actually run yet.
Yeah, I patched as we were logging in.
Oh, really? The patch went up today.
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Yes, I patched as we were logging in.
Wow, I didn't realize the patch went up. That's awesome.
So we also have a Yorick here, who also got a little bit of a regen tweak on his E. So he now only heals back half when he uses it on a minion.
Oh, wow. That's a huge change. Yeah, that's definitely going to be interesting to see. I mean, we have a lot of standard picks here. Alistar, Nunu, solid jungle and support combo. And then Rumble, Sona, and Corki, all very strong champions. Sona has been coming back in a very huge way. Has been, just fantastic. Her harass in lane, it's not as strong as it used to be. I mean, it used to just be able to single-handedly win the lane as Sona, but it's still strong. It allows you to win matchups. And then the big thing is the mobility and, disables and whatnot for later in fights. We'll have to see how they go. They might decide to go with someone like Ahri here, would be a strong pick, or if they wanted to go like a Morgana or something. They have a couple of options, but they have the makings of a really strong team. They have a lot of AoE. The key is to get some nice sustained damage as well. Which is why I would probably pick someone like Ahri over Morgana, because Morgana would be a little bit more bursty. But I don't know. We'll have to see who they go with. I do think it's interesting though, talking about the Yorick, regen nerf that you were saying, because that really affects his laning phase.
It really does.
Yorick does very well against Rumble for a long time. He's been a semi kind of counter to Rumble. Benivia, fantastic pick. But with that heal, he still is going to be very strong in those 1v1 matchups, but he won't be able to play a defensive lane as successfully. He won't be able to 1v2 bot as successfully, so we might not see as Yorick swapping down bot as often. And if anyone's able to zone him off the lane or anything like that, where he can't use the minions underneath the tower to regen, that could be a dangerous situation. But plants and zombies, we have them. Zira being the last pick, she's been fantastic lately.
And you know what? We've been talking about this pretty much all week so far. Zira is incredibly powerful, but as some champs are when they first come in. And we've been seeing her, we picked or banned every game this week. And I'm surprised that there were really just no changes to her with this patch.
Yeah, well, it's been one patch, so it's hard to make a, Riot doesn't like making quick decisions and, just nerfing the champion immediately. They'll wait and see how she does.
So with that, though, we have our teams decided, and it's we're just waiting to see too, because we do have an Alistar and there is a Nunu.
Yeah,
Still
it'll probably
not
be
yet.
Alistar jungle.
It'll probably be Alistar jungle. Nunu jungle. Been seeing a bit of it lately. Fantastic with the counter jungling. It's just like you used to. Just walk up, grab the blue wraith, and just get out of there. Even then, they can still do it. They can just still walk up on their way down the bot lane and just nom the wraith and get on out there.
Well, and the big thing is Alistar Ashe doesn't really make sense as a lane, whereas Nunu can be a very strong support and helps negate some of Corki's damage if they're trying to bruise. But Ashe is a very defensive laner. But then there's no benefit to having Nunu, or there's very little benefit to having Nunu over Alistar in the jungle if you get both of them on your team, because Alistar can just be a faster jungler clearer and more aggressive ganks. He does miss out on some of that counter jungling that Nunu brings, but for the most part, it's just a win-win for them right now. So they have a strong team. Do you happen to know, this is just such a random thought, but the Maokai and Zira secret passive, is that only when they're on the same team?
There was I think it's only on the same team.
I would hope so, because it's like, if she's buffing her ally. So the secret passive for Zira, there's a couple of them.
3 of them.
But yeah, there's 3 of them. But the Maokai one is like when they're near each other, Maokai gets bonus movement speed.
One extra
one bonus movement speed. But that's still 1 extra movement speed.
It's still 1. If that chase goes on for like a mile, then maybe he'll actually catch up.
If Zira has 550 attack range and Maokai is at 549 range, then in 2 seconds, she won't be able to attack him anymore. Actually, probably after the first attack, the animation will slow her down enough.
Could be.
So that 1 extra movement speed could be key if they have the same movement.
Yeah, and if it does work, if you're on enemy teams.
Right.
So, but there was the 2 others, because a lot of people thought that the other secret passive was actually going to be with Yorick.
Yeah.
But it ended up turning out to be with Scion. So I think he actually does like 1 extra damage or something like that.
That's actually pretty significant.
It is.
1 extra damage can mean a lot, and it's really a minor thing. There's also something with Leona, like if she uses her damage if she has light blind on someone and then Zira uses an ability, then it does more damage or something.
1
like
extra.
That. 1 extra. Okay, yeah. So just 1 extra point. Regardless, should be exciting. And Zira has been incredible recently. We've been checking her out. 2415. That just doesn't match up against ForellenLord's 2900. I don't even know how he's going to even hope to play this mid lane, but he does have some nice mana regen, some standard runes, 21, 0, and 9. He does have the nice range advantage, a little bit, though. Anivia, actually, their range is about even. Anivia has just fantastic control. What is this?
Check the runes.
For a second.
Check the runes real quick, because so we saw the other day, with the Nivea runes now a little bit common now. Just depends on playstyle to actually go for those attack damage runes. Is Froggen, I believe, was the one who started that.
Yeah,
one.
no, it was Froggen. He was playing versus Kazadan, it was just such a smart decision to go with the attack damage runes. ForellenLord going heavy into ability power, which is kind of interesting because they already have a high ability power team, and the issue is always going to be that you're going to have Anivia like. All right, so let me compose my thoughts here for a second. Anivia, she's one of the just strongest champions in the game, and she can win almost any fights or anything like that, despite itemization. Like, it's just, you can get any sort of build path for Anivia and be successful. And so, usually for runes and masteries, I would normally expect 1 magic resist for the blues when going against an aggressive laner like Zira, who can throw off that nice ranged harass, and then has persistent damage. If she can egg Anivia, she has the plants to mop her up. So I would expect magic resist there, and I would expect mana regen regen on the yellows, so that Anivia has a little bit more spam ability. But Anivia going for flat ability power and scaling ability power, which is kind of interesting because they already have a high magic damage team. So I would think that generally speaking, ForellenLord would be able to itemize into health items like Warmogs and mana regen, like we kind of see usually. But it'll be interesting to see if he's just using it to get like a certain amount of burst. If he like recognizes, okay, at this point in the game, if I have this much ability power, it's going to give me this much burst. Yeah, so I'm sure he, has clearly thought it through. I'm not saying he hasn't. It's an interesting thought process to me.
Let's just double check on Yorick here. Let's double check the stats on that E to make sure that make sure that we are on that patch. And actually no, maybe the EU has not been patched yet because I don't see the.
Yeah, I know the EU is usually patched a day later.
Huh? Then why did I patch then? Weird.
It might have just been like a maintenance thing, but in the meantime, Alternate almost getting caught out. Maluno just slightly behind, can't quite catch up to them. Get out of there. All right, they're good. They're good. False alarm, people. But they'll be able to back off and be pretty safe there.
Yep. So, it seems that the August patch may have gone in on the NA, but not quite on the EU. But still though, we will see. Let's also double check Rumble here with that. Let's check his passive there just to make sure. And yeah, so I think we may actually still not be.
But Rumble
yet.
almost getting down. Isn't it? Get in the bush. Okay. So I'm a little bit surprised they didn't just dive on him there. They had the damage. If Alistar had just gone in for the Flash Pulverize, they might try and force it, though, when they come over for the blue. So Rumble sitting there indicates that Maokai is going to be coming in, and ForellenLord is going to need to check this, but he walks right into the team. He will go down. There's the egg, the first blood, and his ELO, unfortunately, won't save him there.
That's a very quick scrambled egg. Right there, right in the jungle. And not to mention, ForellenLord is going to be entering lane without egg.
That is huge. This is ForellenLord. This is ForellenLord on deadness. I don't know. Never mind. But anyway, they will be able to go back. Alistar going to be doing a nice little jungle clear. He's a little bit behind, but that early pressure is definitely huge. And then Yorick English actually doing a really nice job of trying to shut down Maokai a little bit here. And so he's going to slow him down, which gives Nunu a nice advantage. That actually, Alistar a nice advantage. That opens up the possibility where Alistar might be able to invade a little bit or just get off some early pressure.
And English, he's still doing a pretty good job there, getting some quick harassing. You also have Zinnik there, getting getting that ward placement while he still can, right there in the opposing tri-brush, just to look for any incoming ganks coming their way. Because sometimes if you get a little bit too pushed out, it becomes a very dangerous spot to try and just leave lane, get that ward into tri-brush, because you put yourself at risk if you're a little bit pushed up. So good on him. You get it down there early. Granted, Alternate does have the wards there in the river, both top and bot of that the bottom section there. So they're right now, CURSE.EU, they cannot leave their bot jungle without Alternate knowing about it.
Yeah, so it's a couple of interesting lane matchups. I think the Zero versus Anivia one is just like going to fascinate me to no end. ForellenLord being behind like that, if Alistar comes in with the Flash Pulverize, he could go down very quickly.
Maluna's there on the side, does have the blue buff. The stun will not hit, but just a little bit of fear, putting Anivia on her toes. Meanwhile, bot lane, you do have Slepper with the volley, trying to get some quick damage down onto Corki, onto Fisch. Not going to get him really low, but you do have Ashe drinking those potions quickly as possible. Slepper still in an okay spot, but remember, this is Nunu. This is not a healing lane. This is not a sustaining lane. Maluno getting really aggressive here, getting ready for the gank here at top lane, just waiting for the wave to push, and there you go. The ghouls come on in. Where's the headbutt? There's the pulverize. Here we go. Moon getting very low at his own tower, and just all this harassment coming from CURSE.EU is a wonder.
Yeah, no, they barely can't finish him off, but once the headbutt is back off, the cooldown is up on the pulverize, so he could go in for it. There's the headbutt, not actually going in for it, so just kind of shutting him down here a little bit. Yeah, just toying with him. He can't farm, and it's a big thing. Yorick has a huge early advantage. They're actually going to go in for it now. They might tank this. If Anguish tanks it for a second, then they can maybe finish it off, but there it is. Anguish is tanking. They get the kill, and then they back out of there.
Very well done. Very well done. And just, Moon, he's in a very bad spot in a situation that early on. You got Unso there with the sapling, just being annoying. Here, have that. Have a nice little present. But yeah, Moon was in a very awkward position. It's like, well, if I stay, I'm going to die. If I leave, I'm going to die. There's really just no escape for him there.
And that's huge because Yorick can be very effective against Rumble. You just have that persistent harass. Rumble's weak in the early levels. Rumble's starting to get to the point where he has enough damage, but really he's at a disadvantage in that lane. And then throwing him back further behind, Yorick, he has a kill here, so he will be able to go back. He has plenty of farm. He's going to be able to get some Maokai.
Unso with the
Slepper.
twisted advance right there on the Slepper. Real quick kill. Zinnik is looking to just run away, try to get safety back to tower, but you do have the slam. Meanwhile, mid lane, you do have that quick kill. We're going to be going back and looking at that one real quick, because remember, Anivia did not have the egg.
Yeah, so the root from Akeso there, then following it up, they have the easy kill. And,
wow.
The burst and CC from Zera can be fantastic at times. They're able to pressure that really nicely. So now we see Yorick actually coming back, Tear of the Goddess, and almost done the Man Immune. So he's going to be able to get some really nice harass against Rumble and just be fine in that lane. Like, Maluno doesn't really need to pressure that lane much anymore. He could decide to go up there some more for some kills, but he could really just leave Yorick up there on an island, and Yorick will win that 1v1 matchup for the rest of, or for a while at least. Eventually, Rumble has enough damage where he can just charge at Yorick and pick up the kill, but Yorick is at a serious advantage right now.
Yep, and also keep in mind that this is a little bit of a late red for Malunu, but you know it's okay. He got the kills. He's got all the credit to back it up. He's 1-0-2 right now. 6 minutes into the game. He's like, yeah, you know what? That's fine. You can go ahead, take your red a little bit late. It's fine. You have tons of experience. You got tons of gold to go ahead and make up for that.
We'll see how that aggressive Alistar can progress. He's almost level 6, so that'll be huge once he hits that, particularly with bottom lane. Once Ashe hits 6, if they can hit 6 before Sona hits 6, which right now they're on pace to do that, Slepper a little bit ahead there, then they could definitely pursue that. A little bit of a timing window there, particularly if they go onto Sona. Sona will go down pretty quickly. She's pretty squishy, but they do have to watch out because Maokai is coming down the river once again. Alistar is not close enough to spot him out.
Oh no, Malunu, he's going to mid other than going bot, and here goes Slepper's being engaged upon once again. Twisted Advance coming in with the slam, exhaust this time as well, plus the ignite. So many summoners use, they want to deny Slepper as much as possible, just focusing down every single summoner spell, and Zinnik's just kind of there going, what the hell?
Yeah, and they have Maokai is a really aggressive ganker. Alistar and Maokai are two of the most aggressive gankers in the game. That's why they've been so popular recently. But to not have any ward coverage against such an aggressive ganker, when you have a defensive lane, Ashe is, she doesn't have any escapes or anything. She just needs vision so she can volley and back a step out. But they're way out of position and don't have any ward coverage, which is kind of surprising early on. So we'll see how that can kind of progress. They do have the ward up here now, so they can watch the entrance if they get another ward down by the Tribush. But I don't know, just really putting themselves out of position, and as a result, early advantages onto alternate. ForellenLord will be able to grab that blue, so despite his 0-2 early start, he should be able to farm pretty safely with that range, but he does have to worry about that range advantage, or that range harass from Zera.
You do see, though, that Malunu, with all that gold that he gained on very early on, did pick up a very early Oracles, so now he's starting to do all that ward clearing while he still can. You got 2 wards down, 1 by the tri-ramp. Rumble ult going down onto Anguish. Maokai is here with the Twisted Advance. A lot of damage going on. You do have Yorick with the ult on himself, trying to pile on the damage to the tree. Moon is very low as well. They're going to get the kill on Yorick, but the thing is, though, will either one of them actually leave here? Maokai ult going down, protect against the damage, and no, they will both get the safety. Good on alternate.
Yeah, Anguish is like, let me get my last bit of farm right before I die. There you go. Got 3 CS. Yeah, but he almost was able to turn that around. And the pressure on Rumble, again, he was sitting out without any ward coverage as well. But he thought that he had enough of an advantage over Rumble that he could win that 2v1. He almost was able to pull it off, but nice kiting from them. And actually, Sona walking up the Oracles for Maluno. It's kind of surprising to go for such an early Oracles. And you're talking about how he grabbed that, but it's really nice to have this kind of aggression. They drop another ward, so really can start throwing them behind. And actually, the arrow misses onto Sona. That was the perfect time for it, too. If she had hit, then Sona would have gone down.
It's still a 3v2 for the time being, though, down bot. And Maluno just maybe staying down here is like, well, if you're going to put a ward, I'm going to be here and keep clearing it. You're just giving me free money. So we may see the Alistar camp out bot for a little bit, just for a little babysit time, considering what's been happening recently. But meanwhile, you also have ForellenLord here trying to deal with all of these plants. And we'll see also back top lane, Anguish doing what he can against Moon. It's a little bit, they've had their trades. They've gone back and forth. You do have a Rumble with the Lucky Pick and the Ninja Tabby, but right now Anguish trying to get as much damage as he can. And very soon, though, with that early Manamune, he may be able to just dive in a few levels straight out.
Yeah, I mean, he just has so much damage to bully around Rumble, which is just huge for them to be able to shut down Rumble's early game. Ash does not have the arrow up. There's still like 30 seconds left on it, but Alistar is making his way down bot. There it is, the ward from Sona. She needs to back up for a second, so they're going to be okay.
Just feeding the wards to the Alistar, you might as well. So it's like, well, I guess I don't need these wards. Just take my money, please.
Take my money.
Take my money.
Please.
Take it. Take it all.
Yeah, so
I don't want these wards anymore. Just have a snack.
They have a really nice advantage, and actually they might go for this dragon. Zinnik, with his consume, he does give them a nice little advantage there, but they're not going to go for it. It would be kind of dicey. They don't have Alistar, Nunu, other than Nunu's consume, they don't really have the most damage. But Anivia actually throwing off some damage on the Maluno does catch him out with this ward. Oh, he just barely wants to get it. There's the wall.
There we go.
So
they
finally pick it up.
aggressive ward clearing coming in from Curse. But here's the thing, though. With all the wards that Maluno's actually taken out, he's more than already paid for that Oracle. She's taken out at least like 5 or 6 of them. And remember, when you buy in Oracles, you're trying to take out as much of the enemy income as you can. So about like 5 or 6 wards.
And they keep on spending the money. They are just like piling all their gold into wards.
Yeah.
So right now it's a 2K gold advantage for Curse, but then you factor in, okay, Curse, they've spent about 1,000 on oracles and wards, and Alternate has spent like 1.5K to 2K on wards. So it's even a further advantage for Curse, being able to clear out so many. Maokai and Maluno going to duel it out a little bit. Unso, he actually has a little bit of an oracles himself. He doesn't want to allow Curse to have that map advantage and allow Alistar to get those aggressive ganks if he's not going to be able to reciprocate.
Yep. So for it's going to be ward wars essentially for the next few minutes until one
Brought
of these
to you by
junglers.
TLC.
Until one of these junglers unfortunately dies. If either one of them dies, big if, because these are 2 relatively tanky dudes. I mean, Alistar is 6.
Yeah.
You have the ult. You also have Maokai with his ult for all that damage reduction. It's unless they get caught out, it's going to be a little bit difficult to try and take him out in these team fights, which you did see on Maluno as he was trying to take out the ward by the Anivia. He did get chunked out pretty huge, so you may also just go for the plant those wards in a nice little line, just draw them into a trap there. The nice little the little piece of candy play.
Yeah, no, that's always a fun little exercise. I'm just imagining like them actually seeing them dropping the wards, and they just drop them in a line, like walking right into a bush.
Yeah.
And it's like Hansel and Gretel dropping breadcrumbs kind of thing.
There you go,
But again, another gank up top. Moon, they're going to dive him for a little bit. Anguish, he does have that red buff. He does have some great damage. Moon dropping very quickly, and Anguish is fine to back off.
Okay.
Oh, barely picking up the kill. They are able to grab that.
It was like just waiting for that last tick of the Ignite to actually go. It's like, is that actually going to happen? Is he really going to live? No, never mind. But he got it, got that kill. And that is one of the biggest advantages about having Alistar in the jungle, is the fact that the ganking paths you have. So you have so many more options available to you because you have that displacement in the headbutt, because you have the ult to protect you from things like turret shots. It helps so much. But you do have Zira, Alistar, and Yorick here trying to steal that blue, and Alistar does grab it, but Unso is going to be in a little bit of trouble. Flash over the wall from Anguish. He wants to take out that Oracles, but he's going to get chunked out huge himself. The Ignite may very well take him out, and there you go, ForellenLord grabbing that red buff on him too.
Yeah, getting a little bit excited there. They were able to hold on to the blue, but giving up the red buff to Anivia, that can be kind of dangerous because Anivia has 500 attack range, so a lot of her harass combos with her attack. But actually, Maluno coming in, the headbutt coming right over the Flash Frost is able to get in there. The snare just barely missing as ForellenLord gets off his flash. So really nice play, able to back off.
Yep.
But I don't know, we'll see how effectively he can use it. The arrow's coming in, ForellenLord just barely missing. Wow, that would have been a kill.
Snap response.
That was insane. And Maluno, he was ready for it. He was going to follow up.
You have Akka there with the ult ready to go as well, just in case it hit. But that is the advantage of the Asher. You just fire it off whenever. Headbutt possible? No, just a little bit too late. The Valkyrie forced it out of there, and Maluno's just trying to come on. Come on, go for this. You want to attack
you
this?
can see they don't have any ward coverage or anything. It was a last-second dodge from ForellenLord.
It was.
He just dipped out of it right at the last second.
Like,
really impressive play. Like that's where I'd be like AFK and looking at my base. But Maluno walking right in, gets the pulverize. Oh, he's going to go down. Oh, the barely getting the flash over. The wall off ForellenLord's trapping himself here, but Zinnik is getting very low. They have Slepper with response. Corki and Sonar out of the situation. One more attack. They can't quite pick up the kill.
Nice.
There it is. The volley grabs ForellenLord, but he has to get out of here quickly, and it seems that he will be okay.
I thought Maluno was going to lose that Oracles. I really thought, oh, that could have been disastrous. But Curse manages to make it out of there, getting the one kill and walking away. That was very
This is
very
an
good
awesome
coordination.
game.
This is a
And
great one.
You know, I love Zira. Everything about her is just really cool. And one of the nice things with Zira is, like Heimerdinger, the objective control is always fantastic on these, these kind of champions. So the turrets for the dragon earlier, the turrets right now, they have like 100 damage, so they add significantly to the dragon. They add significantly to the blue. You can take your own blue. You can't quite be as abusive with them as you could with Heimerdinger, but you can later on, you can solo the Baron. That's the thing I keep on mentioning because I want to make sure that people, recognize you can actually solo Baron as Zira and you don't draw aggro with your turrets, so you can do that. But I'm still waiting. I'm glad that they at least don't have the mechanic that Heimerdinger used to have, where Heimerdinger, because Zira's, trees, they die pretty quickly. Heimerdinger used to be, you still can actually, you can just drop your turrets over the wall, and then when the blue spawns, your turrets just take the blue for you, and the enemy team is just none the wiser for it. So fortunately, Zira isn't quite that broken and able to do that, but ForellenLord getting very close, Maluno trying to engage.
Nice headbutt through the wall, manages to get the bird in place and real quick kill. Yaaka doesn't even need to go past the wall. Just need to throw down the plants right from behind, and there you go. You're easy, you're fine. Nice quick kill coming in once again from Curse onto the Anivia.
Their burst CC is fantastic.
It is.
Be able to chain CC, that's one of the strengths of Zira, but then having the Alistar jungle to combo with that is absolutely incredible. And despite the early advantages for alternate, Anivia did go down pretty early, so that was a disadvantage. But bot lane, they were able to take advantage of them some, and they haven't been able to follow up on it. Whereas Curse, they've been piling on advantage in the mid and in the top, and they've been translating it into snowballing the rest of the map.
There is, remember though, there is still the Oracles on both of these junglers. It's going to be a huge trial to try and just get one of them out. And whichever one does fall first, that team, they're going to have a huge
Zira's here,
disadvantage here. You do have the hawk shot, seeing everyone there in that tri-brush. And CURSE.EU looking to go ahead for another dragon attempt.
Oh, Sona's gone!
Arrow, Sona's out of there.
Wow.
Arrow just for the insurance, just in case. That is the burst damage capability here from CURSE.EU. This is absolutely huge. ForellenLord does get the stun down onto Nunu and onto the Alistar, but there's only so much that can be done there. Throwing down the ult just for a little bit of damage, just for a little bit of slow, but everyone from Curse can just go ahead and back off pretty easy. And now Anguish is here to join the party as well.
And Zira killed her with just her E. She didn't need her ultimate. Maluno engaging. Corki does actually get some vision of him. There's the headbutt pulverize. They'll want to back out of here. Yorick is forcing the fight as well, but Maokai engaging in the middle of the team is able to pick up the Nunu kill. They are all very low. Maluno does go down, so he has lost that Oracles, but can they turn this around? They have the damage. Ash is in here with the slow. Maluno jumping on as the Ghost, actually. There he goes, finally going down, and they're not able to pick up a kill off of that.
The Ghoul does work pretty well on some with a lot of CC, like Alistar. He still managed to get that one pulverize still in, but unfortunately not able to capitalize on another kill off of that. There you go with Sona with the ult, and Anguish is just going to be melting under the pressure. Moon out in front, throwing down those flames and the spears. There you go. Another quick kill coming in for alternate, and it was a really extended fight.
Yeah.
And
the Flash Sona ultimate was
the Flash
very
Sona
cool.
ult was great, but I'm just thinking about when should have Curse just backed off completely from that fight.
Well, see, they still had Zira, and everyone was really low on alternate. Everyone was pretty low on Curse, but they thought they were okay. They had the range advantage with Ashe and Zira, where they could hold off any attempts from alternate to engage. So in their mind, if alternate was ever to force a fight on them, they would have to run right into Zira and die, and they would have to run right at them, and Curse would be able to just kite them very easily, which is one of the strengths of both Zira and Ashe. I don't think they were expecting the Flash Sona ultimate. It was a really nice play from Noaphiel. He was able to take advantage of that situation there. And, Zira still high health. I don't know. They were just hoping to pick people off. So unfortunately, it turned against them. Both teams are incredibly strong, though. 6K gold advantage for Curse, despite a number of kills recently for Alternate trying to get themselves back into play. ForellenLord, he does have a Rod of Ages, though, so he's getting kind of tanky. He has a lot of ability power, with those Runes and Masteries, and then that Rod of Ages right now.
Yep, and it's also always kind of silly. It's like, oh man, I thought we killed you first in that fight. You mean this fight went long enough for the Sona, who died very first, right there, right before the dragon was even finished. But the fight went long enough for her to actually come on back and just walk on in and ult.
Oh, that's right. Did Sona die at the?
Yeah, it was the very first death right before that dragon.
That's right. Right before the dragon. That's right. Yeah, that's kind of depressing almost, but
a little bit.
Zira just absolutely fantastic so far. 5-0-1, 60 CS over ForellenLord as Anivia. And Anivia, once you have the blue, the AoE clearing, it's really easy to farm. So there you see the power of Zira. I liken her to Orianna. I think they have a very similar playstyle. They have great lane control. They have great farming. They have great kiting potential with their E, but they also have a little bit of burst. And I think Zira, her chain CC is just so much stronger. So it's like she's almost like a stronger version of Orianna. Orianna has some nice advantages to her over Zira, like the shield and a little bit better kiting potential. But having CC outside of the ultimate is awesome, and then the ultimate is just like icing on the cake.
I'm also realizing that Curse is itemizing a little bit better than Alternate is, and a lot of that is because of the income. Because you look at Alternate right now, it's kind of a little bit of a mishmash of items. Zinnik walking right in through, checking that bush with his face, and will he actually get out of there? No, but the Ash Arrow coming on in to Fisch. He's still in the bush, still has that red buff. Meanwhile, you got Akka right there on the ramp, dancing with the Sona ult. Will actually go down. Curse is a little bit split here. Maluna caught out. He does have the pulverize. He will throw that down. Will he flash over the wall? Yes. Save that Oracles. Will you be able to? Ward going down behind the ridge. ForellenLord. Yeah, there you go.
Don't lose the second one.
Do not lose that one.
And it's astounding right now. Alternate, they are 6K gold behind, but they have great CC. They have great fight control. And then Corki's doing pretty well for himself. So he's, he hasn't finished Infinity Edge yet, so he is, still behind, but he still has plenty of damage, particularly with the red buff. They're able to chain CC members. And part of the issue is that Curse is allowing themselves to get caught out of position.
Yeah.
And they don't have good ward coverage in the jungle, and they're trying to sit there and plant those wards, but as a result, they're just putting themselves out of position and keep on dying when they have the lead and should be trying to press their advantage.
And Alternate, they can not only can they chain CC, they can chain CC in an AoE. Because you have the wall, you have that slow from Anivia, the Sona ult, the Rumble ult. That is a lot that can happen in a very wide area. And even then, though, that's more than enough. More than enough to keep someone still. If you get caught out like Zinnik there behind the wall, he was just trying to show his face just a little bit, possibly an errant snowball. But here's the thing, Curse, they're trying to grab that Baron. He's getting pretty low, but Curse has no option right now but to back off. The pressure is just a little bit too great, and they are split up right now. Alistar and Zira are away from the team. Slepper out in front. Something worse. Something worse, very much worse, could be happening right there. But unfortunately, just a few spears to the face, and then Rumble will back off.
Yeah, kind of a dangerous situation that they were in, but there's actually 2 wards in that bush. That's interesting. Kind of a dangerous situation, but they have great kiting potential with both Ashe and Zira, and there's not a very good hard initiation from Alternate. If they, from a distance, like they need someone like a Flash Sona or a Flash Maokai even.
They get the Rumble
would be better. Yeah, the Rumble ult can keep Ashe in place, and that's definitely a really nice situation to be able to. It does help force a fight, but we'll see. I'm a little bit surprised they couldn't try and force it, but we'll see if they have an engage here.
You got Sona and you got Nivea there leading the pack with Alternate there. Trying to find something. Everyone's dancing around the Baron. You see all of those seeds being planted by Zira right at the gate of the Baron. Just in case if they get their opportunity, if they're engaged upon, that is a lot of turrets that can be putting down a lot of pain. Nice wall all the way across the river, and Malunu's actually separated from the rest of the team. So if there's going to be engagement, it's going to be a little bit awkward. Arrow coming on in. Corki, he does get the brunt of that, and there's the Stone Ult coming in. Nuno ult just to keep people away. Malunu and Anguish are right out there in the front. Maokai going to be going down along with the Sona Moon. He is exhausted, trying to get that kill on the Slepper. Was ignited, but there you go. Trade for trade. There you go. Anguish and Fisch looking to trade here. Still putting down the pain. Ignite going in. Will Anguish live? Yes, there you go. That is a 2 for 4 at the moment. And ForellenLord in the bush looking to recall.
Yeah, but Rumble doing a really nice job taking out Slepper. So if Moon wasn't able to finish that up, then they might have had the damage to maybe press a tower or pressure Baron, but they just don't. So they will have to back off. A minor victory for Curse, but not really anything that's going to that significant that'll push them into the later portion of the game.
Yeah.
They do get the blue though, so that's that's something to hang their hats on. That'll be nice for Anguish, but then also trying to shut down ForellenLord a little bit.
Yeah, so as soon as everyone's back up, they're just going to be making another beeline straight to the Baron, just so they can do this whole madness again. Ultra's just going to try their luck, see if they can't do something a little bit better with attempt number 2. But you do have ForellenLord top lane, looking to farm, going to clear that creep wave. Slepper's also down bot lane, because he has a nice little, wants to push the lane there, to see if the creep wave can't go ahead and start plugging away at that tier 2. But vision on Slepper bot may be an indication for Ultron to go ahead and push elsewhere, like Dragon.
Yeah, and that last fight was kind of interesting, but actually Valkyrie from Corki, Kai'Sa goes down immediately, so they are able to pick up that kill. Just insane burst damage and getting caught out once again. Another member of Curse kind of throwing away this lead. It's still a 6k gold advantage. It's been holding pretty constant recently, but Anguish walking in, the Maokai twisted advance. They are forcing a fight here. He does have his ultimate up, but he is getting kind of low. Actually, Unso has to back out of there, so Curse doing a nice job stalling here.
Anguish and Luno trying to 2v5 here, but Zinnik and Slepper are here on the back end. Sona does go down in the fight, and Anguish looking to tank all 4 members of Alternate here. In the meantime, you do have Anivia trying to escape, trying to get away, but they're the pulverized with Slammer into the ground. No more egg. Twisted Advance going to go ahead and keep the Yorick still, but he does use the ult on himself, looking to still get the slows down and get the damage onto Moon. Will get the Rumble kill and is charging front first into the tower, trying to get the Corgi kill, but no, Twisted Advance will keep him still as his ultimate ends.
Yeah, actually interesting, because Anguish, he would have been okay, he would have survived, but suiciding in was able to pick up the kill onto Rumble. So, probably definitely worth it in the end. So, I mean, he's fine with exchanging his life there, just to get that goal up and then get them that advantage. So Slepper was okay in that fight. And even without a Kai'Sa there, they were able to burst him down. And I think a big part of it is that ForellenLord, with this high AP build, he has a lot of AoE damage. In the previous fight at Baron, he had his AoE on top of the entire team, and they were all just standing in it. Slepper eventually, was able to cross off, but ForellenLord was able to get a lot of damage on them just from the ultimate, which you usually don't expect to be a high damage dealer for Anivia in fights. That fight, though, they were all kind of broken up. It was more disorganized. The AoE for Alternate couldn't quite hit, and they were able to pick apart members of Alternate one by one.
So you do see Curse. They're still creeping around the Baron area. Pings are going down from Alternate into the pit. Seem to just gain some ward coverage. They do have a little bit, but look again. All of these seeds being camped on in. You do have the Nunu ult keeping Sona still just for a minute. Zinnik getting a little bit harassed down there, but that's one less ult you're going to be having for a massive team fight if it does happen to come up. He is 11 though. It is level 2. It's going to be a little bit of a shorter cooldown, but it's just a matter of what does Alternate want to press this. But you do have 4 seeds in the pit. Look at all those little
5,000, 4,000. Baron is dropping very quickly.
There you go. You have the Rumble ult coming in. Zyra ult just out in front, getting Unso pretty caught. There is the Sona ult going down as well. And there you go. CURSE.EU will grab that Baron. Slepper's going to get caught out, though, and the Flame Spitter is going to be a little bit too much to handle. You got 3 members of Curse still up versus 3 members remaining from Alternate. But there, Zyra will die there. 2 versus 3. Alternate, yeah, they got the more kills there, but Curse did manage to get the Baron. It's kind of a strange situation, but Curse still has a massive gold lead.
Yeah, getting the Baron, it does increase their gold advantage and whatnot, but they were out of position, so they lost the fight really quickly. If Alternate picks up another one, that would be devastating, but they will be able to pick up a turret pretty easily here with both ForellenLord and Fisch. They should be able to pressure that. We'll see whether or not Maluno can kind of get them out of there. Anguish coming around the backside will try and dissuade them a little bit, but they should be okay. But there's the headbutt pulverize. Fisch dropping very quickly, so all of that damage onto Corki. One more attack, they're able to pick it up, and Anguish wants to get out of there. He has to deal with ForellenLord, but another kill, a double kill for Yorick. The burst, just not quite enough.
No,
now he's running in between Maokai. Maokai does take him down, but the wall off for ForellenLord.
Flash
actually
over.
Double flash. They're trying to chase him down. The snowball from Nunu does hit. They're just barely barely not in range. Ash, the arrow will be up in about 15 seconds, so they will have the follow-up on this fight.
MrRallez has come back up, and there's the Pulverize to go ahead and help out with that kill. Nunu's didn't give him credit for it in the end. Zinnik still out in front. Blood Boil still available, and he's using it on the Alistar whenever he can. You got to catch up. You got to get that CC. Pulverize once again, and the ace coming in from Akka. Very well done. That could have been, wow.
Yeah, no, that was astounding, and that's one of the strengths of Yorick. He's so takey later in the game. He's great at chasing down people out of position and just diving right into them. Anguish, just no fear, picks up a double kill. He does go down, but he stopped them from going back. He stopped them from taking the tower as well. So no advantages for Alternate, and Curse is able to turn it around. Massive advantage for them. Really nice play. Kaiso going to be taking that. Wow, the blue drops so quickly to those little seedlings. But he's very powerful at this point. He has plenty of damage. They still need to watch out that they have, the kind of fight that they want. They force the initiation, and don't lose any more of these fights to Alternate. But in the meantime, Alternate on the other side, they are 10k down, but they can hold off pretty successfully with Anivia. Anivia is one of the best champions in the game at stalling, but actually Yorick and Ash almost diving Rumble there, so they can hold off well with Anivia to stall the game a little bit until they're deeper into their item builds, and then they have great AoE damage, they have great AoE control, and then Corki is fantastic in the late game.
The best thing Alternate can do right now is try and single out and try and catch people away from the team. Try and single people out. They do have all the tools necessary to do it. Oh, Ash Arrow coming in. The flash from Moon will still not be able to escape it, but Anguish out in front, a little bit separated from the team. Pops the ult on himself. He's going to suicide in. You do it with the Zero ult popping everybody up, and Slepper looking to clean up here. More kills coming on in. Rumble, Anivia, Maokai down, and that is going to be the ace for Curse, and they can just walk on through the base and take out everything from here.
Yeah, they have so much follow-up CC and such great initiation that Alternate, they're trying to kite in the fights, and you saw there they were able to pick off Anguish very quickly and continue to kite, so it almost worked out for them, but then barely getting caught in the massive AoE from Zira. It did pull them back, and then Anguish, he's not that concerned about dying. He's just using his ultimate on himself so that he can force the fight. He forces Alternate to sit in one place, allows his team members to catch up to them. They will be able to take the inhibitor really close to taking the Nexus as well. They're going to be able to drop these turrets very quickly.
Unso is back up. It's going to be a few more seconds till all of Alternate actually comes back up, but both Nexus turrets will go down. Will they continue to press it? No. Play it safe. Back off. Go back, heal, buy, all that good stuff. But in the meantime, though, Alternate do have to defend against this push, and also this leaves them open. If an inhibitor is down, Curse can just stroll on in, focus down the Nexus if they're unguarded, and just win straight on out. Like just Nunu Ash run a stealth mission, Metal Gear Solid style, and just go grab it, snipe it out, and win.
Get some Mission Impossible music going on.
Might as well. They very well
Wait,
could.
that's not Mission Impossible. That's Beverly Hill Cops or whatever. That was way off.
Wow.
Yeah, but we'll see if they run the stealth ops. They really don't need to. They can just bully their way in and continue to control the fight. And honestly, Zira could just take it with her plants. So
she could. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Outside of range, and she'll just keep on dropping plants. And Alternate will be like, "Wow, this stinks." But
that's the thing with those seedlings too, though, is that, well, granted, yes, you can do crazy things like take Baron without grabbing aggro, but if the map control from the enemy team, if they're just not aware of something like that, and because it's going to take a while on its own. She's only one champion, but still, though, if your control of the map is that low, you kind of deserve it.
Yeah. But so far, really nice play from Curse. They do pick up the Dragon, just continuing their little advantage there. Want to make sure they can get everyone maximum XP. Anguish just roaming. He's a killer. He's a stone cold hunter. He wants to pick someone off. Just getting some damage over the wall into Corki. He does kind of get himself caught out, though. ForellenLord with the wall. He could go down before the rest of his team engages, gets the flashback, but there's the arrow into Fisch. They have the follow-up. Corki has to back out of there. The Sona ultimate for ForellenLord will control the front line pretty decently, but they have to deal with Zira now, and Zira is absolutely destroying them. Slepper will turn it around, pick up the kill into Rumble. The two remaining members very low, just barely not able to pick them up, but the flash from Maluno, he grabs Anivia.
Nice.
Really nice job, and now the Nexus will go down. Curse will take game number 1. Alternate just, falling behind very quickly to Curse's really aggressive play. And Akeso subbing in nicely for Extinct.
It's doing pretty well. It's not doing too bad, but here we go. The Nexus is exposed. Slepper, Milunu, they're all here. Go and get those seeds down into spawn, and that is all she wrote. GG, game 1. Going to be going to CURSE.EU. Very well done. And, mentioned it yesterday, too. Going to mention it again today. Probably going to see the Zero ban for the rest of the day.
Now, Zira and Alistar, I mean, Alistar's, easy first pick material. Both teams had some really strong champions.
Yeah.
But, Curse did a really nice job controlling the fights. And it's astounding how much damage Zira has. So, they just have the constant follow-up magic damage. They don't have to worry about, Ashe, how Ashe isn't, the strongest early game carry. Ashe has CC, but not really great damage follow-up. They don't have to worry about the fact that Yorick has, sustained damage, but low burst, and it's just kind of there. But they had plenty of damage to go around. They had the chain CC. Really nice play. 11-4 and 11-0 with 270 CS. I always, from now on, I want to just name an MVP every game. So I enjoy the MVPs. We'll say Zira MVP. Really nice job there.
It's a pretty huge goal total. That's a lot of stats. It's a lot of items. It's a lot of damage. And damn, those plants can hurt if you're unprepared, out of position. It could be a really bad situation. But with that, we're going to go ahead and look to get game number 2 organized and underway. In the meantime, we're going to be going over to a quick commercial, and we will be back. IPL Elites continue, round of 8, CURSE.EU versus alternate game 2, coming on up.
I will say, though, while we're going to commercial break, guys, go to IGN.com/IPL, go to our headlines, and then search for the news. It's actually kind of buried now. But
just go to the news page.
Yeah, go to the news page. It's on the right side under headlines. You click there. 5 $50 RP cards are being given away. We will link that into the chat so you guys can check that out. But we will be back shortly.
They really just want to try and get their kicks. Is we're going to be the first team that's successful, with this lineup, because I remember we saw it a lot with Draven. The first week he was, everyone's just like, oh man, Draven's so awesome. He has all this damage so early on. How could we possibly lose? Very easy, because you're just out of position all the effing time and you're getting caught.
Yeah, there have been a number of people who have been able to use that advantage over time, though.
Yeah.
And leverage that. Number 1 being Aftermood, clearly, but we'll see. I'm kind of curious whether or not how quickly we'll see any changes to Zira, or if she'll kind of fall into place and people just start to recognize how to play with her. But it's just, she seems so strong. Like, her whole kit, her snare is just incredible. Like, the fact that you can shoot it over minions and hit multiple targets is very, very powerful. And then, she has clearly the follow-up damage as well.
So it's looking like carbon copy bans so far, as we had game number 1, TF, Oriana, LeBlanc, a lot of mid champs, all going to be taken out of that pool. Karthus still going to be taken out of the pool. So if alternate wants to ban out the Zira, they're going to be leaving the Shen open here. But they may go with the same bans once again. But remember, Curse is on first pick this time. They could very well just first pick Zira if it is left open.
Yeah, we'll have to see. There's a number of really strong champions still available. Zira, namely, like we've been talking about, but Alistar.
Yes.
Nocturne, but we haven't really seen a lot of Nocturne play recently. He actually has not done very well recently. But he's a very strong overall jungler. Ahri's a pretty common ban as well. But I don't know. We'll have to see where they're going to go.
Yeah, the Alistar game this Miluna was just so good. So good with that Alistar, being very aggressive, very early on, just like, what? I don't need red buff. Let's just go for kills.
Yeah.
Let's just go right now. And it worked. Shen ban, no Zira ban.
Yeah, so Curse will be able to pick up Alistar with that first pick.
Nocturne's open too.
But we'll have to see if alternate, they can look at the situation and be like, okay, well, they have Alistar. Now here's a couple of champions we can pick up. We can maybe potentially, take the Zera. Alternate can potentially, pick up some of those other champions. But we'll have to see. There are a number of very strong champions left open. I don't know if ForellenLord's been playing him, Zera. I mean, it's been so recent. I assume he has been, but she is still fairly new.
So here's a very sticky situation for Curse. They have to make a choice, either Zera or Alistar. They have to make a choice because whichever one they don't take, they're giving up.
Yeah.
There it is. There's the Alistar pick coming in from alternate.
That's really surprising. I mean, so Zera clearly has been very strong, but there's like the standard. There's your standard for how strong a champion is. Zera being first picked over Alistar as the mid champion. So that's kind of interesting. Alistar is an incredibly strong jungler. He could potentially get some engages onto Zera and try and shut her down a little bit. But alternate, okay, so they are going to grab Alistar and Rumble. Definitely two really strong picks for them. We'll see if Curse can finish that off top with another York pick.
So alternate going to try their luck again with the Rumble, but now they have Alistar for even another layer of CC. But Curse, it worked with the York before. York versus Rumble actually worked out really well. So I think you're going to try that. It was going to be same lane set up top lane just as last time. And Angus did pretty well, but he's not going to have those Alistar ganks available to help him out. So we'll see how that goes. Nunu also being secured once again for Curse.
Yeah, really nice pick there. I would expect with alternate to probably grab a Sona and Corki. That worked out well last time. But here's a difference in the situation. York did very well against Rumble, and York, counters out Rumble in a lot of situations in lane. But now without Alistar for those ganks, maybe Moon thinks that he can do a little bit better in lane. And I mean, he was very far behind very quickly, and so as a result, York was able to just punish him. But if they can keep an even lane matchup, if he doesn't fall behind, maybe that'll be an okay situation for them. Going with Gragas, I actually really like this idea. It's pretty interesting. The mobility will allow him to keep out of Zera's range, but then also he can just farm with the best of them and has that range harass.
Yep, he can farm pretty safe, and all of the extra damage to pile onto all the CC that's coming in. Because Alistar, when he comes in for a gank in mid, the best thing you can do is just have an AP champ who's capable of doing huge amounts of damage in a very short time. And the Fat Man is definitely capable of doing that. And right now, Curse, they pretty much have the same team as they had game one, is just a jungler trade. And Maokai having it be on Curse this time, that's a lot of AoE damage that can be prevented with the barrel, with the Rumble ult, with the Corki.
Yeah, it is a pretty significant jungler trade, though, so we'll have to see how that's going to have an impact on this game, because Maokai, he does have very aggressive ganks as well as Alistar, but Alistars are a little bit more immediate. You get off the headbutt, and it has a faster movement speed and everything than the Twisted Advance, and then also you have the AoE follow-up with the Pulverize. So, having that AoE comboed very well with Zera's AoE, it allowed them to control the fights. Maokai is a very strong pick, but they won't have quite the same AoE. Maokai's not quite as tanky as Alistar, though he is naturally really tanky as well. But we'll see how they do it. I know ForellenLord does play a lot of Gragas, so I'm excited to see how that mid lane's going to go. But I really think the big thing is he just wants to be able to keep out of those snares.
Yep. Maokai, yeah, it's true. Maokai may not be as tanky, but he's surprisingly sustainy because he does have that passive in the middle of these fights. He's going to be regenning quite a bit, but that depends on him staying around in these fights, not being immediately focused out, and being actually able to get those attacks in when and where necessary.
Yeah.
So you have that, but the Nocturne, alas, has been left open, did escape the bans this time around, and Altar's got to pick him up. So Alistar support down bot lane.
Yeah, so they will miss out on some of that ganking potential, but I think they're comfortable with that. Nocturne still has fantastic ganks.
Oh, yeah.
And a big thing is that Nocturne versus Maokai is a pretty common matchup. Nocturne has a little bit more of better jungling speed, so he's more of a control jungler, but then having the mobility to be able to counter-initiate versus Maokai will definitely be huge. So now, instead of going with that Corki Sona, they have more of a kill bot lane. So they have great burst damage. Ashe is definitely vulnerable if they can get in range range. Ashe has the range with the volley that she should generally be okay. However, if Alistar can take control of the brush and then force a fight on top of Slepper, then Slepper will go down very, very quickly. They have the follow-up damage to take him out. So we'll have to see how that works.
But this is the advantage of one of the advantages of having the Nunu support with that Blood Boil. You do have a lot of extra movement speed, and we've seen the matchup against champs like Urgot, where you rely on getting that acid, getting your hits in where you need to, and the movement speed lets you be a little bit more slippery, lets you get out of worse situations a little bit quicker, and hopefully they'll be able to use it to their advantage and get away from the grasp of Alistar before he starts shoving his head in your face.
All right, well, we'll be able to take a look at this game. I'm definitely excited to see how Akeso will do. You know, he did look very strong in that last game. I actually was messaged. I didn't realize this. I guess I'll hold off for a second, but you know, it should be an interesting matchup. Alternate, they have great AoE damage. They have, you know, great initiation. So their initiation's a lot better than the last game, which is one of their benefits. Both Ashe and Zero have great kiting, like we saw in the last game. But now Nocturne can force a fight. Rumble can still force a fight like last game, but Gragas and Alistar can also force initiation and, you know, just quickly clear up those fights. So we'll see how that impacts things. But right now, I'm really liking Alternate's team.
It's looking pretty good. I mean, and you have so much damage coming in from the Rumble, from the Gragas, from the Corki. It's just, but if they do the same thing they did last game, if you catch someone out successfully, they're gonna have a better success rate, I think, here because they have that much more damage than last time. Granted, last time, yeah, you had the Rumble, you had the Corki, but you know, and Nivea also going straight for the AP, it helped out. It helped out immensely, but I don't know, I think, you know, in the end, you had all that early kills. You had the early egg gone immediately. It really hindered them.
Yeah. No, that's definitely true. I mean, they started off very poorly in both top and mid, and they were able to get some advantages in the bottom lane, but those hard starts, they were able to abuse them. So we'll see. I mean, I think a big thing is that Gragas is a little bit safer to farm than Nivea. You know, Nivea is very safe as well, but Nivea is a little bit more blue reliant on than Gragas is. Gragas can take wraiths a little bit more easily than Nivea can, just because of his mobility. So you can move around and not have to worry about ganks quite as much. You know, against Maokai is usually going to be a really aggressive gank, and Maokai comboed with Zira. You know, they have the follow-up snare, so Maokai can force a twist advance, and then Zira gets the easy snare, so that's always a nice matchup. But we'll have to see if they can force that. So it's, I mean, Gragas, I think, has the mobility. He should be able, as long as he keeps a patient eye on things, he should be able to back off.
Yep. So we'll see how things do go. But yeah, the Zira is, Zira could definitely spell doom. It's a big threat to have, and also we're going to have the rematch top lane, the Yorick versus the Rumble once again. Saw how that went. Just rushing that Manamune was just not a good situation.
Yeah, no, it was really abusive. And again, Yorick does have a nice advantage in that lane. But Moon, you know, I think he'll be okay as long as he can keep him back. He did do pretty well in that game as the game progressed. It's just that he was so far behind in the lane. So if he can keep it even through the early levels, then he should be okay.
Hey, at least, you know, now the Alistar's on their side, so that's one less thing to really be too concerned about. Granted, Maokai, he can do those tricky ganks behind tower if he gets, you know, the situation just right. You push the creep wave up, and you just come in from behind, get the twisted advance in, and it can do wonders.
Yeah, and it is interesting. I mean, Curse still has a penchant for forcing fights in the top lane, and that's something that they've always kind of done. Is they tower dive top and really focus on the top lane a lot. We've seen a lot of teams start to do that more and more. But it used to be, you know, Maluno comboed with Extinct walking up there, but still Maluno is comfortable doing it, you know, just himself in this situation. You know, we'll see if that continues this game and whether or not Maokai or Nocturne can try and counter that out some. So he recognizes that they're going to put pressure on the top lane. So usually as a jungler, you don't want to be sitting up near the top lane. But if they can, if Nocturne can counter out that top aggression, that could really work for Rumble's advantage. They could maybe even turn those fights around and, you know, pick up a number of kills.
Yeah, also you had Munu actually doing a lot of camping down bot lane game one as well, but he did have the oracles and just kind of like, you know, that's when Sono was like, you know, feeding him the seeds like you would with the pigeons at a park. He's like, oh, you have an oracles, you're right there. Just have a few snacks. Come on, stick around for a little while. I want the company. But we'll see. Also, once again, I think the early Oracles last time was a result of all those early kills, the early advantage that Curse had. But you may see them just do it again, knowing very well that alternate they're going to be having that ward coverage. They're going to have it everywhere. It's just going to make your ganks that much easier.
Yeah, so both teams doing a nice job keeping an eye on those race. The sapling, no, just barely dying. He did not complete his life's mission, but they will be able to come back and get the blue buff for Nocturne. Maokai's going to be fine with his jungle. They're not forcing to engage with the Alistar. I think the concern is just that how strong Zera and Ashe are level 1. They don't want to give up any early advantages, but they will be fine. They will be pretty safe in their lanes.
Yep. And you have Malunu, he's going the safe route, so he's starting out with the Wolves, not starting out with Raids, just so you have enough time to get to the blue, start it, be fine. And just in case alternate decides to go in really aggressive for an invade over onto Wraiths, looking for the red buff. And did ForellenLord just start with he started out with the charge there. Just kind of did it like right into the log. It's like, yeah, I need to get my daily exercise for today. Just need to work the upper body.
Yes, and again, it's that mobility will be really nice for him later. Nocturne will be able to grab this blue. Let's see if they give him a hard leash and if he's going to hold on to that smite or not. It seems like he's going to hold on to it, but we'll see. So yeah, he is actually going to hold on to it. So that opens up opportunities where he could go for a quick invade against Maokai, or he could just go for a fast level 3 on his own jungle, go up to that red buff, and that opens up really strong ganking possibilities in that top lane.
Yep. But remember, there are some wards over by the Wraiths. It's just a matter of will Nocturne actually get spotted. No, he's going the long way around, so he will not be spotted as he's going on in for the red. So right now, Curse, they're a little bit in the dark about where Alternate's going to be in terms of the jungle, where he's going to be heading in terms of ganking. So he could just appear magically top lane with the red buff very soon, and with that smite, he's got it now, moving on in, and Unso's looking to be aggressive, and I think he's going for the level 3 top.
Yeah, it's going to be a really aggressive gank. Rumble is pretty weak in these early levels, but even so, Nocturne should have enough damage to take down Anguish on his own. They are chasing him down. They have the Flame Spitter. Anguish taking a lot of damage. The Exhaust, the Fear actually just barely proccing, so Anguish not able to get off the flash. He does go down. A lot of damage being exchanged down bot, but Maokai is setting up in the mid, looking to see if he can get that gank.
So it could very well be a flip-flop of what happened in game 1. So now Rumble, with that early assist, the early kill going down top lane, might see the tides turning just a little bit and see Anguish there in the defensive position now this time around. But we'll see where the rest of the game goes from here. And with that kill, Unso's going back to the jungle, looking for a little bit. And you also got Malunu getting really aggressive, going for the Wolves in the enemy territory.
Yeah, being able to recognize that Nocturne wasn't there, definitely a nice decision on his part. But Nocturne sitting up top once again. Anguish is going to walk right into it, not quite able to get in there, so he's barely able to drop off the ward. Really nice job there. But like you were saying, Rumble versus York in that top lane, with the early advantage, Rumble snowballs very quickly. And there is a point in time in that matchup where normally Rumble will have enough damage where he can just start chasing York away. Last game, we didn't really see it that much because York was constantly able to abuse Rumble and play defensively. But this game, that could definitely be the case a little bit later. Right now, Anguish is at a serious advantage, even with that early kill for Moon, though.
And even remember game number 1, you also had the assist on him as well, so he's actually entering lane just a little bit stronger than you usually would. Unso making his appearance known in the mid, putting up the shield just in case Aka decides to get a little quick burst on him. But Malunu does see him return into his own jungle. That's his opportunity to go ahead, move in, may get the Twist Advance on the ForellenLord. There you go. The bust away and the flash. The Twist Advance still follows, following up with the root. A lot of damage going on to the Gragas, but he will back off just for a little bit, chug a few drinks. He'll be fine.
Yeah, really nice call from ForellenLord, recognizing he needed to use both of those abilities to get out of there because otherwise he would have gone down. Actually, they're chasing down Noaphiel, though. One more attack, he will go down. The exhaust on the Corki, so they're able to exchange damage very well, but just a little bit out of position. That's the range advantage over Alistar. They're able to harass him down and wear him down. But really nice job there. Still, kind of surprised that ForellenLord didn't go down in that mid lane, but really nice play on his part. And you saw just how much damage Zera has, and we saw it in the previous game, and in this game too. He did heal up pretty nicely, but even so, he's out of health pods. A similar gank without that ward or without that flash could prove fatal.
Now, here's the weird thing about Noah is that he entered lane doing the going full on commitment into the wards. No Fairy Charm, to straight out all wards and health pots. And that's the thing. Alternate bot lane, they're not being all too aggressive here. And usually when you stock up on wards like that, you get the pinks. You also want the greens. You're using the pinks to go ahead and clear out ward coverage from the enemy team just so you can increase your position. But you're standing by and being pushed to tower. You're not getting the full effectiveness of this. And because of that, you're also, you didn't have the boots earlier. Now Noah's got the boots, so he's going to be a little bit more mobile. But look at this. This aggressive lane is being forced to tower.
Yeah, and he's really far behind on his gold. So Alistar doesn't really need a lot of gold, but I don't know, Zinnik is just at a serious advantage right now on those gold pretends. It'll be a while before Noaphiel is able to get a Philosopher's Stone. So we'll see, how that affects his mid-game fighting potential and also ward coverage. So far, Unso's been doing a pretty nice job in the jungle, but he is very close to hitting 6. So we'll see, what kind of added aggression that will bring.
Zinnik out in front. He's being he's got that swagger going on. It's like, yep, you're at tower. You're not leaving. Good luck. See you next time. Angish trying to push back here onto Moon there into top lane, getting revenge, trying to deny some of the farm in exchange for that early kill that happened earlier. And Malunu, he's nearby, could twist his advance in for the gank, but you do have Unso here with Noah looking to chunk out this dragon, take it out real quick. Malunu, I'm not sure if Moon saw him, but now with that slapping, it's like, okay, now you're here. But you got 4 members of Alternate here at the dragon, looking to take it out. You got Nocturne actually getting very low. Dragon. I thought the dragon was going to take out Nocturne.
Yeah, it was just one little tick. I don't know if he mathed it out or... but yeah, Unso, I think you got a little bit lucky.
Happy mistake.
Unso just barely surviving there. Even so, it would have been a dragon, so it would have been worth it.
Yeah.
But that's definitely a nice situation for them. Queso grabbing another blue, he can continue to put on that pressure. So we'll see if Nocturne starts to maybe force fights bottom.
Yeah.
It will be kind of tough. Ash and Nunu, they can get out of those kind of engages pretty easily. They can kite fairly easily. If Nocturne ults in, then Ash can just flash out. So there's a short window where he could come, but I don't think he's going to hit 6 in that time.
Yeah, Unso, he's got a little while. He's does not have 6, does not have the ultimate. Without the ultimate Nocturne ganks, they can work. You just need to have the right position and actually still get the fear tether off as well. Noah headbutting Zinnik backwards into the tower. A lot of damage coming from Fisch. Is going to have to get out of there real quick, forcing out the flash. Good work there.
Yeah, really nice damage exchange from Alternate. And so not allowing the persistent harass, Ash will win with the steady harass battle because of the range. But, being able to just be aggressive, Ash Slepper can't quite get the damage that he wants because they're, concerned about dying. So, nice job there. Now they could maybe bully around Ash a little bit because he has the ward coverage. He knows that Nunu is not there, so he's just going to start zoning her off that creep wave.
Yep, get out of here. Otherwise, you will be headbutted in the face. Getting the Hawk shot down just so you can start getting some of that harass in, right before Fisch can actually get in a position. But very quickly, though, Fisch could be out of mana. So if this harassment continues, force him to shoot out a few missiles or other abilities. And then Slepper and Zinnik could actually start taking, still continue their push on and just keep the aggression up. And Nocturne, though, actually turning his attention back to the top lane, really wants to help it spiral out. And there you go, Nocturne top lane with the ult going down onto Angish. Fear does proc. Moon there did use the ultimate earlier, but this Flame Splitter is going to be more than enough. And the ultimate from New York going a little bit to waste here. He's not going to be really getting anything off of that.
Yeah, really nice aggression, and they know they have the initiation. They have plenty of damage with Rumble. So Yorick's kind of in a dangerous situation here because he is out farming Rumble. He is able to harass Rumble down pretty effectively, but Rumble has the kill potential to pick up those kills. And he also has a Haunting Guise. So, just really focusing on that early game. He's probably at around 50 Magic Pen as a result of that. That's incredibly high.
Let's check that. Let's see here. How much Magic Pen? 29 plus the 10% from the Masteries. So it's a decent amount. It's a fair amount. And yeah, there's only so much that you can reduce. Plus you have the passive as well. He's just got so much damage available to him as is.
And then once he gets Sork Shoes, if he decides to go that route, that will be incredibly strong. ForellenLord still getting harassed down a little bit in this mid lane, but he's comfortably farming, for the most part. Zira does have a nice advantage there. She is able to steal some minions from Race and stuff. But the big thing is, Curse, they're actually taking this turret, and Zira is coming from behind, looking to force a fight. She could just take them off by herself.
Hawkshot going down. Fisch has been spotted. But looks like Zero, they're not going to get anything really off of this. But they're going to get the tower. They're going to get what they want. But they could also grab ForellenLord looking to try and help. But wards in the river will actually prevent that. 2 seeds going into the side brush as well. And remember, those seeds, they do give you vision. They are fantastic wards in the mid lane. If you need them, you just go ahead, place them down. And you're going to see Aka actually hugging that side of the lane. As long as those seeds remain, just to be a little bit safer from potential ganks coming from Unso.
Yeah, so it will be very difficult for him to force and engage. Nocturne has the mobility; he should be okay. Otherwise, Maluno stealing some more wolves. He's able to get the big one there. He is hanging out though, trying to back off. Alternate going to chase him out a little bit, so he's going to be fine. But I don't know, we'll see if Curse can now use the advantage bot to try and translate into advantages around the lane and try and snowball some turrets. Part of the issue is going to be that Gragas can stall very easily, so we'll see. I think if they come mid though and they have an Ash Arrow to Gragas followed up with Zera's damage and her snares and whatnot, they could pick up a quick kill and then just focus down the turret very quickly.
So you do have Slepper now making an appearance top lane. The arrow is up, going right down on the moon. Hawkshot, just make sure it's safe, and it is. And Zinnik there top lane with the exhaust, wants to keep him behind. Slepper still poking out a lot of damage. Nunu ult just for a little bit of a slow, a little bit of damage. Are they going to dive this? No, they will not. That's a lot of damage going down onto Rumble, though, just for the pushback. But Unso is here. Ultimate is not up yet. A few more seconds. 3, 2, 1, it will be. But ForellenLord with a barrel. Nice flash from Slepper. Amazing.
Yeah, and in the meantime, there's been a fight going on bottom. Maluno and Anguish, they're able to hold them off a little bit, so just tanky enough that they're able to survive that. But Zera is coming down bottom, trying to cut off Corki and Alistar. Anguish is still in pursuit. He wants to keep vision, and he wants to keep that slow, but Zera will be able to finish this up. Where's the ultimate? Oh, the flash from Fisch, barely getting out of there. Alistar will go down, but Zera almost going down. The snare able to pick him up. Oh, okay,
the Ignite got it.
The Ignite just barely goes down, but they still pick up 2 kills.
2 for 1. It's still good. And actually, what happens if you grab the blue buff while you're gold?
I don't know. I doubt she gets it, but it used to be the case.
Wait.
I don't know if they've changed it with Zera. I am assuming she doesn't get it. It used to be the case with both Cog and Karthus that you could actually get buffs while you're in your passive.
Really?
But they fixed that a long time ago. So I would hope that they fix that isn't the case with Zera, that they didn't make that same mistake again. But that was the best thing with Cog.
Aka could have been a jerk. They could have just grabbed the buff with the passive.
Yeah.
It was like, you know what? I got you. I got you guys those kills. This blue's mine. Oh, by the way, I'm dead. Never mind.
Cog. One of the funny interactions with Cog was back when ADs used to go mid lane a lot. You'd see Cog mid a lot, and he was very strong because of his range. He could win most lane matchups. We do see they might try and force a fight. The ForellenLord body slam trying to get in. Anguish is kind of caught off, though. They have the angle. They will back off, so they will be okay. So actually, I'll hold off on that story for a bit because they are positioning themselves for this fight here.
ForellenLord's out in the middle alternate. There comes a Nocturne ult right there on the Anguish. Does get the fear, but there you go, the Malunu with the ult, trying to protect as much damage as possible, but they move on out. Ash Arrow not getting anything off of that one, so Fisch is very low. The slam going to keep him behind, and the kill, there you go, going to be happening. So 1 for 1 so far. Corki and York both down, but ForellenLord wants more damage. He wants that barrel and saving it for Malunu. Going to use the twist advance down just to keep him still fresh for a little bit, and so far, advantage alternate.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Alternate was able to make it out of there. So, really nice job. They're able to chase down Anguish, but they were getting pretty low.
Yeah.
Fisch did go down, so in my mind, that's a better trade for Curse. They're able to get the AD carry, but then they weren't able to capitalize on Nocturne, and Nocturne with the shield was able to back out of there.
No.
ForellenLord chasing after Zinnik. He does have his ultimate, though. It will slow him down a little bit, but he will be okay.
Yeah, and yeah, unfortunately, the ult just did not get the full proc and didn't do a whole lot to ForellenLord, namely because he now has the Negatron cloak. He's working for that. He's working for that Abyssal. That's going to be a lot of damage coming in when he actually does finish that. But in the meantime, though, you do have Aka with all of those seedlings trying to get some more damage. And here comes Moon. The Z ult up. Ult is up. Aka needs to go make a little bit of a juke and will die very quick. The ult will still proc and going to be missing the passive, not getting any damage from Alternate, but there's not really a whole lot that can be done right now.
Yeah, really nice job from Alternate coming back into this game, not allowing Curse to bully them around. The Curse does have a 2-tower advantage, and that was the benefit of sending the dual lane up top and switching with Yorick. Yorick could still control the lane pretty well. He is getting some some nice harass here while they are trying to pressure this dragon. So it stalls them off a little bit. They'll still be able to take it. It's a 5v2.
Yep.
But so Ash, in the meantime, though, Slepper just going to keep pushing. And,
Don't mind me.
He might actually be able to take this with this next wave. I think he has enough damage. He's going to have the minions, and there's the dragon, but they definitely have to get up there quickly. Unso, he does not have his ultimate, so he won't have that hard engage. So we'll see if they can grab him. But actually, an engage from Maokai. He jumps into ForellenLord. The ultimate back underneath the turret. They get the body slam as well. They're chasing them. ForellenLord pretty low, but Rumble has plenty of damage to follow this up. Maokai, though, clearing out some space, doing a pretty nice job there, but they're not able to follow up on it. So alternate, they're able to come in with the kill. Really nice job. Top turret very low, but Slepper needs to back out now.
Yeah, Slepper, he's still a little bit hungry, and he's starting to tunnel vision in.
Actually, you know what? He could just hang out.
He could hang out just for a little bit. Is the arrow up? Arrow is up. Could use it for an escape. Looking to just push the creep wave, but ForellenLord is not too far behind. This could be a very bad spot. ForellenLord could just go on over. Are they going to make their right prediction? They're going to see Slepper leave and realize, oh, man, I should have thrown that barrel.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that they would have been able to pick up the kill. It was pretty close. They're both very low. Yeah. Ash, could almost take them down pretty quickly, and then with the arrow, it would have been a dangerous situation. But going back, all right. So story time.
Story time.
Kog'Maw, when ADs used to be mid, Kog'Maw was a fun mid, and one of the cool interactions with Kog'Maw is you actually get first blood off of your passive. Like if someone kills you and then you kill them with your passive, you don't count as dying until after your passive has finished. So you could die first. You could give up first blood and then very easily kill someone with your passive, and you would always get the first blood gold and experience. So that was always a cool thing. And then you could do the same thing with like buffs. If a jungler comes in and ganks, you get the kill, you get the first blood, you keep the buffs through your passive. It was kind of an interesting interaction.
Weird. Huh.
Yeah, that's it. So, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah,
alternate, they've been able to pull this game up. They are 1K down, but, they're very strong at this point. Rumble 3-0-1 and 94 CS. Still a little bit behind on farm from the Yorick harass, but miles of improvement from the previous game, and that's just absolutely huge. They really have some nice AoE, and they have the great initiation that they didn't really have last game. They couldn't force fights last game against Curse's team, so we'll see how that works out. Slepper is sitting here lying in wait, though. He has the Ash arrow. If ForellenLord will not be able to dodge out of the way, it's going to be close.
Yep. Hey, this last game, game one, alternate. They did have a great team though to try and catch anyone who's off guard and secure those kills. Oh, but here's the thing though, Slepper could very well make something happen there. No, Valiant will not hit, will not get the slow on Unso, but they're still hanging around Baron, seeing trying to force a fight if they can. And Angish is down bot lane, looking to free for him just a little bit, but Fisch will be down there to dissuade just a little bit and eat up some of that wave for himself as well. ForellenLord and Zinnik doing a little bit of a dance over in the bush. No drinks to be handed out just
It's the
yet.
safety dance.
There you go.
ForellenLord,
he's throwing down the ward. Malunu does have the oracles, but I think missed it there. So he's going to be actually leaving. And they got Slepper and Fisch possibly dueling it out. And Corky's just going to go ahead and back up. But you see all of alternate. They're mobilizing down right out in front of the Dragon Pit, seeing they can't force something. And Zira's on her own.
Yeah, and Ash doing a nice job farming. Wants to be able to force out that Infinity Edge as fast as possible. So she's pretty close to that. She's just 400 gold off, so she'll be able to force that. Ash actually throwing off the arrow. Fisch with the Valkyrie, but still does get hit. But Alistar is off on the side. Fisch getting very low. Anguish with the flash. The flash from Corky as well. One more attack. Nice. They're able to pick that up, but there's the Pulverize, and now Nocturne and Rumble have the follow-up. The engage, the fear on the Slepper. He will go down very quickly. Anguish, the only survivor, he'll go down as well, but actually can Ash pick up the kill as the Ghoul trying to get it? One more volley will grab it, but just barely not able to finish that off.
Oh, wow. No. Wow, that was very close. If that kill happened, it may have been worth it. But you do have Malunu there getting caught out with the barrel, but no follow-up coming from ForellenLord, unfortunately. So 2 for 1, not worth it, really.
Yeah, no, it's a dangerous engage. They thought they could take down Corky a little bit, more quickly, but they weren't, aware of really where the rest of the team was present. And Nocturne having that long-range engage made it very easy for them to force a fight. Zira has some nice vision here. Did spot them, I believe, so heading up, but they're not going for Baron, so they'll be able to pressure this tower. With this minion wave, they'll be able to take that down pretty quickly. Yep,
ForellenLord is there from behind, and see if they can't force anything out, or see if they can't catch someone off guard. Moving on up to try and defend a turret, you'll see Moon's not actually showed himself quite yet. There he goes, and he's realized, okay, this tower should be going down pretty quick. Let's go ahead and grab it. Akka, meanwhile, in the mid, we can take that tier 1. But ForellenLord could be caught here. Zinnik and Malunu are there. Twisted Advance going down onto the Fat Man. Anguish is here also with the damage. The slow trying to make something happen here to flash away just a little bit. And the barrel actually picking up Malunu very well. That is an Oracle's down.
Yeah, really nice play from ForellenLord. Zero did get mid pretty low, trying to come up at the end there to, help with that fight, but just a little bit behind. And, even with the 3v1, ForellenLord knew how to just push it the right ways. The game is very even right now, but Alternate, they have an incredibly strong comp. The big thing is if they can get an engage on Zero. If they can shut her down at the beginning of the fight, then they can quickly win those fights. And they have the ranged initiation that they should be able to do it. So, key for Curse, just kite and use Nunu and Ashe to really keep Zero alive. But we'll see how effectively they can do it.
Yeah, hopefully, and Ashe got a little bit of damage on her own. Does have the Infinity Edge, got the Vamp Scepter too for a little bit of that sustain. So hopefully she'll be able to stick around and get as much damage necessary to go ahead and take out at least someone, at least a little bit better than last time, because I still can't believe that kill didn't happen on Unso, their bot lane. That was a little bit ridiculous. Arrow coming on in, gonna keep Moon still, Twisted Advance there for the follow-up and Rumble ult in that, just trying to keep everyone behind, waiting for the rest of Alternate to come on in and join in. ForellenLord was not with the team. He actually went back to base, but here he is now. So far, Curse, they have their 1 kill. Going over the wall, and Fisch going to be caught in that ult from Zira. Going to be popped up, but will not die. Unso now in the middle of the fight. Fear Tears going down on the Slepper. Has been ghouled by the York, so going to be sticking around for a little bit longer. Got Anguish there. Does get that kill. Helps out with Corki, but in the end, though, it's going to be a huge advantage for Alternate there.
Yeah, the headbutt from Alistar killing Corki there, knocking Yorick back into him. But even so, Alternate, really nice job. And Kai'So, he was able to get some nice quick burst damage, but they weren't able to follow up on it. He was picked off, and there was the thing. Alternate was able to pick him off very quickly. He was a little bit too close to the front line. They do grab a turret off of it. They will be able to grab the dragon as well, and be able to press their gold lead. So really nice job. And they have the mobility, and they have the CC and initiation where they can control those fights, which they couldn't do last game. It's going to be kind of difficult for Curse, but Curse still has great initiation with the Ashe Arrow. They still have strong kiting potential, so they need to just control the fights a little bit better.
Oh, ForellenLord actually getting caught out. The sapling going to give all the vision Malunu needs. He wants revenge. It's like, damn you for making me lose that Oracles. I'm going to make you pay, but actually, never mind. Here's Moon. I'm going to back off.
Yeah, so nice job being able to retreat, but Malunu, the ability cancels, but there it is. He's able to follow up once again. Rumble has plenty of damage, but there's the arrow. ForellenLord is going to go down.
Nice.
Malunu will follow, but the rest of the team is here. Nunu being chased out by Corki, but the flash in for Moon. Can't quite grab him, uses the ultimate trying to get off that slow, so only a 1-for-1 trade. But it was Malunu versus ForellenLord, so ForellenLord off a little bit more beneficial.
Yep. I'm noticing a lot of these arrows coming in from Curse. I mean, yeah, it's a fantastic initiation tool, but up until that last fight, mostly like the prime target was actually Rumble, and Moon has actually managed to get a little bit tanky. He's got the Rylai's now. He's heading on the guys now, getting the chain vest, maybe going for something like a Zhonya's even. But you do have Curse. They're still considering their options. They started up on the Baron, but decided to back off. And now they're just going to double back, and I think just trying to regroup, try and shop, try and just recover and see if they just can't push a lane or something. Because if it's a little bit too soon for the Baron, and granted, yeah, Zero has a lot of damage. You have a lot of damage coming in on Ashe, but if a fight breaks out, you're going to be needing Zero there for all that fight control for the ult and for the CC.
Well, the big issue for them is even if they can take out Baron, which they have a pretty strong Baron team, Gragas is one of the best champions in the game at stealing Baron. His Q into an ult combo just has so much damage. So they can force a fight at Baron pretty easily. Zira can just constantly wear down Baron with her trees, and they won't get low. So that's a nice little benefit. They don't have to worry about getting low before the fight. But there's the Gragas ultimate already going off. Didn't have any vision. The ward had just died, but gets some nice damage just poking him down a little bit. It does have a very short cooldown.
It does have a short cooldown, but that's just the fact that ForellenLord used it does speak to the position that Alternate's in. They don't have quite enough vision as they'd like to. It was a little bit just as a vision gaining tool, not really there for the damage. Just be like, oh, what are they doing? Do they have anything here? Is there anything here for me to steal quite yet? Unfortunately not, but yeah, like you said, it's going to be back up very soon, so you can go ahead and afford to do stuff like that.
Yeah, so we'll see. They are, kind of low as a result of that barrel. Was able to wear them down a little bit. It did stall them some, and so they can, try and force the fight. I think the big thing is that they don't necessarily have to force the fight. Nocturne actually engaging onto Queso will take him down very quickly. In the meantime, Maokai getting caught up top. The Ash Arrow, it will take down Nocturne here along with that damage from Zera, but it's a 2-for-1 exchange because Yorick was caught out up top. The rest of his team engaged one way and pulled Curse in opposite directions, so really nice job there. The Rubble ultimate trying to force the fight. ForellenLord, he has his ultimate still, so he could get the pullback on the Slipper. If he hits it, just barely, not enough, but it still is enough for them to chase. Alistar with the flash pulverize onto Zinnik. He's taking a lot of damage. Balluno trapping him underneath that turret, but he will have that ultimate to retreat. They have plenty of damage from Gragas. Actually almost going down. One more attack, and Slipper's able to finish it off, but they do have to worry about the barrels because they are all getting very low. Fisch out of mana, but ForellenLord with the body slam. There's 1, 2, ForellenLord going down, but they are able to grab 3 kills as a result of it.
If that Sapling got the kill, that would have been so amusing. But yeah, in the end is a bit of a delayed ace for 2.
Yeah, it was 3 kills at the end for ForellenLord, and or actually for just his trade. They did lose Alistar as well as a result of it, but just slowly wearing them down.
Yeah.
And taking some really nice advantages. So Curse, they need to be able to pick people off in these fights in order to win fights, but Ultimate, they have the mobility where they're able to not allow Curse to force those fights, and then they have the sustained damage where they can just over time poke people down with both Corki and Gragas. That's a serious issue for Curse right now. We'll see how they can continue to do.
So everyone is still also looking to dance around the Baron areas as well. You got to keep the ward coverage up because even Curse, that is going to be their big their big way to come back from this. If anything, they do have a good enough team. If they can manage to just sneak it, if ForellenLord just happens to back, or if he's bot lane for some reason, they could definitely go ahead and grab it. But as you mentioned before, he's a fantastic champ at getting those steals. The barrels at just that much of a short cooldown, he can just throw it off whenever. Noah actually being forced to use the ult here. The damage is a little bit too much from Slipper, and the barrel, the big one, coming in, not getting a whole lot of anything. Twist Advance coming in from Balluno, going to keep Noah still, and there you go. Nice pick off from CURSE.EU.
Yeah, that's really nice. That's exactly what Curse needs to do. And they have the initiation advantage. They get to, generally speaking, force the fights. So if they can pick people off, that's absolutely huge. They have a 5v4. Slipper still has the arrow. If they can pop the shield with the volley, they can follow it up with the Ash Arrow. And there it is with the Maokai advance. Rumble throwing off the ultimate, but they have plenty of damage here. Zera forcing out Corki will get pretty low. They are chasing down with the Nudu ultimate. Moon getting pretty low. Anguish tanking this turret for them. Will actually go down himself, but still it is a 2-for-1 advantage for Curse.
Yeah, I think Anguish could have definitely got out of there a little bit earlier, and he had the ult up too. I think he was just kind of saving it for some reason. If he used it there, he could have just continued to tank the turret and just cleared the way for the rest of the fight, and could have even taken out Alternate, but he decided not to use it for some reason. Tank the turret, but now Kirsten's go ahead, back, shop, recover, and try this all over again. That was a really good fight for him, and look at the gold. The gold is still pretty even here.
Yeah, Alternate did have a slight lead, but Curse able to catch back up a little bit. Part of the issue that they're going to have to deal with is the fact that Corki is just so much stronger than Ashe right now. Ashe is incredibly strong herself, but in the 1v1 situations. So Ashe is very strong in the late game. Ashe scales very well into the late game, but the 1v1 situations, Fisch has a slight advantage. So he can continue to farm down bottom and take advantages over Ashe, whereas Ashe kind of needs to be with the team constantly. So Alternate can potentially take advantage of that, but we'll have to see. I think the big thing for Alternate is just not allowing their members to get caught out of position, and as long as Curse can be aggressive and force those fights, they can continue to pull back into this game.
Yep. Alternate will go down, grab the dragon while they can, so that's going to be a little bit extra gold in their pockets to take on with them. But you're going to see Curse looking to mobilize here into the mid lane. Ashe is not with them. They need Slipper with them for all that damage, and there you go. It is now with the team. Malulu getting the wards down just for coverage. And you have all of Alternate. They're a little bit split. You got ForellenLord going for the blue, and then you got the rest of the team here defending in the mid. And right now, Curse, they're making an attempt. The pit is still warded. So right now, Alternate knows, and here they come on up through the river.
Yeah, it's dropping very quickly. The Shirelia's Alistar with the Flash Pulverize getting in the middle of the team, but Maokai followed up. There's the Nunu ultimate as well. They're all caught into it, and Slepper is perfectly fine. All of ultimate is actually getting very low, but I'm not sure whether or not Curse is going to have enough damage. But the arrow, ForellenLord does drop, and now they definitely do. Anguish able to chase them out. Anguish will go down himself, but Slepper going to clean house. He gets the Corki kill, flashing over the wall. Beautifully done to pick up the Rumble, and can he just barely survive? No, but Nocturne will go down as well. So nice play from Curse.
Wow.
You know, able to get that ace. They aren't able to get that Baron, but they can push up and take this mid turret.
4 for 5, everything said and done. That was just a crazy, chaotic fight. It was only there are really like 2 fights going on in one there. It's just you had the North River and you had the South River, but still though, that Ashe, that Slepper doing very well, piling on all of the damage all over the place.
Yeah, and they were able to keep Slepper alive, and he has the late sustained damage. He has the range that he can do very well there. Having a GEA as well is absolutely fantastic, along with the Zeke's Herald from Nunu. So he has the sustain in the fights. As long as he can keep himself alive in the back line. Same thing with Zera. Zera and Ashe need to keep themselves aligned, but they have Nunu, Yorick, and Maokai. And Nunu is one of the best champions in the game at protecting those backliners. And Queso, I wonder if he's actually going to do it. So now that Maluno and Zinnik are here, you saw that last fight, how quickly the Baron went down with those seedlings, so they can again force it. But here they recognize the rest of their team isn't quite there. They see alternate approaching. They will stop.
Here's the thing too with those seedlings, and that's a big problem with the Baron if you're going to be engaging upon. The moment you leave, he starts to regen. But what you could do is you just keep on popping seedlings there and consistently keep the Baron low if you're doing crazy dances like this.
Yeah, no, that's one of the nice things.
I want to see the attack speed on Slepper. 2.3 with the Zeeks and the Blood Boil and a Phantom Dancer and a green elixir. Holy crap!
Yeah. No, he's incredibly strong at this point, and that's one of the nice things with Blood Boil, particularly on a champion like Ashe, who scales very well into the late game.
Oh, man.
But there's the thing, Slepper is just so incredibly powerful. Anguish, he still has that Oracles. He doesn't want to get picked off here. They don't really want to take too much damage in this pit, but they're able to negotiate that. They're able to get the wards, so really nice job there.
Gotta kill that Slepper. He's just going to be attacking way too damn fast. Just trying to do what he can right there on the outside of the pit. This does amuse me quite a lot, and he's got the GA as well, so this is going to be so much pain. Alternate, if they want a chance in this next fight, they're going to have to take him out really quick. And here you go, you do also have alternate recognizing that yes, members of Curse are going to be entering the Baron pit. Best thing you can do if you're outside is to just aggravate the Baron, get free damage while you still can, and Slepper just dipping in and out of the pit, clearing down all those wards. Anguish does get vision. Everyone from Alter is there around that corner looking around it out. Anguish, he's trying to split them up, possibly be a little bit of a bait. He's like, yeah, come on, come for me. I got my ult. What are you going to do about it? 4 seeds looking to be in the pit here, and that's going to be a lot of damage. There's going to be a lot of turrets, and Curse, they're still trying to force this.
Yeah, and Curse, if they had had Anguish picked off, that would have been perfect for them because they want Alternate to blow all of their abilities on just one champion. So they don't get the AoE into Zera and into Ashe. They would be able to clear up those fights. So the big thing is they're just able to control this. And the 4 seeds for Zera, if they decide to just force the Baron, they can kill it very quickly. She can just constantly keep the seeds up. So she has the mana. Every single time the seeds up, she just keeps it up so that when there's an opportunity, she can just quickly force the fight.
You got Moon right out in front with the Flame Splitter trying to see him. Zinnik is actually split away from the rest of the team. If Alternate needs to engage, they're going to have to do it now. ForellenLord is still out in front. He has the barrel. He can do something with it, but Zinnik will actually get back to safety. That could have been huge. That could have been a huge misstep. You've seen Zinnik actually be a little bit too far away from the team before. That could have been disastrous, but fortunately enough, he is back with the rest of the team. And now we got a nice little standoff showdown situation here. And Alternate are just going to go a long way around. See if they can't get him from the side. Zera's in the back. Nunu's out in front here. ForellenLord, can he get the barrel? Slepper's in back. No, Anguish will go ahead and eat all of that barrel. And now Alternate, they're out in front of the pit with a little bit of an advantage there in the position.
Yeah, and the big thing is there's a massive push bottom that's going to be very close to taking a turret just because this is stalled for so long. They had the momentum there. Alternate forcing them away, but Curse has the initiation advantage, so when they decide to go in, they can easily force a fight. But both teams know that how important this fight is. This fight could result in a Baron. This fight could easily decide the game, and both teams have been very capable of winning these fights in the past, so Alternate needs to force a special engage.
ForellenLord, he was out of position greatly to decide to bust on over over through the wall, and now Curse, they're going to swap positions once again. They're outside, out in front of the pit. You have York out in front, Moon getting a little bit of damage with the Flame Splitter with those spears. And you're going to see right there in the back, Slepper wants to be safe, realizing that if you get focused down first, the fight could very well be lost. Zinnik being a good
They are split, though.
being the word, they are split. Slepper, you're away from the rest of the team. This could be bad. Nocturne coming on in, flash away immediately from Slepper. There's an alternate used there, but Noah goes on in with the pulverize. Lunu there with the ult out in front, and Unso is hungry, wants to get that kill onto someone, anyone, and will not get it. Slepper's just a little bit too strong to handle. Moon out in the back, getting plugged away. Fisch over the wall with all those rockets, all the damage, but will not be getting away with it for very long, and the Ghoul barely just getting that kill. ForellenLord caught with the roots, will be going down here.
Beautiful, beautiful play from Curse, and Slepper was caught out of position, but flashing the team, they were able to regroup, so they did a nice job regrouping on the left side. Alternate just barely surviving there, but now with Yorick, with Zera, and with Ashe, they can easily take this Baron. Slepper can tank it a little bit for them. He has enough survivability.
Ashe
he has
tank,
the
yeah.
Scepter. But the big thing is Slepper wasn't, hurt at all in that fight, and they had the massive AoE. It was right up in the front line. All of Alternate had to deal with Nunu and Maokai and all of that AoE damage and Yorick, and they had to waste all of their abilities on the three of them. And so as a result, Corki and Gragas and everyone got very low at the beginning of the fight. Ashe was just able to kite them very, perfectly, and they have that kiting potential. And just not being able to force the fight onto Slepper or Akeso is just, it's losing it for Alternate. And Curse just doing a fantastic job of keeping positioning.
Not to mention that no kill went on the Slepper, so he still has the GA proc as well. In addition to the Baron buff, which is just ridiculous at this point.
Yeah.
It's what else could he still has like one Dorn's Blade in his inventory. You're gonna be replacing that BF sword, probably looking for a Bloodthirster Blade on in. It's just any amount of damage is gonna be incredible. Absolutely incredible for Slepper at this point. Just gonna be an absolute monster. Last Whisper. That's gonna hurt. That's gonna suck.
Yeah, so really nice job from Curse. They'll be able to, push in very easily with the range advantage that they have. They still have to watch out that they don't force any, don't allow Alternate to force an engage, but I don't know. With that advantage, they don't have to worry so much about being poked down by Gragas. That threat is completely gone, and they can just continue to control the fights as they have. And they have the range with both Zera and Ashe where they can force down the mid turret. They just need to make sure that they constantly reposition themselves and don't allow them to, force an engage. But they could just tank this turret and drop it pretty quickly here if they decide to go for it.
You do have all the pressure. You have the ghouls leading out the charge there. And Slepper doesn't care if you're taking turret shots or not, just wants to go ahead and get that damage in. Volley coming in as well. And there's just more than enough pressure to try and take this out. You have all the ghouls playing out in front, and Ultra, they can only do so much. Granted, they're doing a pretty good job at clearing the waves, but still, there's a poke coming in on this tower. You cannot hold this off forever.
Yeah, so they can constantly wear them down. Just every wave, getting some nice damage from Slepper. We'll see, how Alternate can hold it off. Gragas is very strong clearing waves. Same thing with Fisch. But the Seedlings, it means that they're probably going to, make a little bit of a push here. Slepper gets some just constant damage every single time they go up for this.
Angish out in front, still trying to get those ghouls to poke on in. Slepper dipping in and out, and here come the Seedlings for all the distraction necessary for all the damage to flash in from Alistar. Headbutt the Ashe back into the turret, but you still have the GA proc. You're still okay for now, but Anguish and Haka out in front trying to keep it okay, trying to pave the way for Slepper to actually get the safety, and does. Back over through the wall. Fisch now caught behind, does have the Valkyrie away, and there you go, 2 quick kills for Curse, forcing all of Ultra back. And Slepper, still in pursuit, is a little bit hungry, wants those kills, taking those turret shots, but the inhib will go down, the push will continue, and I think this may be game.
I hate you, Nick. Really nice play from Curse. They do a really nice job. So I'll say it in a second, but they're able to push down the Nexus. They're all very low. Slepper caught in the middle of the AoE of their team, dropped very quickly, but the massive AoE from Curse was able to get everyone very low. Slepper was able to just walk out of there, even without the flash. Slepper didn't go down, which was just astounding to me. And so they're able to keep him alive. They're able to take 2 inhibitors, and then they have enough time. They should be able to push the Nexus, just the 1 Nexus remaining. And that's actually a really interesting mechanic on Zera that we saw there. The fact that the turrets don't hit the plants. The turrets don't hit the plants. It's only, if champions walk over them. And so when you're forcing down a turret, no champion is going to walk out over and clear out the plants. They're not going to walk out and be like, oh, I got to stop these seeds. So as a result, Zira just waits until she has 4 seeds placed, and they slowly poke down the turret with Ashe, and then when they decide to go in, all of a sudden they just drop all the seeds, and from half-life, they slowly wore it down, and then from half-life down to 0, they just dove on the tower. They were able to take it very quickly. Really nice job there. But going back to the Nick thing, I asked him earlier, what was going on with the queso. I assumed he was a sub, but I just wanted to ask real quick if, in case it was like a Smurf account for Slepper or for Extinct or something, because Extinct has been very good. The Deathfire's Grass, Slepper almost going down. ForellenLord is able to get out of there. The flash out from Slepper, really nice play. Nocturne trying to force the engage. He will get him to Slepper. One more attack. He forces the flash as well. They're able to grab that, but Curse actually might be in a dangerous situation there. Anguish does go down. A queso trying to retreat. If they get the fear again, the bind, they have plenty of AoE damage. The Nunu ultimate will get some on the Unso. They're able to pick up that kill. Really nice play, turning it around for Curse. So back to the story. I was asking about a queso, and Nick told me Curse just announced that they kicked Extinct off the team for various issues, and that a queso, they're trying him out as a member. And I was just like, what the hell? What is going on? Because Extinct's been such a huge member of Curse, and so I was very surprised, and I was close to announcing it, and I decided to hold off and just ask him for details and whether or not it was public information or whatnot. And he was I don't know, he was just being Nick, I guess. That was it. I was like, what the hell is going on? Are you serious? They kicked Extinct, but really nice job from Curse here.
Yeah, Curse, with all this pressure, can just go ahead, focus down the inhibitors. There's a huge, massive minion wave going down the mid. And granted, yeah, Gragas with those barrels can go ahead and clear all of the yummy minion goodness. You do have the remaining members from Curse pushing up through the mid. And with just one last team fight, they should be able to take this pretty convincingly. All the inhibs are down. You've got one Nexus turret still up, and it's looking grim. It's looking very grim here.
Yeah, no, it's been really nice play from both teams, and there was a time when Alternate, they had the AoE where they were able to clear up those fights, and it looked kind of scary for Curse because Zira and Ashe were going down very quickly, but Curse doing a really nice job controlling the fights. They're able to keep their carries alive and just kite very effectively with these champions.
Yep, there you go. Curse out in mid. This should be the last stand. Alternate coming in with the Nocturne ult right down, trying to focus down Slepper, but not won't be happening. There's the Ashe arrow just to guarantee that damage, just guarantee that stun. Fisch will actually get the kill down on the Malunu. Slepper does actually go down here, but hopefully there should be enough damage coming in from Curse. You got Zira now joining with the rest of the team. There's Unso. There's the ult coming on in. The pop-up. There's one. Should be getting something happening here on Moon as well. Fisch out in front with that Gatling gun. And this can only be held off for so long because you do still have the super minions pushing from top, from bot. You can only do so much here.
Yeah, a little bit hasty from Curse, thinking they could, win that engage with the minions and whatnot.
Yep.
It is pushing in pretty aggressively, so Corky's going to have his work cut out for him. They might not be able to even heal, defend this, so ForellenLord doesn't quite have the damage himself. He needs Corky. The Nexus turret is going to go down to the minions. Just one more attack, just barely surviving.
You can do it, little guys.
But
you can do it.
the big thing is Curse, they forced a fight without Zira, and clearly Zira's the linchpin. She gives them a little bit more mobility, that more kiting potential, but then also a little bit of burst damage. So, without Zira, they weren't quite able to, take care of Alternate. Alternate's still able to control a fight very nicely, so it does stall off for a little bit.
Yep. So it's only a little bit of a stall. There's still a huge, huge advantage for Curse at the moment. And Baron is up. They can just go stroll on in, grab it, and then go for the final push, go for the guaranteed push. But yeah, Zira and York will actually be on their way. Seeds being planted. Then there you go. They're just going to start the Baron. It's going to be no big deal here.
Yeah, and it will drop very quickly. It still is just astounding to me how much damage those seeds do, and then when you get 4 of them, how quickly you can take the Baron. So just with Zira, when Slepper's there, they're going to grab that very easily, but they can force the fight in, and with how long these fights are lasting, and how chaotic they are, they should be able to take this Nexus with almost no trouble whatsoever. They have a nice advantage. They can just slowly drop seedlings around the Nexus turret, and then when they decide to go in, just drop them. Push in all of the lanes. This inhibitor is open. It will go down fairly quickly.
Yep, here comes the push with the Baron buff. I was saying the last one might be the last one, but I think this one will actually be it. Because you do have the Baron buff, you have Slepper with the GA proc once again, and there you go, Malunu ult coming down, and Unso going straight on for the 0, but may not be able to make it out alive. Does have Azonias, and all the damage coming from Slepper will keep him out of the picture. Ult from Ashe coming in, gonna keep Moon slowed, and Noah is gonna have the long run back. 0 ult coming in, guaranteeing that kill. ForellenLord does not have really anywhere to go. Zinnik with the snowball. The last turret is down. The Nexus is naked. Slepper, don't go down here quite yet. Not like this. Valkyrie back into the base from Corki. Nexus is being focused. It is naked. It is exposed. ForellenLord does go down, and this should be it. It's going to be GG. Game 2.
Oh, one more kill.
No.
No.
The match going to CURSE.EU. Good job, guys.
Yeah, really nice play from Curse. Alternate, they looked incredibly strong as well.
Yep.
You know, nice pickups for the second game, but Curse able to take it in the end. I'm definitely excited to see how they continue to progress as a team. They've been looking really impressive lately. Those 2 matches, I've been astounded. And they looked very similar to a lot of what we've seen from M5, where M5 is able to control these very long fights and just constantly kite and cycle out their members, which is really nice to have that kind of coordination in the fight and be able to, cycle out your members, a number of them getting pretty low but not quite going down. So there you have it. They are able to pick up that game. Really nice play all around. 18.6k gold for Ashe.
Oh, Slepper.
Very farmed.
So good. Did so well, and I was just so amazed at how well Slepper was doing in those later team fights.
Yeah.
2.3 attack speed on an Ashe with all of that crit coming in is just That's just silly. That's awesome.
And they're able to protect her. So that was the big thing. There were a couple of really nice fights for alternate where I thought they were going to be able to take it. And key in mind was the one where Nocturne dove onto Ashe, and half their team went, or Nocturne went to Ashe, was able to 1v1 Ashe, and then the rest of the team stole Anguish on the side, so they were able to gang up on him. They were able to pick up that kill, but really nice job from alternate. They were able to, take a number of advantages, just weren't quite able to finish it off. Curse finishing off in the end. That one fight by Baron where it was like a 4-minute standoff, little Mexican standoff.
Nice little dance.
That was
right in front there.
That was intense. And they almost picked off Ashe. They almost were able to grab it. They were split, but Curse doing a nice job of regrouping.
That's actually a nice little primer about positioning at objectives.
Yeah.
Because you saw alternate actually go the long way around past Curse's blue buff to actually get a better positioning and actually be at the gate of Baron to just try and gain a positional advantage. Very masterfully done. And if you need to know, if you want to learn a little bit more about positioning objectives, because you can do the same thing at Dragon as well, just go back when we got the VODs up and take a look at that again. That was fantastic.
Yeah,
but that's cool. That coming up next. So CURSE.EU is going to be moving on round of 4 alternate. They will be staying in the elites. They're out for the rest of this tournament, but they're going to be staying here. But coming up next on stream, FNATIC versus Existence. That's going to be pretty good. Going to have a little bit of a longer break where we're going to be getting that match set up for you next. But in the meantime, though, remember, IGN.com/IPL. Go to the news section and scroll on down. You're going to see a nice little contest there. We're giving away 5 $50 RP cards, not 10. 50. You just got to click a whole bunch of buttons and you'll be entered in for that. So go ahead and do that while we go on commercial, and we will be back soon. FNATIC versus Existence.
We're back. James and AJ here with FNATIC versus Existence. Will be a very cool match. First off, I would like to say though, real quick, if I wasn't clear with that before, because I guess I wasn't, because I was like laughing on the side. Nick was trolling. Extinct was not kicked from Curse. That didn't happen. He is still a part of Curse. He was just trying to feed me misinformation, and when I asked for confirmation, I found out that he was trolling. But so yes, Extinct still on Curse. Really nice play that last game from the sub, but it was not a replacement. Extinct is still on Curse.
You also have a few subs actually coming in here. So you got nRated actually going to be subbing in for FNATIC, I believe. I don't think he's actually a member of the team, is he?
nRated? No, he's not. So, so that'll be kind of interesting. Who are we missing? We have xPeke, sOAZ, Lamia, Cyanide. So, Wait, I don't remember. I guess have they not fully replaced Melisson yet, or is nRated coming in? I know
Let's
that
double
they
check.
had just
Let's
removed
double check
Melisson.
all of this info because it's always good to double check your info. Wikipedia, help me
I
out
can't
here.
remember who replaced him though.
So let's see who we.
It was Pheilox, that's right. Yeah, so I guess nRated, he is a support. He had been playing. He had played support for Against All Authority, and then for Millennium now. So Pheilox not in the game right now. We'll have to see. You know how that'll affect them. They should be okay, but they do miss out on some of that you know, cooperation that you see from strong bot lanes.
Yep. But here we are heading on in. Game number 1, FNATIC versus Existence here. So we got the FNATIC. They're going to be on first ban, first pick, and blue side for this series. And you know, if anything for this week has really taught us in general, just ban Zero. Just do it. Otherwise, you can just you're just going to be in a world of pain and botany.
Yeah, so Zero has been very strong. Was able to take over that last match. I haven't actually seen a lot of Czech Sixtens. I know that they are, you know, fairly new. It's an old organization, but the team, I don't know who the team is. It's Perceptive Play, so I don't really you know, recognize them a lot. Let me see how they've been doing recently. You know, some nice placings, but not anything really, you know, astounding or anything. So we'll see how they do. They're definitely really strong players though. So it will be kind of interesting to see how this team does.
So Kennen, Shen, Urgot, and Yorick being banned out. You know, Urgot always a huge threat to be down there in that bot lane. The swaps, the tankiness. He's just a very, you know, just general pain to deal with. Alistar going to be the last man coming in from FNATIC. You know, either jungle or support. He could be a huge menace to deal with.
Yeah, definitely, you know, really strong band there. Banned out almost all the time because you just don't want to deal with them. So we'll see what they go with. You know, I'm not sure exactly what sOAZ is playing nowadays. I know that he used to play a lot more, you know, assassin type top lane champions, but he seems to be pretty versatile. Whenever I watch him play, he seems to kind of hop around a lot of things. I don't know, xPeke is always just a pleasure to watch though, and he's one of the strongest AP carries in the game. He seems to be able to, you know, win matches when they're losing and there's just like no reason they should be able to win, and just be able to pull them from behind. So it's always, you know, really cool to see them. It has been interesting though to see how Shushe's been doing with ELO Hell, and being able to move back into the mid lane as an AP carry is definitely kind of working out for them. Hopefully they can continue to do well.
First pick coming in for FNATIC is actually the Maokai, which it does strike me as strange to see him as a first pick, because usually you see him a lot against AoE teams, you see him a lot for his jungle presences for those ganks, but you don't usually see him first picked a whole lot.
Well, he's a very safe first pick. He's really strong in the jungle. He has really strong ganks. He can work in most teams. Yes, he does counter out AoE teams some, but you know, he works with most team comps. So he's just a strong pick. He's a safe pick though, is the big thing. And you know, they don't really have to force their hand or anything. He's just a first pick champion, not that big of a deal. Czech Six, they're going to go ahead with Leona and Nocturne though. So really aggressive initiation, trying to get in that back line. We'll see. Yeah, FNATIC, they definitely want to grab an AD that has a little bit more survivability. Corki and Ezreal, or the two that would come to mind. But then actually grabbing Ahri as well. So Ahri, very strong, just played all the time, not being banned out in this game. But she has the mobility where she can get out of those Nocturne and Leona engages.
Oh yeah, and just that mobility also opens up a lot of gank opportunities as well if you decide to just get a little bit, you know, a little bit aggressive, decide to wander away from the mid, and you can really get your aggression and really get some really quick kills going there all across the map. So Corki more than likely going to be the story here. It's just a matter of, you know, figuring out which support you're going to be going on. Possibly, I'm trying to think of other options here, but I'm also just may wait to see what the rest of the team has to offer here. Because like if you're going to be going aggressive with Leona, maybe you want to go for that sustain as well. Because Soraka Corki would be amazing.
Yeah, so definitely a really nice lane matchup. You know, Corki has the survivability in that bottom lane. Leona will be in a dangerous situation against Maokai if they can force the counter engage with Maokai, because Leona is, you know, such an aggressive I don't know, just support. She needs to be constantly on the offensive, so not that strong on the defensive. We'll see how that works. I think that if they went with the Ezreal, that would be a pretty strong pick right now. You know, we have seen a lot of Ezreal, more so in the NA than in the EU, but it's still very strong, and it works very well with Leona, and then has the survivability in that lane. So we'll see where they go. As far as junglers or top is concerned, you know, they have the Nocturne, but then top, I don't know. There's a lot of options for them top. I'm not really sure what xPeke likes to run for their team comps.
Ooh, Ezreal and the Kassadin coming in. Kassadin's been coming back just a little bit, and you know, it's good to see him actually back there, you know, in the saddle, back in the mid, and you know, equally as mobile as Ahri can be going around to all those different lanes, getting those ganks, and yeah, Ezreal paired up with the Leona is going to be absolutely brutal. And the Jace being considered here for FNATIC. So that could be a nice top lane option.
Yeah, no, that would be very interesting. You know, Jace, Jace is just a strong all-around lane, but I don't know, we haven't really seen him in play that much. I think he's a lot of fun. I think he has a lot of possibilities, but people tend to like AD in Italy a little bit more, talking with some teams. It would be interesting, though, to know whether or not sOAZ has just been playing a lot of Jace, and I'm not sure whether that's the case. He does do well in pretty much any lane matchup. He has the ranged advantage where he can farm, but then also he has a lot of quick burst damage, so he is pretty strong in that regards. The mobility for his team can be fantastic, and he's actually going with it. Yes, he's going to stick with the Jace.
Hell
so
yeah.
That's going to be cool to watch. I personally am a huge fan of Jace, and then the movement speed on the E is just great for your team to be able to force fights or disengage very easily.
Seems pretty good. Seems pretty good. But here's the thing, though, like Jace, he's still relatively new, still looking to find out, you know, where he belongs. You know, where exactly does he stick with a certain team comp. In top lane, he can be incredibly aggressive and perform quite well. That hammer, just to knock you away, can be so incredibly annoying at times, especially if you have someone to set up the ganks like a Maokai. You twisted advance in, you walk out in front of him, and you just smack him backwards, and it can just be a huge disruption.
Yeah, and the hammer does so much damage, and the fact that you can combo your abilities, he can do a lot of really quick burst damage. Aurelia is definitely a really strong pick, though. So the big thing against Jace, you want someone that has sustain, so you don't have to worry about constantly being harassed down. Aurelia has that, but then also having the burst damage to follow up on him and engage on him, since he is pretty short attack range. Aurelia's Blade Surge is longer range than Jace's attacks, so very easily she's going to be able to get engaged there. And then, you know, she can get the stun, she can get some free damage before he knocks her away. So that'll be a nice matchup. We'll see what they can do there. But the big thing is it gives them a frontline tank to base their team around. Then they have the mobility with Kassadin, Ezreal, and Nocturne to try and pick up kills, you know, very safely. Both teams are very mobile teams.
Oh, yeah.
You know, FNATIC, they have the double AD, and then Ahri with that great mobility behind that Nunu and Maokai frontline, like we'd seen in that last game.
So hopefully, you know, in some teams like this too, you'll often see maybe the junglers, just so you can go ahead and actually keep up with everybody. Actually, I did this last night. You know, Maokai move 5 boots, just so you can actually just get in with your twisted advance and set all the dominoes in motion. May very well be seeing that, because, you know, Maokai in a lot of these lanes can really turn the tides big time, because remember, the twisted advance will follow you. So champions like Kassadin, who may try and rift away, it will still follow. You'll still trap them.
Yeah, and looking at Jace's Runes and Masteries real quick, running 921-0 for Masteries, has some physical damage. Nunu at the very last second, I mean, as the timer went down, he changed his summoners. So, you know, started off with more standard stuff with the Flash Exhaust, but then switching it up to the Ignite Exhaust, hoping that xPeke wouldn't be able to, you know, or wouldn't notice that quite as soon as they normally would. I mean, they'll see it coming into the game clearly and with loading screen and everything, but still, you know, it is a very aggressive summoner build. So we'll see if they can take advantage of that. Having heal, exhaust, and ignite, there's a lot of kill potential there. And then they can shut down Ezreal's damage to some degree with the snowball. Though that's also partially why Ezreal works out so well against Nunu. Is you aren't necessarily completely shut down by the snowball, and then you can also with your attack speed slow with the Essence Flux shut down Corki's damage a little bit.
It's still strange because, like, in my mind, I still consider Nunu kind of like a very, like, passive support. Like, he's there to blood boil and not a whole lot. But you can see, you know, he can get aggressive. You saw it last game, game 2 with Curse and Alternate, that, you know, you had the Nunu and the Ashe lane pushing against a lane with an Alistar all the way to tower constantly.
Yeah, they with Ashe they can just volley into the waves, and the big thing is that Alistar couldn't really force initiation against them. Nunu, you know, he does kind of sit back and just blood boil a little bit since he doesn't have a heal. He doesn't want to take too much damage, but a lot of times with that snowball, you can just be really aggressive and run right at the AD carry and just snowball them and just get off some free auto attacks and then walk out. And that's generally like Nunu's playstyle. He's just extremely aggressive in lane. But we'll have to see how they can deal with this. You know, Aurelia, I'm curious how she's going to build as a result of having to deal with Jace. She will be going actually 921 and 0. They are running the same runes and masteries basically, except that Jace actually has a little bit more defense with the armor and magic resist, and Aurelia taking away damage from the minions. That's kind of interesting. So she plans on diving onto Jace, but then doesn't want to take too much damage from the minion harass on her way back. So that's definitely a nice decision there.
Yeah, because remember, when you are in lane, if you actually get aggressive on the enemy champ, the minions will actually just go ahead and turn their focus onto you until you get a fair amount of distance away. So if you're looking for harass, that's a very good mastery to take very early on, and you know, also good for junglers as well. But you know, it has its uses outside of the jungle as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll have to see how that'll work. I'm really excited to see in the lane matchup because Jace's E, again, it's like 20% of a character's maximum health when you use the E, so it really is great against bruisers in that top lane. But like the way you generally see the combo, the W for Jace, it gives you 3 auto attacks really quickly. You use the W, then you switch into your melee form, and when you switch, you get bonus damage on your attacks. So now you have 3 attacks at max attack speed that are dealing a ton of damage each hit. So you dive onto the enemy with your Q, you throw on your W again, you hit them real quick for 3 really powerful attacks that out damage almost anyone, and then you E them away and are able to get some quick damage there. So the key for Aurelia is going to be then, when she's E'd away, probably saving the Blade Surge to jump back onto Jace, because when his cooldowns are down, he's going to be at a serious disadvantage, and that's when Aurelia will be able to win that matchup. But the big thing is, for the most part, Aurelia wants to play defensively early on in the game and sit back until she's able to hit 6 and then use that regen advantage. So once she hits 6, I'm really curious to see how Jace can continue in that lane, because he will have a little bit of harass advantage, but Aurelia will start to be able to just dive onto Jace, get him, both of them down to like half health, and then she'll just sit back, heal up again, and be fine, whereas Jace will be kind of low. Yeah,
so it's really just a matter of, how a lot of it I think is actually going to be coming in from the items, how to itemize against someone who's 1, capable of a lot of harass, and 2, capable of a lot of sustain. So I mean, if you're looking to go in there, like I personally maybe even just go to standard like GP10 route, go for the Philo Stone, go for Hard Gold, and maybe even start building into something like Randuin's even.
Yeah, and actually Jace's E is magic damage, so I was kind of curious about that. I mean, a standard, like, Aurelia could go a standard kind of gold pretend build against him, whereas Jace is going to need to go a little bit more damage. I've seen a couple of different builds on him, but I don't know, not enough play competitively to really see, how he fits in. But I don't know, I was kind of wondering if Aurelia could just go for some quick armor and whatnot, but a lot of Jace's mix of damage is magic, so he has a nice mix of physical and magic, which makes it kind of difficult to itemize against.
Yep. And what Jace could also do is that a Ninja Tabby just on its own might just be sufficient enough, and when you get into the later fights, it's actually going to help out a lot, because remember, you have a Nocturne, you have an Ezreal. That's going to be a lot of physical damage coming on in, so it might actually work out well going into the mid and late game just on that. But you see xPeke and sOAZ actually getting pretty aggressive, and you're seeing sOAZ here camp out the red, standing guard, because it looks like Morden here, he's looking to actually start on blue, expecting to be invaded.
Yeah, so they are starting at blue. Maokai will have a pretty safe jungle here. I'm not sure if they're holding point or if they are going to steal. So they're going to steal the blue race. So that'll be a nice opportunity for them. xPeke actually being able to pick it up. So Jace, he doesn't get any experience off of that. So he won't have any advantage in the top lane. That could have been really nice for the matchup against Aurelia. But I don't know. We'll see. It's also very nice to have give Ahri that advantage over Kassadin, because Kassadin is going to be such a difficult lane for Ahri. Ahri has the true damage that goes through Kassadin's passive, so she does do decently efficiently against him. Whenever Kassadin walks into silence, xPeke can take that opportunity to throw off the charm, try and hit him with the charm and the Q combo to get some quick burst damage. She has the auto attack harass advantage.
Yep.
So that's definitely there. Not going with any damage, so starts off with a lot of ability power.
Yeah, it is the range versus the melee, and once Kassadin hits 6, he does get significantly more powerful with the fact that he can go ahead and rip walk and do all that stuff. But also, this is very similar too about how sometimes bot lane will grab either the small golems or the wolves, depending on what side you're on. You do enter the lane with a little bit of advantage. You do hit 2 quicker. You can go ahead and get a little bit more harass quicker. And if your jungle decides going for an aggressive gank, you can go ahead and get that extra level for a little bit more damage all that much faster.
Yeah, but in this case, Check 6 doing a nice job. They picked up the wolves for their bot lane, so that they could come into lane, have a little bit of an experience advantage, or at the very least be even. So, really nice job there. It is 2v2. It will be kind of a passive lane for the most part early on because Leona, it will be very difficult for Leona to force and engage, and Nunu's not going to try and bully her around this early just because he's a little too squishy. Won't want to force those fights. So we'll see. Maokai is kind of making his way down bottom. He will clear out those golems. He's getting pretty low though, so he'll probably just recall after that.
Nocturne is getting in position, though. He's coming the long way around through by the tower. xPeke is a little bit too far out. Q going down. Fear Tether's going in. Will you get the fear? Yes, but you're going to get a little bit too dangerously close to tower, but xPeke got hugely chunked out there. But no summoners wasted. xPeke got that control.
Well, and the nice thing is xPeke was already pushing into the tower, and then he didn't have to use his flash. So he's in a perfect situation. He's already in a spot where he can recall right after that minion wave. He can go back, get a nice slow.
You got Samix also top lane, doing what you can against the Jason. Jason's actually being pushed to tower pretty aggressively here. And you see Aurelia actually already going to back, getting a potion, ruby crystal, and a ward. So may possibly be seeing quick hearted gold coming in from Aurelia.
Yeah, getting Aurelia has enough damage that she doesn't need to buy any damage items against Jace. So, having that, getting Heart of Gold, if that's the way she's going to go, will be very strong. And I definitely agree with that build. We'll have to see, whether or not Jace can push Aurelia into the tower a little bit, but Aurelia is very strong at counter pushing. Now, here's the concern, though. Aurelia is great at following up with ganks, so she can set up a gank very easily for Nocturne. So as he recognizes that a gank might be coming, needs to play a little bit more carefully.
Yeah, and his next back, he's more than likely going to be grabbing a ward or two for himself. But you see Morden actually getting in position. sOAZ is in a little bit of a bad spot. You have the Fear Toad going, nice hammer away. Going to keep the Fear from proc, and sOAZ, he's got a little bit more ways to get back to his tower, but he will be safe. Nice hammer action coming in from sOAZ.
Yeah, really nice job, and he can also range farm with the Q, but not having to force the flash was definitely key. So he still has control in that lane. If he had to force the flash, he could be in a really dangerous situation against Aurelia because of Aurelia's diving potential. Just the fact that she could just constantly chase down Jace and exchange damage very well, or if Nocturne came again, he would go down very quickly. But we'll see. Right now, he just doesn't quite have enough damage to out-harass Aurelia. So Aurelia is pretty safe farming. So sOAZ is going to farm as well. But as that lane progresses, we'll see how it transitions once Aurelia has that regen and once Jace has a little bit more damage.
Cyanide has been camping out top quite a bit, and we'll see if he's actually going to connect with this. Samix did go in with the surge, twisted advance in response. The slam going to keep her still. Is the flash still up? Yes, it is. It is forced to use it. But sOAZ still going in on this. The ignite is now gone. One more attack. First blood coming in for sOAZ. Very well done. And Cyanide getting away from that turret. But here comes Nocturne Morning. He's coming up the river. Will they be safe? That bush is warded, Cyanide, unfortunately. I don't think he knows quite about it. But Morton, he's waiting for his opportunity. Is he actually going to be going in?
Yeah, I think he's a little bit concerned that if he goes in, he's just going to give them up another kill, which is very close to happening.
Yeah.
I'm not sure he would have enough damage, but really nice job. The flash was key, so sOAZ able to pick that up and then get out of there. In the meantime, Leona engaging on the backline, but Lamia is perfectly fine. The exhaust, the ignite going down. Jim Bones right in the middle of the team will go down very quickly. One more attack. Can he get nRated? Just barely picking that up, but it's a support for an AD. So Lamia definitely in a nice situation. Then he has a push going, so he can also throw all these minions into the tower if he tries to push them really quickly.
Yeah, you just very well. You can do a very good job at holding the lane right there. Ignite going down onto Kassadin. There is the 6 for 6. xPeke still trying to get some extra damage down with the dash, but no. We'll force extra out of lane. Go back, and you see that Kassadin's already starting to buy and stack up on Doran's rings, which is you get the extra mana regen, which is something Cass really needs. But I'm wondering if that's going to hurt his itemization in later.
Oh, but they're going to push down this tower really aggressively.
Ooh.
sOAZ, Jace is very strong at pushing towers, but Cyanide with the twisted advance, the quick burst, they're able to take down Morden very, very quickly. So really nice job. And the chain
coming
CC
down
is huge.
from bot, though. You got Jim Bones trying to get that kill down on the Cyanide. He does force the flash out of there. Will be safe, will be fine, but Extra looking to defend is still getting chunked out huge here.
And I love what they're doing with Jace in the match because they have great single target bursts with Maokai, Jace, and Ahri. So the three of them, they can pick off people very easily, but then they have a lot of mobility with the Jace E. They can back around, get out very easily. So we'll see how he continues to do. It is interesting to me though. He's leveling up his Q over his E. So it's kind of, you go back and forth on the Jace builds. Both are definitely strong. I do know some people, they prefer the maxing the E first. So the E, the damage it gives you in a bruiser matchup, you can dive on people very easily against like someone like Darius. Darius, since he doesn't have regen, you just keep on diving on him in melee form with that E, and you get massive amounts of damage. However, in this matchup, because he's going against Aurelia, he has to worry about some of that damage. Leona engaging on the Babeta here, on the Lamia actually, and so they're going to turn it around nRated with the nice slow, helping them out a little bit.
I also want to take a quick little notice here of Jace's item build, which is a Doran's Blade, and a Doran's Blade.
Yeah, no, it's definitely really strong. And sorry, like I was saying, since he won't be able to harass down Aurelia quite as much with the E, the Q gives him more ranged farming and more ranged harass. So the big thing is the ranged farming, so he will be safe.
Morden is here, has the ultimate, making his presence known, and nRated may get hugely killed here right under his own tower. All that chunk damage coming in. Morden almost dying to the tower. One auto attack from Lamia would have actually done that and made it an even trade, but unfortunately he will be back in that bush, and Existence getting a nice kill down bot. They are still a little bit behind, but nothing they can't come back from.
Yeah, and you see there, sOAZ, he was able to get the knockaway onto Aurelia, but she held onto the Blade Surge, able to follow it up afterwards, gets off some nice damage, and is able to trade very easily with Jace. So we'll continue to see how that lane works. But it was interesting. I think, Corky, Lamia, he was a little bit scared, and he could have picked up that kill onto Nocturne, but it would have put him right in the crosshairs of Ezreal, and just, it would have been a very dangerous situation for him if he was just slightly out of position. So as a result, the kills do go on them. They still, FNATIC still has a 1k gold advantage, so they're doing a really nice job, controlling this game so far. It should be interesting, though, to see how the teamfights work once Kassadin, gets up to speed, if Kassadin can snowball a little bit. But so far, xPeke has done a really nice job controlling Kassadin in this mid lane.
Not to mention also getting a little bit of help from his friends to come on down, come over to mid, try and chunk out the tower as much as possible. And xPeke, just the aggression really shows it's really paying off. They got the Riftwalk in, xPeke wants that kill. Morden does not have the ult up, but Kassadin may go down here. Twisted advance, keep him still, but he still going down at xPeke. That bush is warded. Morden can still chase here, but the charm going in doesn't keep him still for a little while. And sOAZ connecting with that kill. Oh my god, that man.
Pro as hell. Like, just, astounded.
Wow.
Are
we going back?
Yeah,
are we going back? We're
at
rewinding that because we need to see that again.
I mean, the Nocturne and Kassadin, Cyanide is not here, so he'll disappear in a second. Nocturne and Kassadin, they have great initiation, but xPeke, the second he saw them engage, he dove right after Kassadin, got off the dash, got off the flash, was able to back out of there, and Morden just not able to follow it up. But instead of going with his instinct of running away, at which point, if you run away, Nocturne is going to ult you, Kassadin is going to dive you. Instead of going with his instinct, he turned back into him. In the meantime, though, Leona getting very low. Lamia able to turn it around, is getting very low himself, has to worry about Leona diving once again, but they are able to back out of there. So xPeke, instead of going with the instinct of running away, calm, cool, collected, recognized he just needed to dive right at them, and just beautiful execution.
And they knew, FNATIC knew the Nocturne ult was down because of the gank that happened earlier in bot lane, so they knew that wasn't available, and just those jukes. You used the first part of Ahri's ult to dodge the Q, and use 2 and 3 to actually break the fear tethers, so you didn't get so you weren't part of that. And just nice call on sOAZ to come on down from top lane. The charm keeping Morden still, granted, he's still walking towards you, but he's not able to kill just enough time for sOAZ to come in and connect with the rest of that damage. That was just beautiful.
Yeah, really nice job. And I don't know. We'll see. xPeke setting up in the bottom lane, wants to force a fight here. He is incredibly strong right now, just trying to snowball off him. Gets the charm into Leona. He has plenty of burst damage, and then dodging around. Maokai with the twisted advance. They're going to easily be able to pick up this kill into Leona. One more dash. They are able to grab it. Kassadin is making his way down bottom, but both Kassadin and Ahri are very mobile. Can pick up kills very easily in these other lanes.
Yeah, it's just a matter of what can Kassadin really do in a situation like this. Kassadin, one of his best advantages is that he can go dip in, dip out, and assassinate people really quick. You just don't want to be going necessarily head on, especially with someone like an Ahri who has a really great hard CC like that charm. Granted, Kassadin does have his own little kit. He does have the silence. He does have the slow. And the silence later on is really going to shut down Ahri, but that's if he's still alive.
Yeah, and bot turret is going to go down, just leaving it up for a second longer so it can deny a little bit more of that those minions from Ezreal when he gets back. But they are able to pick that up. So a 4K gold advantage for FNATIC. And, FNATIC has just been really impressing me ever since. To be perfectly honest, Shushei was unfortunately was kicked off the team, and so Shushei, he was a big part of what made FNATIC big. He was a prime member, but never really comfortable in the top lane. And sOAZ has looked right at home. So really nice job there. They've still been able to keep up their momentum after kicking out Melisande. Pheilox has looked really strong, and nRated in this match is looking really strong as well.
I like the pass off of the red over to sOAZ because he's going to be the one getting a lot of that range harass. Babetto's just getting hugely chunked out, got caught, was a little bit too curious, and that's exactly what happens. FNATIC was there to capitalize on everything. That bush is warded. Extra's going to be caught. Charm coming on, and there is the orb. Lots of damage. And meanwhile, Jimbo's getting caught as well, trying to go through his own force. sOAZ grabbing that one, and Kassadin is going to have to walk back home massively hurt. May have to get a cast for his arm or something. But xPeke is actually still looking, going, he's like, no, you sure you want to back there? I think you want to walk all the way back.
Yeah, so they will be fine. But with the advantages that FNATIC have, they're able to really easily, force objectives. They're able to take a blue from Kassadin, which is absolutely huge. Kassadin going with a high ability power build gives him a little bit of health as well with those Doran's rings, but not, quite at the point he would like to be at this game. Not able to snowball. And it's just going to be so difficult with how many advantages FNATIC has. They'll just be able to dive on Kassadin. He's never going to feel, quite comfortable jumping into the middle of the team and trying to, assassinate or burst anyone down. Ahri going to be able to grab their blue, so they are going to be fine there. But they're switching up Nunu top lane, so we'll see if that's going to be for some harass or if he's just kind of roaming.
I'm not quite liking where the Kassadin is going with this build because he's got 2 rings and a lucky pick, which to me feels like he's been kind of denied a good chunk of farm because the lucky pick, he's picking that hopefully to gain some income on that, and also for the additional burst coming in from the DFG, which is great. He's got a lot of great burst damage innately on his own if he's properly farmed. So it feels like he's looking to itemize that to build himself a little bit of a crutch.
Yeah, no, that's definitely the case. But, it will be very strong for the early game. Nocturne is coming up top, though. Cyanide may be looking to, pursue some aggression against Aurelia, but wasn't able to quite force the engage. Aurelia is just a little bit too tanky, so they really don't want to dive that. But with Ahri coming up top, they potentially could force a fight. Kassadin kind of following her a little bit. The twisted advance right after the tower goes down, and Cyanide can follow this up on Aurelia.
Samix does have to force the flash either, but xPeke there with the orb, the true damage and a dash is going to be more than enough to go ahead and take out that Aurelia. Kassadin is here to join the party as well. Silence going down on xPeke, and Extra is just, that's all he did. Waved in, and now he's out. nRated, maybe get chunked out here from Jim Bones, trying to retreat, but going in opposite direction so Lamia can actually go ahead and get the safety. But in the meantime, though, you're going to have a top lane. That tier 2 is more likely going to go down.
Yeah, just going to take a look at this fight real quick. And it's just the burst from Leona, able to pick up Lamia, actually, and force him out of the fight, along with the Ignite, along with the Exhaust. Leona getting pretty low herself, but just being able to force out the AD is where they're able to take advantage there. So, nice kill there, but it's still not a lot. 8k gold down. They're able to easily take this turret. Jace is very strong at poking down turrets with the mobility he gives his team, but then also the max attack speed on his W. When you proc that can be huge.
So now you got a pretty decent gold lead here for FNATIC, and it's going to widen here. Now Samix actually getting a little bit too aggressive onto sOAZ. Nowhere to go, really. So
yeah, getting a little baited. It
was only about like a 1,000 gold lead, like 6 minutes ago. and now it's just spiraled out of control to a 10K gold lead very quickly.
Yeah, no, it's they've been putting on so much pressure, and they look really impressive here. Just constantly abusing Check 6, just running around the map, taking advantages left and right. Ahri going with the Abyssal Scepter build, so that'll help increase their damage a little bit, but it also shuts down Kassadin even more. Like Kassadin has almost no targets. Corki, that's one of the few targets they have. Jace going to be too tanky. Nunu and Maokai, clearly Kassadin doesn't want to focus them, but
yeah.
It's going to be difficult. They don't. Aurelia, was doing okay in the top lane, but just isn't tanky enough. Is way behind Jace at this point, and so Aurelia can't dive people. Ezreal, he's not quite as strong as they would like him to be. Like, just they don't have any damage or survivability, and Fnatic is just so far ahead. They can just push down one tower after the other. And
just the farm is actually pretty evenly spread too. Ahri, you got your kills. Maokai with a bunch of assists. Jace did just so fantastic down top lane. It's everyone got a nice huge equal chunk of the pie. Everyone's very strong. Everyone in existence who just can't really compare, and they're all staying in the base. They're all staying at the fountain. I think this is pretty much just a sign of surrender here. It's not even 20 minutes yet. They can't even get the vote on. No one from existence is really leaving base. Exter actually just left the game a little while ago, and so I think they're just laying back and allowing Fnatic to go ahead and grab this win.
Yeah, so really nice play from Fnatic. We'll see how Check 6 can do in game number 2. But I don't know. Fnatic, regardless of what picks you want to ban out or whatnot, it just seems like Fnatic outmatched them. I mean, they were in a class of their own. They looked really impressive. And, Check 6, they're strong players. They're a strong team. They just, I don't know, didn't quite match up with them well. I would definitely consider banning out the Ahri, but Kassadin should do okay against Ahri. Ahri does have the true damage, so that does work very well against Kassadin. You can harass him down some. Yeah. But I don't know. We'll have to see coming into the next game. I mean, Jace wrecked them, and Jace isn't a champion that you ban. You don't. I mean, that would just be absurd. So yeah, it's just who are they going to ban? All of the champions that they did ban, if they were available, Fnatic would have been happy to take them.
Come on, guys. You guys are silly.
They weren't even going for kills. I understand diving if you're going to get a kill. Oh, they want to get their AFK corpses triple kill. So I think they were hoping for like an Ezreal Quadra or something. Regardless, the minions are pushing in. One more attack. Oh, they're dissuaded for a second.
Oh no.
Oh, he's going to stall them out.
Oh no, this is going to take even longer now.
Yeah, but Ezreal with the really pro triple kill in the fountain. He's 6-2 compared with the rest of his team. He is just, so much better than the rest of them.
Yeah, with all these super minions pushing though, hopefully we get this underway. Hopefully also walk right into game number 2 as well. But yeah, Jace is just not. Yeah, Jace within the current meta is just not ban worthy at this point. It's just a matter of, okay, what did we do wrong? Is there a champ? Or or is there a champ selection or a game plan that can actually work pretty effective against Jace? And you also got to look at some of the bans that Fnatic made as well. Kennen, Shen, and Alistar. Maybe a resolution, maybe somewhere in there. But there you go. The Nexus explodes. Game 1 going to be going to Fnatic very convincingly.
Yeah, it was actually a surrender though. So Fnatic, they weren't able to finish the Nexus in time. But yeah, really nice job from. Fnatic there, just really, taking it to them. We'll see how they can pursue game number 2.
Yep. So I mean, Jace did work. Ahri did work. Just a fantastic job from everybody all around. Farm was just so denied for everyone from existence. There's just really nothing you can do, and that's just a story of just every lane losing.
Yeah, and the mobility from Jace was really nice to just be able to roam around the map. He kept on pressuring that mid lane in particular. Yep. But yeah, so there you go. Fnatic, game number 1. They looked really strong. We'll see if Check 6, if they can turn it around game number 2. But it would definitely need a huge overhaul. They need to, pull back into the early game and not allow early wards would definitely be huge, but not allow Fnatic to take these early advantages. We'll be right back, guys. Make sure to check out. We'll throw another link in there. There's $50 RP giveaway, and we'll be right back after this commercial.
Hey, Summoners, welcome on back. Heading into game number 2, FNATIC versus Existence. This is the IPL Elites round of 8. So we'll be seeing who moves on over to the semifinals. And remember, the IPL Elites, these are $3,000 prize pools, both for the NA and for the EU. So there's definitely quite a bit of money here. And remember, the Elite Series is also where we calculate seeding and potential qualifying spots here for future IPL events. So there's a lot on the line. It doesn't seem a lot, but there is.
Yeah, and xPeke, all of FNATIC last game looked very strong. Is this the semis?
This is round of 8.
Oh, this is the round of 8. Okay,
This is
yeah,
to
I
get
know
into the
NA's in the
semis.
semis. So yeah, so we'll see. Who can make it out of this. So actually, as being in the round of 8. Does that mean that both of these teams are still in?
They're still going to be in, win or lose.
Okay, so win or lose, they're still in. Yeah, so we'll be able to see,
Yep.
whoever loses back in the next round. But
Yep.
I don't know. Right now, FNATIC looks very strong, and it will be exciting to see how they continue to do, and a couple of the other teams. So Curse, M5, and when they all kind of meet up, CLG.EU.
So if you're actually just joining us and you're not quite sure how the tournament structure works, so we have the IPL Elites and we have the Challengers as well. So the Elites, top 16 teams from the NA and from the EU, duke it out. Everyone who loses in the first round, the bottom 8 actually get dropped down to Challengers to go ahead and try and fight their way back on up. Challengers is a 32-man bracket. You got all those. Oh, you got the 8 teams that drop down. Plus, you have 24 open spots. If you have a team, if you want to play, that's your shot. Top 8 from Challengers, move on up to the Elites, and then you can go ahead and play for the money, for the qualifying spots, for the seed, all that good stuff. So we're ready. Check Existence is ready. Just waiting for FNATIC to get ready. We should be getting on into game number 2, and we were discussing it last time. Ahri is definitely a bannable champ, definitely worthy of being banned. Jace, though, not so much.
Yeah, and I'd be curious to see whether or not they went Jace. I think part of the reason that they could go Jace is because of the Leona and Nocturne picks. So going with Leona and Nocturne right off the bat, it means that they're looking for aggressive initiation. So they know, FNATIC knows they want lots of mobility, and so that mobility, it will allow them to control the fights very well. So it'd be interesting to see whether or not sOAZ is just comfortable with going Jace in any kind of matchup, or if that was a reactionary pick. So we'll see if he goes it again. It did work out very well for them last game. I would expect to see Ahri being banned. There were a couple of strong bans from Check 6 that, it's kind of interesting. FNATIC not banning, banning Kennen, not a very common ban, but I'm assuming that, Check 6 that they play her pretty commonly.
But there is the Jace ban coming in from Existence, so they are worried about it for sure.
Yeah.
And they feel that that was definitely one of the low points.
They just didn't know how to deal with it.
They really didn't, and that's the worst thing about facing up against someone on a new character or a newer, add whatever suffix you want to the end of that. It's still difficult, for someone, especially someone, because Zyra is recently released, but gets a lot of play because of her kit, because she's so powerful. Jace, it was played quite a bit for a very short time, as with all new champions do. But since then has dropped off a little bit because people weren't immediately finding out what role he sets best in. For someone like Zyra, it's easy. It's like, well, she's a plant mage. That means she uses AP. I wonder if she should go anywhere else besides mid.
Yeah, so Jace is definitely pretty interesting. I don't know. We'll see. I'm curious whether or not xPeke would play Zyra, given the chance. But Ahri is definitely very strong, and he was able to take control of that last game. Maokai being banned out, so I don't know, just a really strong champion overall. Has worked out very well, and then they ban out Alistar with their last ban.
So these are carbon copy bans.
I would probably pick up Ahri though if I was Check 6. So we'll see if they grab that.
Ahri or Zyra would be amazing to grab here in this first spot. But also you got a lot of commonly banned champions are not here, like Nautilus and Malphite are actually still open for if you want that bang on initiation.
Yeah. And Malphite was banned last game from FNATIC, but this game being left open.
Well,
Ahri was banned by Check 6.
It was banned by Existence. So York is open and Malphite is open.
Okay.
So either one are possibilities here.
But if you go Ahri, then you know that against Malphite, Ahri does very well because of your mobility. So
I don't know. They go with the Corki pick. They really want that Corki, which is, I mean, it's a strong pick. It's a very versatile pick. But now FNATIC, if they would like to, they could go both Malphite and Ahri and have the makings of a really strong core team.
Malphite and Zyra would be a wreck, absolute wreck, or even like the Malphite Orianna combo that we've been seeing quite a bit lately as well. I'm wondering though if Existence is going to be going with the Kassadin again, and I mentioned a little bit last game, Kassadin, he's been seeing a little bit more play recently. Nothing crazy, nothing too out of the ordinary, but now teams are starting to like pick him up as their signatures. Like Legion here in the NA has really grabbed a shine to the dude. But Malphite and Leona being grabbed here from FNATIC, so also keeping the Leona away from Existence here with that pick.
Yeah, so Malphite is very strong, but they have great AoE initiation with the two of them. They can force fights very easily and take control of that. You were saying something about something right before then.
I say a lot of things about things.
Okay. I was going to respond to something you just said, and then you changed subject to the Malphite, and I was like, I lost what I was saying. Oh, Kassadin. Yeah. So I mean, Kassadin can be very strong. Alex Ich, he's been playing a lot of Kassadin as well. The big thing is the mobility. Kassadin works very well against AoE initiation teams. If you want a team with high mobility, you pair him with champions like Shen and Lee Sin are very common matchings with Kassadin. But I don't know. The big thing is just the mobility, and then how well he can snowball. And I don't know. We'll see whether or not they'll go with that this game. They don't want to fall behind early, which is part of the issue. Is that Kassadin is very weak early on in the game, and last game it just ran away from them so quickly. FNATIC just in complete control. They will go with Jarvan and with Janna. So Corki Janna is a very strong bottom lane. It works out well against Leona. You have the Whirlwind to force a disengage, but we'll see whether or not Jarvan's planning on going in the jungle or in the top lane.
Yeah, he is very versatile like that, but more than likely Jarvan going to be seen there in the jungle. He's got pretty good initiation coming on in there. He's got that standard. He can dash on over to it. It's just also a matter of if Existence is going to be looking to utilize his ultimate, because it is a nice little slam to the ground to keep people still. So if they have AoE damage to try and follow up with that, Corki being one of them, that could be huge. And if he is going to be going into top lane, I can see someone with a lot of AoE initiation going into jungle, someone like an Amumu, or even if they're feeling a little bit frisky, they can go something like a Nunu.
Yeah, and the issue is he doesn't really know who he's going to be going against. So I'm assuming it's going to be a jungle Jarvan, and we'll see who they're going to go and send against Ahri. The issue is that Ahri's just a very safe lane, so there's not a lot of champions that really do well against her. They are going to go with that Kassadin again, so it is a nice matchup. But we saw last game how effective xPeke was in that middle lane, and he was just able to run the gauntlet on Kassadin, just doing a really nice job there. We'll see who they're going to throw top. So actually going with the Olaf, that's definitely a really nice pick. They can decide, which one they want to send top. It's probably going to be a top Olaf, though.
Yeah.
Jarvan works a little bit better against squishies and like AP champs like Vladimir. If you want to burst them down, you force a quick initiation and get some quick burst damage.
Yep, but that's the thing, though. We still have to determine the top lane for FNATIC or the jungle for FNATIC. Oh, Vayne, this would be silly.
Do it.
Vayne top lane?
Do it.
That'd be sick. That'd be crazy. I think you need to lock this in, Lamia.
I do know a lot of high elo players that do like playing Vayne in the top lane, and Vayne is very strong in most matchups, does very well against most champions, but I don't know. We'll have to see. It is really a goofy pick. They are going to be going with Nunu. So Nunu going to be going into the jungle, and Malphite will go up top. So Malphite versus Olaf is a pretty common matchup. Olaf has the damage to keep his shield down, so Olaf can generally control that lane pretty well. And then the ultimate, it will help protect him if Malphite's looking for a hard engage, because that's the thing. Malphite usually plays defensively. Then when the jungle gank comes, you look for those quick kills.
I would actually. This is still interchangeable though. Like I would actually like to see Nunu top, because if it is going to be like Jarvan jungle and Olaf top lane, if Olaf is looking to try and just chunk out Nunu immensely, you can just consume the minions and just sustain forever.
Yeah, no, it would be fun.
You could.
I would enjoy to watch it at the very least. Olaf would destroy Nunu. I mean, AP Nunu, some people play him top, but it would be a pretty difficult lane. And every time he goes in for a consume, Olaf is just going to wreck him in the face. So he's, Nunu's going to be like, okay, I'm low. Let me go get some health by consuming. And Olaf's like, are you really? Like, you're serious? I'm standing right here. And he would just, throw his axes and whatnot. So in the jungle, it will be pretty safe. Jarvan can be pretty fast in the jungle. He can, be a pretty quick clearer. So he has a slight advantage over Nunu there. But Nunu also has pretty strong counter jungling. We'll see how that kind of works. The big thing with Jarvan, I actually like Jarvan in the jungle. And he hasn't been played a lot in the past. Nintendo from Dynamic, he was one of the only people that I know that played jungle Jarvan because his ganks can be very strong. But it can be difficult to hit those ganks. And he's kind of like Maokai, except that Maokai, you're guaranteed to hit the gank. You know you're going to hit it. His damage can be very good, though, so we'll see if they can get some nice ganks off. It's just if they can dodge your combo, then that's kind of a shame. And also you have to consider, when you go Jarvan, a lot of times you have to build into some quick AD or like a Wriggles in order to sustain in the jungle, but then you're not quite as tanky as you normally are. So we'll see. I think he'll probably go with a gold pretend build and just build a tanky Jarvan really quickly.
Something just dawned on me too, because jungle Nunu, he's been getting quite popular once again because he does have the consume, he does that kit available to him where he can go in and for very aggressive counter jungling. But remember, so Existence is going again with the cast, and we've discussed this before. One of his big issues is mana, and he does rely on the blue buff quite a bit. And you'll see FNATIC is on purple side, and you have the blue buff. I'm hoping that FNATIC will actually around the 7-minute mark go for aggressive invade on the blue as it's respawning, and give it to someone who also has issues with mana, being Malphite.
Yeah, no, that's. If they can force it out like they did last time, that's the big thing. Is one of the shutdowns for Kassadin is being able to steal that blue. So it's not the best situation. It's usually easier to invade if you're the blue team against the purple team, because then you can get the blue around the same time that you're fighting around Dragon. So going over to the blue side, it can be putting you kind of out of position, but they definitely have the team and the aggression to do it. So they can really quickly steal that. That'll definitely be key to shutting down Kassadin. We'll be able to see. It should be kind of interesting to see how the junglers work, though. And I love how Nunu was changed a while back. They reduced some of his passive, so you get procs a little bit more or a little bit faster, which is huge because the big issue with him is mana and then also cooldown reduction. He has very long cooldowns early in the game, particularly his consume. So having his consume on a shorter cooldown and then having a little bit more mana with his passive is definitely huge for him.
So we'll see how that goes. And then again, we have the same matchup as we had game 1 in the mid. Once again, we're gonna have the Ahri versus that Kassadin.
Yeah, no, it should be pretty interesting. And there were a couple of things that Exeter did in that game 1 that he was trying to push his advantages. Let me actually see if he's changed his runes and masteries at all. But no, pretty standard stuff. So nothing really special there. Masteries as well.
9, 12, 9.
I'm not sure if actually he had the defense last game. I think he did though. But yeah, he should be fine in that mid lane. But we'll see. xPeke did put on a lot of pressure. We'll see. If they can shut him down early, that could be huge. And sOAZ could maybe come into the mid lane. If sOAZ hits 6 before Cass does, they could try and pick up a kill there. That could be a nice little timing thing. But for the most part, Kassadin should be fine. It's just that he's not that strong early in the game, so he needs to get into his item builds. Yep,
and that's something he definitely could not do last game. Just like Doran's Ring, and Lucky Pick is like, we need some more beef. We need something bigger. We need something like a Rod of Ages.
Where's the beef?
Where's the beef? There was no beef. It was a Kassadin veggie burger. Really, he didn't really have a whole lot to offer when really the chips were down. And he's like, well, here's an opportunity, Kassadin, try and get this kill, and there's just no damage. There's nothing.
Yeah,
and not to mention he also had Ahri building into an abyssal. So even then, even if Kassadin did have the damage, you have all this magic resist to contend off of.
And you also have to consider, last game they had Nocturne, who can be a little bit more aggressive against Ahri than Jarvan can. Jarvan does have the knock-up, so if Kassadin silences and Jarvan's in range to get that knock-up, that could be huge. But otherwise, it's going to be very difficult for Jarvan to push any ganks against xPeke, because he's just going to be able to dash out of there. He's going to be perfectly fine. It'll just be kind of difficult for him. So the question is, where is Jarvan going to be ganking? He could try and get some ganks down in the bottom lane. The quick dash from Graves makes that kind of difficult as well. He could very easily just get out of there and and just a quick dash, and now all of a sudden Jarvan has accomplished nothing. He could maybe pick up Leona. Leona's probably a good target, but I don't know. Maybe the top lane with Olaf, since Olaf does have a lot of damage and they can dive. So both Jarvan and Olaf are very tanky. They could potentially tower dive, Malphite some.
Leona getting a little bit too far into enemy territory, but alas, it is only Janet here. A few free shots, but ward over in front of the Wraith, so good job on nRated there. So they have that vision. There is also a ward in the side bush on the river there for resistance. So it's kind of like, to prevent for a potential level 2, which not going to be too... No, I mean, Nunu, he doesn't have... He's got the... Yeah, granted, he has the Ice Ball. But he's going to be getting that consume first to help along with his jungles. It's not going to be a whole lot of damage. I wonder if Ari's actually going to be able to connect with all that.
Yeah, really nice early wards from both teams, but that's a lot of gold invested in that ward coverage, which is kind of surprising to an extent because Nunu isn't the most aggressive jungler. So for them to be dropping a ward by the river to keep an eye on Nunu is kind of like, oh, well, why? And I think the understanding is they don't want to allow any aggressive invasion. They want to keep an eye on Nunu. They don't want to fall behind early. Like, that was the big thing. They just fell so far behind early in the game. And the best way to not fall behind against that kind of early aggression is ward coverage. It's just these wards are a little bit early, so they probably could have held off a little bit.
You see that xPeke actually went and grabbed those Wraiths just for a little bit of an advantage going into the mid lane. And there you go. Blue going to be grabbed up by Cyanide without really a whole lot of issue. But again, though, we're gonna see Ari entering mid with an XP advantage going on in here, and Ping's actually going on onto a FNATIC red from existence. I wonder if they're actually going to be trying to make a check there.
Yeah. So. Nunu, he did save his smite, so he's going to be fine there. He walks around once again, so
nice.
He's going to have the really quick double buff. Early levels, they could potentially pressure Olaf a lot, so we'll see. With the double slow, with the movement speed, they might be able to get in range of Olaf and take him down without him being able to do much about it.
Yep. And you also have Jarvan. He's working on that blue buff Cyanide, grabbing that red, so he's got the double buff. Nam, you're healthy, you're good. Is he going to be looking for any ganks? He may go top lane while Olaf is still in his early phases. He's still developing. He's still he's not quite pledged yet.
Yeah, and at the very least, they can zone out Olaf a little bit here.
Yeah.
So Samix is going to fall a little bit behind sOAZ, but if he does walk up, if he's a little bit too aggressive, then that opens up an opportunity for both Cyanide and sOAZ to dive onto him.
And that's also a lot of stacked slows on top of him, the snowball, and you also have the shard. And remember, Olaf, top lane, usually commonly get Ghost instead of Flash, so it's going to be a lot harder for him to get away from this. Here comes the ground slam. Samix does blow the Ghost. Summoner spell used as a successful gank.
Yeah, and he did take some damage even with the Ghost. So not having the hard disengage like Flash would give you, he does take some damage. xPeke is pretty low, but he's pushing the minions. He wants to get out of there, but Jarvan is coming up. He actually uses the Flash without even the E coming out from Morgan. Yeah. So, just naturally expecting it, just really nice awareness there. So xPeke is able to back off.
Then rated there with the Q, looking to get a hard engager on the Jimbones, but not going to be getting a whole lot there. Actually taking probably a little bit more damage than actually the bot lane duo dealt out. But Jarvan, now looking for greener pastures, is going up top lane. sOAZ does have an inkling. There you go. Smack's coming down onto the Malphite. The pop-up going to be landing, and Samix trying to land as much damage as possible. sOAZ actually going a long way around, but he should not be escaping from that one. Does actually flash out. Managed to get the safety, and there's the first blood coming in. Bot lane down onto the Corki from Lamia.
Yeah, Malphite was able to get over down to the wall so he could just flash over. Really nice job from him. But, that Jarvan pick did work out decently in that top lane. Graves and Leona is a very strong lane, though, and they're able to pick up the kill bottom. If they need to, they can just sit back and play defensively and just push Corki into the tower constantly. And, the best way of doing that is nRated. He can just throw off his E across the entire minion wave, and it'll proc some damage, and that'll allow Lamia to just use one buckshot to clear the entire minion wave, and they can just constantly push in the tower. Or if they, find the opportunities, they can get kills. So being ahead with a kill lane is definitely huge. Yep. They were able to get the kill on Corki as well, so that's big. They're denying a lot of golden experience from Corki, so they're going to be a little bit ahead in levels. And
Lamia also going back to town, getting to 2 Dorans, health potion, mana potion, and also a pink ward to continue the aggression and to keep it going. And just the purchase of the mana potions, Lamia is going to be spamming a lot of those buckshots, looking to push the wave, looking to keep that farm denied, looking to force existence to farm under their own tower.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because you never see ADs invest that heavily into all these items. I mean, that's a lot of gold that he's put into it. The charm from xPeke, he does take some damage from the silence, but you know, the mana regen will be nice again. So he can continue to control the waves by just spamming off his buckshot and everything. But I don't know. It's kind of unusual. He is setting behind his build a little bit. That's like he just spent 400 gold or so on wards and health pods.
I think really what he did is he got that first blood. It was like, oh man, I showed up to work today and I got a bonus time to go to the bar. And he just got a whole bunch of drinks. That's really it.
What would a health push be?
I don't know. Just well, it keeps you partying.
Oh, there you go. So it's a Red Bull.
Yeah. You got a Red Bull and you got a let's see,
vodka, or will it be
something hypnotic?
Yeah.
Actually, no, it's gross. Never mind.
Yeah, but anyway,
you got Cyanide
they will
here
be
pushing
fine.
up mid.
And again, they're pressuring the tower very early on, and they know, all right, Kassadin has terrible wave clearing, can't force it out. But the flash in, the silence, actually Morden missing on his EQ combo. That would have been a kill if he had gotten it onto xPeke. xPeke got off the dash as well, but it was a little bit late, so not quite able to get it. Lamia getting pretty low, Jimbone's forcing him back, but they're going to be fine there. But yeah, that would have been a kill from Jarvan, just not quite able to follow up.
Yep, Cyanide actually just still going to hold it and push the line while Kassadin, he's going to have to back. He's out of mana. So now Extra, he's got a little bit of gold. The farm for now is actually still keeping even with Ahri. Actually going back, investing into the Adorn's Ring and the Blasting Rod. So, yep, a little bit more seen already. Already he's looking ahead. There's a bright future for him. He's already got a little bit more damage than he had around this time last game. So that's good at least.
Yeah, no, definitely really nice play. So we'll have to see how they can kind of continue to pursue that. If Check 6 can hold this game pretty even. They are down 1K right now, but I don't know. They have a little bit stronger early game team. Janna gives them a little bit of mobility on their jungler, which is huge, so that they can counter out some of the aggression from FNATIC. But so far, xPeke, like you said, he's been doing well, but not quite shutting down Kassadin like last game. So he's going to grab the blue. Then we'll see if he starts roaming around the map a little bit, trying to snowball himself.
Yeah, xPeke, you are now 6. You can definitely go ahead and do all that roaming, try and get those extra kills. But the thing is, though, Extra is as well. Actually, Extra has a little bit of a level lead now. A little bit of an XP lead, and will safely grab the blue. No steals coming in from FNATIC, which I was hoping would happen, because that would be amazing. I would be so amused and so happy for that. Just to see Nunu go in for that aggression, but unfortunately it's not going to be the case here. And Nunu himself, starting on those GP10s, he got the Pheilox Stone, he got the Heart of Gold, so there's going to be a lot of income later. In comparison to the Jarvan, who actually started off with that Doran's Blade, going to have that Ruby Crystal as well, looking to be going to be starting those GP10s a little bit late.
Yeah, so we'll see, how that'll impact this build, but not that big of a deal. sOAZ, it is kind of interesting. You don't normally see a Doran shield on Malphite, but it does work very well. It's a very strong item for it. It's just usually you want to get a little bit of mana regen earlier. But actually, Jim Bone's taking some damage. nRated going to chase him out a little bit. Lamia gets some nice bursts. And then the next time, if they hit the ultimate onto Jim Bones, he's going to go down. So they could just lead it right behind him. He has to flash off. He doesn't have enough mana for his Valkyrie. And then Lamia can just walk up with his AoE.
Jarvan's not too far behind, but you do have Cyanide actually laying in wait in the tri-brush nearby just in case something happens. So you a little bit of babysitting action going down there bot lane. So just in case, nRated trying to make something happen there. Here comes Nunu. Can he get the CC down? Does get the slow onto Jim Bones, but we'll just walk and trot away.
Yeah, but they're holding him underneath the turret, and as a result, Ahri is able to come down. So xPeke, he wants to pick up some of these kills. They are going to push them out of this tower, and they are all held up, all grouped together. xPeke, will he dive in? The charm missing, actually, and Kassadin's here as well, so they'll probably want to back off of that. They don't really have the initiation potential without nRated using his ultimate.
4v4 situation here in the bot so far. And FNATIC, though, with all that pressure, they can take that creep wave, they can push, they should be able... Actually, if they really wanted, they could just take out the tower straight away.
Yeah, and the issue is if they take out the tower, they're already doing pretty well in this lane. So if they take out the tower, it'll give Corki an opportunity to farm a little bit more safely at his second turret because the turret won't push past. So they don't want to do that. They just want to be able to continue to zone them a little bit and be fine there. The silence from Extra, but really nice timing from xPeke. He throws off the charm, is able to follow up on it. Not quite enough damage. He does get some burst. He forces Kassadin out of lane. So even without getting the kills, he forces Extra back where he's not going to be able to farm like he would normally want to.
That, and also with the Kassadin weak, Morden cannot do as much as he intended. Granted, he will just go ahead and pick up the farm while Kassadin has to back. But now you see the damage coming in from Ari. Now you see what xPeke is capable of. And Kassadin, when he backs, is going to pick up another door in the ring for himself. And then he wants that mana regen, and he's going to head on right back to lane.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how they can continue to pressure this. They have a 2k gold advantage right now, so FNATIC just constantly able to out-farm them, just, you know, nothing really special, just getting farm advantages over their opponents, and then they'll start to look for opportunities. Samix has been doing a pretty nice job up top, but actually Babeta almost going down. Jim Bones trying to follow up on Lamia, didn't quite have the damage. He does have quite some time until his Valkyrie, so he's not going to be able to follow it up, but they turn back into the brush. The Juke, actually nRated, isn't quite able to get there, and Kassadin's coming in, so we'll see if they can dive this. They have plenty of damage. The slow as well. nRated is going to go down.
There we go. The Ignite all helping, plus the Silence and Wave from Extra. Going to be more than enough to go ahead and help get that kill onto the Corki. Start getting the Corki farm, get him some of that gold, and try and cover up the gap that's been created here by Lamia.
Yeah, so we'll see how they can continue to press this. xPeke, you know, he has some nice early game items. He has plenty of burst. We'll see how that spell pen will help him out against Kassadin, but Kassadin going with a little bit more aggressive a build last time. After the first Dorans, he bought the rod, and that'll definitely be really strong. Morden, though, sees xPeke, will be able to get some damage. Not able to force out the dash, though, so the ultimate is still up. He will, you know, have that in his utility now.
Yeah, xPeke walks back that bush, and just Jarvis is like, hey, it's an Ari. He just pokes her with the spear. Like, all right, that's good. Carry on. You're fine.
And it's interesting to me that sOAZ has been able to be so successful in this top lane without getting any mana regen. So he's able to just farm up against Olaf, but there's the ultimate. xPeke turning it around. They have plenty of damage. They're able to pick up that kill even through the Olaf ultimate. So really nice job with that burst there.
Even then, remember, Olaf may be using that ultimate, but Charm still does a little bit of damage, still does something. And, you know, just might as well use it there. You might as well have it. You have it in your kit. This damage, you want to secure that kill, and there you go. Nice dive onto Samix there, top lane, and it's still a 2.5k advantage here for FNATIC, and remember what happened last game. Around this time, they had just a paltry like 1-2k lead, and then magically 5 minutes later it's like 10k. And there's still the opportunity for FNATIC here to go ahead and spiral out of control, as is Existence, because you do have the Kassadin. He is very mobile. Corki's now starting to get farmed, and Jarvan with that presence, with that ult. Haven't seen that ult quite yet. Nice, forcing Jimbos to get out of there. But here you're walking into a trap. Extra's right there in the bush, and nRated getting caught. Unfortunate trap, and that could mean a dragon for Existence. You got Cyanide being caught out as well. sOAZ is down here, though. Does have the ult. He doesn't have the ult. Where did he use it?
He used it on Olaf.
He did use it on Olaf.
Quick burst from Graves. He takes down Janna. Morden jumping in, and they will have some nice damage. They are able to get out of there, but Morden getting pretty low. Lamia in pursuit. He gets the flash off. The slow from Extra, but he's low on mana, so he can't quite follow up on that. But there's the flash from Cyanide. Gets off the snowball. Can they pick up the kill? The EQ combo, but just barely. Lamia is able to grab.
xPeke, just the aggression really shows it's really paying off. He got the rip walk in. xPeke wants that kill. Morden does not have the ult up, but Kassadin may go down here. Twist advance, keep him still, but he still going down at xPeke. That bush is warded. Morden can still chase here, but the charm going in doesn't keep him still for a little while, and sOAZ connecting with that kill. Oh my god, that man knew. Making an appearance, he's hiding down bot lane once again, and there you go. That is the power of xPeke. That's the power of Ari with that ult, with the flash in combination, and a ult and flash response. Extra wants that kill. He wants that bad, but he managed to close the gap.
So grabbing that red buff, and now they can take this dragon, and it was very close to turning around for Check 6. They were close to picking up a couple of kills and being able to take advantage of FNATIC, but FNATIC turning it around. Really nice job there. Just the issue is Kassadin is so mana hungry early on in the game, and not having any mana regen is huge. But they have a 3k gold advantage with that dragon.
I forgot sOAZ used that ult. Like, I'm silly. It's like, why isn't he not using it? It's like, that's right, he used it. I forgot. But xPeke here, though, does have the ult back and could get a lot of damage here on Samex real quick, but with the reckless swing, xPeke could be in a bad spot here. The Ignite going down on a Samex, the Foxfire will be more than enough, just barely, but xPeke gets that kill.
Yeah, really nice job. I thought he was actually going to turn around against him. I thought that Olaf was going to be able to pick that up because xPeke had missed some of his abilities, but he just recognized how much damage he did. He held on to that last ult, so instead of getting away right at the beginning, he knew his cooldowns were coming back up. He baited Olaf into fighting him, and so he held onto the ult to the last second, and he was able to turn around. Olaf chased him into the brush. He was able to pick up that kill.
Very well done. Very well done. You know, despite those last few unfortunate fights here, FNATIC still retaining their lead. It's actually starting to widen even more. 4K now after those series of fights, and a dragon, not to mention. Good pickup there as well. And now you see the items starting to come on out. You do have Lamia with the Bloodthirster looking to get farmed, looking to get huge, and you have sOAZ there with the Sunfire cape. So extra armor to go up against the Olaf. Plus, you're going to be right up in the front line. You're going to be all up in everyone's business in these team fights. You might as well get that AoE damage in while you can.
Yeah, sOAZ has been doing a really nice job against Olaf, but the big thing with the Sunfire, not only is he basically unkillable as far as Olaf's concerned, there's just nothing that Olaf can do at this point. But he's also going to be able to push waves very quickly. So, you know, he can just walk up, clear waves. So that's going to be very nice for him. We do see they are going to be pushing down this mid turret, so they'll be able to grab that. Morden trying to hold them off for a little bit. They actually back off, so I'm a little bit surprised that sOAZ didn't take that, but they have some nice advantages. The best thing about the Bloodthirster is, you know, it's a pretty early item. He's able to get it at 16 minutes. You know, so it's not the same kind of damage output that you would get from an Infinity Edge, but an Infinity Edge, in the situation he's in, would be another, like, 5 to 8 minutes. So he gets the earlier DPS, but then also he gets the regen. So they already have a lot of aggression. You know, the burst damage will be nice, but it also allows him to sustain himself and keep very high coming into fights. And Corki has a lot of poke, so against a poking champion like Corki, it's definitely nice to be able to have that sustain.
Very well done. And now you have FNATIC. Now you got Nunu making an appearance. He's hiding down bot lane once again. And there you go. That is the power of xPeke. That's the power of Ahri with that ult, with the flash in combination. And a ult and flash response. Extra wants that kill. He wants that bad. But he managed to close the gap, get into that bush, and get the kill down onto Ahri. The thing is that you still have a very strange situation here down bot. You do have Jarvan. Can you get the Sun? nRated will not be able to. It's a 3-man push. That turret is very low. Monsoon in response. Graves ult, not going to be anything off of that. But can you pick the turret down to continue that kill? But Babetta will actually go down at the turret.
Yeah, really nice job there. In the meantime, sOAZ still pushing up the top lane, but they're able to chain their CCs. And if you catch Janna, there's not a lot that she can do about it. She tried to use the Monsoon, but she still went down. They will be able to take this turret and snowball it to some of the other lanes. Mid lane is also very close to going down. sOAZ has just been constantly pressing his advantage in the top lane. He has his ultimate and his ignite. He could very easily pick up a kill against Olaf if Olaf stays in. So Samex needs to play a little bit defensively here because he's very close to going down.
So you still also have nRated and Cyanide actually camping out around bot lane just to make sure that that everything's clear for Lamia to go ahead and push the wave and farm. But now that the mission is accomplished, you're gonna go ahead back by just a little bit and see what everyone grabs. And Cyanide changing his mind, he's like, you know what? Before I go back, I'm kind of hungry. I want to stop by McDonald's, grab a golem or two, and then we'll be fine. But there you go.
Have it your way.
He's got it his way, and you know what? Check Existence will not, because now they're down some more neutral jungle creeps, which is again one of the huge advantages of having a Nunu on your team. Just you just walk in, have a snack, and then get out.
Yeah, and xPeke working towards that Abyssal Scepter build once again will be very strong. He does have to worry about Morden here for a second, but actually Malphite's here, so he kind of wants to bait it in, see if he can force Extra to use his ultimate, and then when that happens, force the ult from Malphite. But there it is. He does actually get out of there, so gets the silence onto xPeke, doesn't have the follow-up, but they can still push the lane. sOAZ is tanky enough, he can just walk up and knock over this tower.
Yeah, sOAZ is the insurance plan, but here comes MX here with the axes, trying to get some harass down, and xPeke knows how much Olaf can hurt with that last exchange he had last time. You know, that reckless swing can do a lot to Ahri. Granted, Ahri going into the Abyssal Scepter, usually you'll see things you know, like a Rod of Ages or a Rylai's doesn't have as much health as an Ahri normally would. So there is always the threat of that true damage coming on in.
Yeah, but really nice reaction times from xPeke, and just actually as the silence is going off, getting off the dash. So that's a very short timing window. sOAZ in the mid lane, not going to be that big of a deal. They don't have the damage to take him down.
He is just so tanky right now. He has constant spam. It'll be interesting to see where he's going with that build. You know, if he's going to go with like a Glacial Shroud or something like that to shut down all of their magic damage or physical damage. But sOAZ with the ultimate, Extra is very close to going down. xPeke can follow it up, one more attack, so if he can get his ultimate, but he doesn't quite have it. The flash in, he gets the Seismic Shard.
Nice.
He's able to pick it up. He should have the movement speed to back out, so he's perfectly fine. And just the fact that he can tank the turrets for them so effectively is just huge right now. They just don't have the damage for him.
Demacia being called there from Jarvan. sOAZ is indeed trapped, but the turret was going to be doing a lot of damage to him. So good call on Jarvan to go ahead and grab that. The flash was down, the ultimate was down. sOAZ could do nothing but just stick around and just take those turret shots. And xPeke will actually be able to get away pretty easy here. A few errant missiles from Jimbones actually catch him off guard in the retreat. So now it's just Cyanide and nRated here to defend the tier 1 against a potential 4-man push. But Olaf is actually going to go ahead and start wandering down to bot lane, because remember, Lamia this entire time has just been free farming and pushing bottom.
Yeah, a lot of damage on that turret. If Olaf hadn't come down, he would have taken him out. But the perfect timing from Lamia, recognizing he needed to get out of there. And so FNATIC, you know, continuing to push their advantage. And actually, Corki jumping onto xPeke. He has his ultimate still, but there's the Leona ultimate onto Jarvan. Morden's very close to going down. xPeke diving it despite how low he is. nRated will go down with that ignite. The Silence actually able to pick him up, but Janna in pursuit.
Oh, no.
Cyanide as well. Is he going to lose that Oracles? Yes, he will. Oh, just barely getting out, but he'll go down in a second to a Silence. But Lamia turning it around with the quick burst. So they're able to pick up that kill. xPeke just constantly sitting around at low HP and able to force those fights.
But Lamia and sOAZ, they still have an opportunity here to shard going down on a Babetta. Gonna keep him slowed. Lamia can connect with all that damage. Smoke screen go down for the additional slow. And just a nice juke going through the forest and a flash to follow up. Very well done.
Yeah, and Malphite's ultimate is up now, so they will have to watch out for that. He could force a huge engage, and there it is, the Malphite ultimate, the quick burst. Samix, one more attack will be able to take him down, and Morden as well. How much is sOAZ going to tank this? Just being a beast underneath that turret, but they're able to pick it up. They're able to back out of there. So again, nice job. 6K gold advantage. Now they can transition over to the Dragon and pick that up. And yeah, we'll be able to see how they continue to press this lead. The big thing for Czech6, though, is they're way significantly further in this game than they were in the last game. And Kassadin, he has the Rod of Ages, so he has a lot of magic mana as well. And he didn't have the mana last game, so his build, in the middle of fights, he would just run out of mana and not be able to do anything. So, you know, that's very strong for them. Corki is doing pretty well for himself. He's building into that Infinity Edge actually after the Phage. And then, you know, Olaf, despite the advantages for Malphite, is, you know, a tanky champion. So, you know, that's going to be fine. They have some tanky frontline champions. They can maybe hold off, but still, FNATIC doing a nice job pushing their advantages.
Yeah, Hex Drinker not all too uncommon of an item for top laners as well. So recognizing also that there's a lot of damage coming in from the Ahri, but that's the thing though. Everyone's all concerned, you know, Ahri. We got to focus down Ahri. All this magic damage. Ahri. Lamia's been farming this entire time. So I think later on in those fights, they're going to realize, oh man, we've been focusing down the wrong champ this entire time.
And that's the big thing with Ahri is if you have the damage output, which is pretty easy to do with Ahri, then you also have a lot of survivability. So it could be a serious effort for teams to take you down. You know, she's just such a safe pick. She can win most lane matchups, and then she just has so much survivability in fights. So it makes sense that she's a very common early pick or just ban. You know, we'll see how they can continue to pressure it. If they can get the perfect ultimate from sOAZ, they could very quickly win a fight with their AoE. sOAZ into nRated, into Lamia's damage, they could just absolutely destroy Czech6. So Czech6, they need to break up a little bit and not allow that AoE initiation.
All of the ults are up. Right now, FNATIC is pressing the door. Second tier tower here in mid. Silence going down on Lamia. Lamia is actually being really chunked out here, so now the focus is actually going down. You got Jarvan with the ult. Samix is actually trapped, still in the resonating rocks. You got Jimbo's out in front though. May actually chunk out Lamia and the shutdown coming in from Corki. xPeke caught behind, double kill for Jimbones. Wow, very well coordinated. It is a 2-for-1 still right now, though, but nRated is caught behind. Cyanide caught behind. Will the slows be enough? Waiting for the proc on the slow from the Phage, and missiles going down from a long distance away. Nice fight for existence.
Yeah, really nice job. The red buff from Corki just going to work. And the big thing is they were able to split up the fights. That the AoE for FNATIC wasn't quite able to hit. They were all very survivable. They were able to just go their separate ways. And then just cycling in and out. So just constant movement. They're able to get everyone very low without quite going down. They pick up this this mid turret. Jim Bones is doing pretty well for himself. Bot is very close to going down as well. Exeter actually not going to pick that up, but you know, we'll see how much gold they have. They have a decent amount, so they're starting to get, you know, further and further into their builds. Corki has enough for that Infinity Edge, so he's going to be very strong as well.
Oh yeah, Infinity Edge on Corki. And here's the thing too, he started out with the Phage, but not actually going to finish the Trinity first. You know, he realizes, you know what, hey, I've got all this gold, I might as well, and there it is, there is the Infinity Edge. So he's going to have that along with the slow coming from the Phage. That's going to be huge coming on in. Oracle's being purchased up for Janet as well, so it's going to try and do some of that ward coverage. But you see right now, FNATIC, they're going Rambo style into enemy jungle, see if they can't spring a trap, make something happen here. Try and also force to see if anyone's going to be coming up to the Baron area, because xPeke with that charm could really just, you know, help and set up a melt for anyone from Existence who comes on in.
Yeah, no, they have the great burst. They need to be able to pick people off, and the big thing is they weren't able to do that last fight. And you know, Olaf, he has his ultimate. Kassadin's very survivable, and that's the big thing with these champions is, but Kassadin in particular. Even, you know, if the other team is ahead, if they can't quite focus you down, you can get some good bursts. A big part of that fight though was Lamia was caught off in the beginning, and Lamia got very low, so he was only, you know, kind of sitting back as an ability champion. He couldn't really get off his auto attacks like he would like to. But you know, we'll see if that happens again. It was a really nice job from Morden and Exeter to get some quick bursts. If Lamia can survive a little bit longer through those fights, where he can feel a little bit more comfortable to get off his auto attack damage, that'll be huge for them.
FNATIC continuing to push once again here in the mid. The creep wave's just melting away. We also have sOAZ here looking to split push the top lane, keeping Olaf busy, keeping Samix out of the fight. So you also have Lamia there getting quick pot shots down, and Exeter is not with the team at the moment. This could be big, and FNATIC can just go ahead and muscle this one out. And as soon as Kassadin gets in here, it's gonna be unfortunately too late. The mid tier 2 does go down for Existence, and now FNATIC realizes, okay, well, we got what we want. Kassadin's here. We are out of here.
Yeah, so really nice job. The split push from Check 6, trying to get them back in this game, continue up their farm, which is huge, but they are able to take down the tower as a result. Graves is still looking fine, but we'll see if they can force this. The slow from Kassadin actually chunking down Graves, a nice little amount.
FNATIC is split, sOAZ. He's just trying to slowly get away from the Corki. Has to use the ult, but now Jim Bones is a little bit too far out. The Leona ult hard, stun down to Corki. The turret actually bringing him down to half. But FNATIC will actually not continue in on this. They're just going to wait for the Existence to go ahead, get their push, and see if they can't get them here underneath tower.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see that last fight. The charm, but Beta goes down almost instantly. Exeter actually getting caught out as well. Will take some damage. And actually, xPeke just dashing around. They get some nice damage. Lamia is looking perfectly fine. He still has to worry about that quick burst from Cass. That last fight with Malphite, you could see, even with the advantages, 8k gold ahead, FNATIC was a little bit concerned about how they would run a fight. They didn't just, you know, force and engage with Malphite. And Corki, with the true damage, works very well against Malphite. Not just the armor shredding and the magic damage mix, but also the true damage on the passive. So even though Malphite is just so incredibly tanky, he can still wear him down. So that's going to be nice later on. However, by forcing them back, FNATIC, they have opened up a Baron for themselves. They will take this very easily and then be able to back off. There's not enough time for Check 6 to come defend it. So there you go. They're able to just slowly wear them down, then force them to recall.
That and the damage is all there for FNATIC. You have the Blood Boil down on the Graves. You have Nunu with the Consume. It's there. It's over. You got it really quick. xPeke inside and actually be caught out here. Wait for the charm. Samix, are you guys sleeping? Don't tell me you're sleeping, Ari. xPeke there. Ghost being popped from Samix. They want to go ahead and get that kill, but Leona with the ult going to keep Samix slow. sOAZ coming on in. He does have the ult, but FNATIC just want to be safe. Don't be sleeping when you're recalling like that.
He was just checking his items. He wanted to make sure he had the right item.
Oh,
build
don't
up.
ever do that. Don't ever do
The
that.
recommended isn't what he needed. He needed something else. But yeah, so, I mean, they have plenty of gold. Graves is very strong. He can work towards. We'll see if he goes towards the Last Whisper or Infinity Edge. Because the other Check 6 is behind, they won't actually be able to get armor for a while. So Infinity Edge definitely makes a little bit more sense because he knows that they're not going to have armor. So it's just there's no need for it. But we'll see. Check 6, they are grabbing this dragon. They can get some farm. They should be able to push down this bottom turret really quickly. If they decide to go for it, that'll be a nice little gold advantage as well.
So you got
Or at least to come back.
Yeah.
Not an actual advantage.
So you still have FNATIC here with the Baron buff for quite a while, and it's just a matter of where they're going to be going from here. And you do have Existence still a little bit split here. You got Corki. He's pushing down bot just for a little bit, and this is a way for FNATIC to just go ahead and pop open that can and single out Kassadin and Olaf if they catch anyone here. sOAZ does still have the ult up available, but not quite worthy using it on the Kassadin, who's just going to walk away, or Olaf, who can just pop the ghost or ult and just get away really quickly. So you might as well just go ahead and start pressuring down the mid turret. But a lot of pings going down on the Kassadin. He was away from the team for a time, walked past that ward, and here comes a creep wave. It going down very quickly. Lamia and xPeke with all that damage, clearing the way. Shard going down, getting slows. Tornado coming in, and there's Extra with a little bit of chunk coming down to Lamia. nRated out in front, and here we got the whole fight. sOAZ is still there. There's a lot of ults still to be used, pretty much all of them. And just everyone's waiting for their time. Creep wave, a little bit of damage. Just starting to set up for the next real fight.
Yeah, and Lamia, having that Bloodthirster is huge to be able to just heal after all that damage that Kassadin did, but Kassadin almost bursting him down very quickly was a dangerous situation, and this is a big issue for them. So Corki can clear out the waves decently. They don't have the best AoE clearing, or Existence doesn't have the best AoE clearing, but Lamia, he's very short range, so Graves, it makes it difficult for Graves to just push down a tower over time.
That's a lot of damage onto that Olaf, and every single time you see the creep wave come up, you'll notice you got the tanky frontliners from FNATIC just walk along the front of the line, saying like they're like shooting range ducks. It's like, hey, use all of your stuff on us. By the way, the rest of our guys are slowly taking out your turret. Charm going down on a Jimbos, and that is the cue to go in. Does Valkyrie away. Oh, Malphite ult coming on in, and Nunu there with a lot of damage as well. Jarvan trying to Demacia it up, but it will be for nothing. Actually trapping Samix still inside the leftover part of the ult, and that is 3 for free. Mid-tier 3, and the inhibitor going down. FNATIC may just continue to push this for the win.
Yeah, really nice play from FNATIC, and they will want to take this down. They have plenty of time, so they'll be able to grab the Nexus and then not have to force another fight. They're actually kind of playing defensively, though. xPeke and sOAZ are low, so they're a little bit concerned about Corki's clearing. That he's just going to be able to stall them a little bit too long, which actually, it seems like it was the case because he was able to clear that pretty quickly. But even so, with the inhibitor down, they can run around, take the invisible red, and then get out of there and get back with some good items.
Yeah, so in situations like this, there's nothing wrong playing it safe, falling on back. Baron buff is now gone, so it should be back in about 2-3 minutes. So when that comes back up, and with an inhibitor down, FNATIC can easily just swoop in, grab Baron, and get out.
Yeah, they will have that potential. The concern is whether or not they want to force a fight out in the open against
Check 6 again. So I don't know, we'll have to see. The mobility definitely benefits them there, where they can, out in the middle of the fields or out in the middle of the river, right outside Baron Pit. But I don't know, we'll see if they just decide to push down a lane. Bot is pretty low. They could transition down the bottom lane, force that. It will leave the Baron exposed, but by pushing the lane, they'll hold Check 6 underneath the turret and be fine there.
Actually, you're going to realize Morden is actually not with the team here. He's still a little bit far away. But so is xPeke, so is Samix. Everyone's a little bit split right here. There's not a whole lot of damage actually being represented in the mid lane. Lamia and xPeke need to catch up. They need to hurry on over. Cyanide and sOAZ looking to move on over to the Baron Pit. There's one ward. There was one ward, and nRated down, put it there right in the bush. So that's pretty much all the Baron coverage you're going to need at this point. It's like, hey, is someone going for it? That's all you really need to know.
And Jarvan is bot, so they're actually going to push the top lane. They have plenty of damage. They'll clear this out pretty easily with both Malphite and Graves. They have great pushing power. Kassadin and Janna are both mid as well. Ahri needs to make her way over, but is kind of concerned about Kassadin sitting off on the side. So did see the ward, didn't see Kassadin clear the brush yet. So there it goes. Knew that Kassadin was still hiding in that bush. Is able to make her way down bot. But they do grab another tower here.
This could be bad though for Fnatic. They are getting a little bit caught, and they're extra right in the back. sOAZ is a little bit away from the deal along with nRated, and they go, where is Lamia? He's down on the back line, and he's actually getting chunked up pretty huge, but will Samix, will he actually be able to go down? Yes, Lamia is still in the back. He's still relatively safe. The Tornado not getting the tail into that, sOAZ getting very low. Cyanide out in front as well. Extra almost going down, but Morden and Babetta. Jim Bones trying to get some extra damage. xPeke does have to flash out of there to evade the missile. Quick one kill, but Fnatic is very low. sOAZ and still trying to get the damage in retreat. xPeke and sOAZ are playing a very dangerous game now. Jim Bones, the Shardish, sOAZ going to sacrifice himself to try and make sure xPeke gets out of there, but he will not, unfortunately. But Lamia is here, and Ray is here. Double kill coming from Nikorki before he goes down. So that is a 3-for-3 even set, but Extra did have to go back, and Babetta's got a long way to go. Can you actually make it recalling in the bush?
She's
don't
out.
think you're going to be found. You're not going to be.
She's out. Yeah.
Yeah, you're out.
Yeah, so able to get out of there. But you see, how difficult it is for Fnatic, even with their huge gold advantage, just because of the mobility of Check6 and the fact that they can get right up front in Lamia's face. And,
Yeah.
Lamia at the beginning of the fight, he was forced out by Kassadin and Olaf, and I don't know, there's just a lot of backline damage. So we'll see. It's kind of difficult for them to protect him. So he really needs to be working towards like a GA, but he's a little bit concerned now because they're starting to get into those armor builds, and he needs to keep up his damage. So as a result, he's going into a Last Whisper. He won't have the same survivability that he would like to have, but they need the damage output. Otherwise, these fights could quickly turn against them because they won't have enough damage with Ahri and Malphite to take out the rest of Check6.
Actually, it also helps that last fight that xPeke was terribly out of position to start off as well. Because the fight started without him. Everyone was there except for xPeke. But I doubt that's, well, actually, xPeke is actually going for the blue. So once again, he's away from the team. And here Existence with the Shirelius pop, looking to get the quick kill on the nRated. Shirelius once again popped in response, but Exter can close the gap. sOAZ is trying to get away. And xPeke still nowhere near the team. Now has the blue, and now starting to make his way over. And Baron has respawned Existence. They may actually start it here before the Ahri gets back.
And this game is very close to turning around or turning against Fnatic because even with their advantages, the late game for Check6 is so strong, and they need the physical damage from Lamia, but they don't have vision of him. So Fnatic is walking right down the mid lane. Check6 has kind of an idea of what's going on. They don't see him yet. The pings are going off, but they're actually just going to force this. They're rushing the Nexus here. nRated split from the rest of the team, but the quick burst on Samix. But here is Kassadin following it up. Leona will get some nice damage, but right in the middle of the team. And xPeke bursting down Olaf, really nice job there. And the big thing is that Lamia is okay. Jim Bones will go down. Jarvan right on top of Lamia, but there's no pressure now, and they're able to win this fight very easily. They're able to take control of this game. Another kill. Janna, no, with the Monsoon, able to force them out of there, but there's the inhibitor, and now with the 5v4 advantage, they can take the Nexus.
Yeah, all that damage coming from xPeke. Now with the team, with the DFG chunking out Samix immensely. The Exter being forced back, nRated getting very low. Will actually die. There's the thing, both the Nexus turrets are down. Cyanide sacrificing himself just to clear it away, and there you go. Fnatic with their focus on the Nexus will go ahead and take game number 2 and this series. Whoa.
Explosion.
Super explosion. Very well done.
The big thing is Fnatic, that was really close to turning around.
That was.
The big issue is they needed Graves' damage. They just, against tanks, you don't get enough damage out of Ahri to take down champions like Olaf and Jarvan, and then Kassadin has a lot of mobility, so it's hard to grab him as well. But because of their mobility, they're also, Check6 was also able to easily kill Graves in a lot of those fights. And so, if they can't protect Graves, and then they can't deal enough damage. So it was starting to get into that late game portion where Check6 would just very quickly start to dominate Fnatic, but they were able to pick people off. Olaf in the back there trying to grab Leona, and just, xPeke had enough damage. I was really surprised that he had enough damage to take down a full HP Olaf by himself, but was able to pick that up, and really nice job there. That was the end of it.
That's the thing. You had DFG, Stork Boots, Abyssal, and Haunting Guise. That is a lot of Magic Pen, in addition to what xPeke may have in the Masteries and the Runes as well. All Olaf had, all Samix X had. He just had the health come in from the Frozen Mallet and the Heart of Gold, and just whatever the Hex Drinker provides. Granted, yeah, Hex Drinker is a fantastic item if you need a little bit of magic resist in a pinch. That's a lot of damage coming in from xPeke.
Yeah, so really nice job there. Again, FNATIC moving on, really great play. Game number 1, absolutely destroying Check 6. That last game, though, Check 6, they almost turned it around.
They almost did.
They had some nice advantages in that game. They were starting to get into the kind of play that they wanted to showcase with the Kassadin. Corky, 8-2. Did a really nice job. Jim Bones there. He's actually pretty new for their team. I had read about that earlier. So he's been a nice addition for them. But we'll see how they can continue to play. And so that's it for that game.
Yep, and this is top 8 of the Elites. So Existence, they're not being dropped down. They're still going to be around for the next round of the Elites. But if you want to continue on, if you're going to stick around for the NA matches tonight, MTW NA versus Dynamic. That's going to be a good one. Saw that actually during our face-off qualifiers as well. So we'll see them again also next weekend at face-off as well. And then following that, we're going to have TSM Evo and Dignitas, 2 really big heavy hitters. Actually, 4 really big heavy hitters, all from the NA scene, going to be fighting it out tonight. So be sure to check up with us on that, 5 p.m. Pacific time. And also, before we see you next time, IGN.com/IPL. Go to the news section, scroll on down. You're going to see our $50 RP card giveaway, giving away 5 of those. $250 total. Just click the link, click a whole bunch of buttons, and you are in it to try and win it.
Yeah, definitely, guys. Thanks a lot for watching. We're going to throw up a rebroadcast. Then we will have matches later. TSM Evo versus Dignitas, MTW versus Dynamic. Definitely check that out. Otherwise, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. Then we'll have the rebroadcast. Thanks for watching.